Biggest day of the meet so far. This was a scene a season ago. Mystic Dan splashing to victory in the Southwest Stakes. 13 weeks later, he'd become the 150th Kentucky Derby winner. In just hours at Oaklawn, that very same Southwest Stakes. Gaming is the favorite. Southern California Invader, he's won at the highest level. And trained by one of the best, Bob Baffert, he's back, eligible to run horses in the Kentucky Derby for the first time in 3 years. Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 1. This is America's Day at the Races, as always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. For the fans, the bobblehead of Mystic Dan, last year's Southwest Stakes and Kentucky Derby winner. Welcome, everyone. Trackside, I'm Lafitte Pincay. Every winter and spring, there are 4 significant Kentucky Derby prep races here at Oaklawn Park. This is the second, the Southwest Stakes. So what's at stake? First off, lots and lots of money, $1 million purse. And then you have the points. Of course, that's how horses qualify for the Kentucky Derby. 42 Kentucky Derby points available, 20 to the winner, almost enough for a horse to garner a stall in the Kentucky Derby starting gate. Here's the field for the 60th running of the Southwest. 10 3-year-olds, 1 defection. Render Judgment is out, 9 strong. Mile and a 16th. Number 1 Gaming, 2-1. Morning line favorite for 2-time Triple Crown winning trainer Bob Baffert, as I welcome in my co-host, champion jockey Richie Migliore. Richie, a gorgeous day here for the Southwest. Aside from the money, aside from the points, right? What is at stake here? What does this opportunity represent for the horse, connections, owners, trainers, jockeys?
Well, you're trying to identify which horses are going to go on to get the 1.25 miles on the first Saturday in May, and who's going to have the ability to hang with the big dogs, if you will. And one thing about it, you can't win if you're not in. So you need those points to qualify. You got to get to the dance to see if you can be successful.
Yeah, for those who perform well, that dream to compete in a Kentucky Derby still alive. So let's start with the favorite in Gaming. 2-1 morning line favorite. This was the Breeders' Cup Juvenile while he's chasing his stablemate and now champion Citizen Bull, a bang-up second-place finish out west this fall.
Really liked this effort. He was cast into the position of chasing his uncoupled stablemate, Citizen Bull, who got to set a very moderate pace, and he never caved in. And that speaks to a horse's character, Lafitte. When they're on the hard chase and they can't make any dent into that horse's lead, but they stay on resolutely. Now he came back with a subpar effort in the La Salle Futurity, but I really think that was more a function of that he was honed and really tightened up for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and probably regressed off of that and liked the way he's training.
Yeah, that was a what went wrong scenario. So which Gaming are you expecting to see today in the Southwest?
I think you see the good version of Gaming. Look at Bob Baffert's record here at Oaklawn Park. He does not ship horses from his Southern California base just to come partake in DeLuca's or the hospitality that Oaklawn offers.
So that is a good reason to visit Hot Springs. Bob Baffert, the damage he's done in 3-year-old preps just at Oaklawn. Look at this. Since 2010, 6 wins, as you mentioned, in the Southwest. That's a record. 8 wins in the Rebel. That's a record. 5 Arkansas Derby victories, tied for most with Todd Pletcher. 43 starters in Oaklawn 3-year-old races. He's won 20 of them.
Yeah, just remarkable. Now, obviously, he always has a full, stable full of 3-year-olds pointing for them. He's got to separate them, but he always seems to choose very wisely which horses he sends to Oaklawn.
Bob Baffert back in the Derby mix this spring for the first time in 3 years, so that's Gaming, the favorite. And then you have the second choice in Patch Adams as we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale, visiting the very impressive maiden winner earlier today.
Out here at Brad Cox Barn, not with Patch Adams because it is nap time. Smart horse resting up before the Southwest. But today, there are a lot of firsts for this son of Into Mischief. First time around 2 turns. First time against winners. First time being piloted by Eclipse Award-winning jockey Flavien Prat. But there's one thing that's guaranteed about Patch Adams. He is fast. When breaking his maiden last time at Churchill, he was only 1/5 off the track record that was set by multiple champion Groupie Doll, a very fast sprinter in her day. And the intensity in which Patch Adams won with his ears pinned back, there won't be any funny business today. He has dodged the inclement weather here at Oaklawn as well. steadily training in South Florida at Payson Park, and trainer Brad Cox could not be happier with his preparations for this Southwest today.
Not a bad place to start, Maggie. Back at the barn with Brad Cox. We touched on Bob Baffert. Combined, they've won 14 of the last 20 three-year-old Derby prep races here at Oaklawn Park. Richie, Patch Adams. Yeah, well, why should we believe the hype? Why all the excitement?
Well, he's shown he's brilliant. I mean, for a horse at 2 years old to run within a fifth of a second of a long-standing track record that older horses, stakes horses have competed at, I think that points him out, and it makes him very exciting. Now, what he lacks in experience or foundation, he certainly makes up for in raw talent. So
much excitement today. Keep prep for the Kentucky Oaks, Martha Washington, and the 60th running of the Southwest Stakes. That's not all. Look at this, the stakes rundown. Lots going on. 6 stakes races, concluding with that Martha Washington in Southwest Stakes. You'll see it later on Fox Sports 2. And that's just the racing at Oaklawn this afternoon as we welcome in Greg Wolf, Sarah El-Badwe to the broadcast on set at Aqueduct. Guys, enough going on to keep you busy today in the world of thoroughbred racing.
These are the days that we love in this sport. Thank you both. We'll get back to you in a little bit, but he is the king, and good to see the king back of 3-year-olds, training 3-year-olds. No one has done it better in the history of this sport to have Bob Baffert back eligible to get to that first Saturday in May.
It's a big storyline because it's not something we've seen over the past couple of years. Of course, Bob Baffert ineligible to participate in the Kentucky Derby for a few years. That hiatus is over, and now his horses are eligible to earn those points to possibly get a spot in that 20-horse starting gate. Gaming looks to be one of the first ones to secure at some points on that road to the Kentucky Derby and possibly a spot on the first Saturday in May.
Our feature here, we have an early stakes race on the card. Race 3, fillies and mares going 7/8 of a mile. That is the Interboro Socially Selective for Belmont, Hall of Famer. It's going to get a lot of attention in there. We're going to kick things off, though, with this race, 1 1/8, 4-year-olds and up. Allowance race worth $90,000. Phileas Fogg is going to be very tough to beat as the board reflects. Trying to win his 4th in a row. We'll get to him in a moment. We start our post-parade with Olympic Dreams, whose form has just tailed off a little bit. He used to be very, very good horse.
It has some excuses for his last poor performance, but needs to get back on track to some of his better efforts.
Next door, a millionaire in law professor, this 7-year-old for Rob Atras with Kendrick Carmouche.
One of the horses that Phileas Fogg was able to finish ahead of in that Queens County last time out.
Curbstone tried Phileas Fogg, was a very distant second to him last out.
Not often you see a horse finish second at 1.5 miles on the turf, or 2 miles, excuse me, and then try to get back to the dirt. Long shot.
Film Star went by for Linda Rice, comes off a stakes win at Laurel, and here's Phileas Fogg again, has won 3 straight, including a stake last start.
Progressive improvement over his last 3. What's the ceiling for him? I think we'll find out today.
2 minutes away from our opener on the card, kicks off an early pick 5. Here's what's ahead, presented by legendary Claiborne Farm. So as mentioned, that Interboro for fillies and mares going 7/8 of a mile on this fast track here in South Ozone Park, New York. That's race 3. Oaklawn, huge afternoon, packed with stakes action there. Fast and Hot Springs. Martha Washington on the road to the Kentucky Oaks for 3-year-old fillies. And of course, the Grade 3 Southwest with the Colts on the road to that first Saturday in May, and points to get into that starting gate. You can play it all by getting signed up with NYRA Bets. The offer, there it is. $200 deposit match sign-up bonus when new members punch in that code. Add sign-up bonus 200 and bet any track, anywhere, anytime at NYRABets.com. We welcome in for the first time today downstairs Acacia Clement, and Phileas Fogg comes in exceptional form. How does he look?
He looks good as he always does, Greg, and you have to give it to this horse because he has run some very fast races, and 2 starts back, looking at that win, he was with the flow of the racetrack, and you could see Romero Mirage out of the gate, really intent to get him forwardly placed into the inside, which is where you wanted to be. But he backed it up with that win last time out in the Queens County, and just always looked comfortable every step of the way, like a winner. Now, can he make it 4 in a row here? Absolutely he could. He's had a relatively reserved warm-up out on the track in here. It looks like he's held himself very well. He was sharp back in the paddock, but moving well. Have no problems with him as your favorite, and he's been in raging form for Gustavo Rodriguez. Right to his inside, though, is a horse that I'm intrigued by stretching back out in the 4 Film Star. I ended up landing on him just because overall just kept grabbing my attention in the paddock and just looked best. Really carrying his weight well, great in his coat, so well turned out for Linda Rice. And last time out, I'm going out of town to Laurel. Did end up sitting stalking in a stalking spot and dueling in the stretch, outgaming that foe to get the win late in the final jumps. But if you go back to his last few tries at 1 mile and an eighth before they got very, I guess, confident with him stepping into Graded Stakes Company, he was in great form going 1 mile and an eighth. And in fact, even finished second in that Woodward behind Zandon. Yes, that was back in 2023, but I was encouraged by the fact that he won last time out, and hopefully that's a sign that he as a horse is doing well as he gets to stretch back out today. The 2 Law Professor has always shown an affinity for the 1 mile and an eighth distance, was well beaten by Phileas Fogg last time out, in fact losing second and tiring. He warmed up beautifully out on the track though, and looks like he's doing really well for Rob Atras. He's a horse that really kind of shows you when he's going to run a big one, so we'll see if he can turn the tables on that heavily favored outside runner. Greg?
Acacia, thank you. About to load up. Pick 5 again. Pool starts here. You see the number there, $171,000 in that Pick 5 pool and growing. I find it incredibly difficult to see Phileas Fogg getting beat here.
He would have to regress off of his last race and possibly not run one of his better efforts or take some pace pressure. Those are both questions he'll have to answer. And here I did opt for Law Professor, who has some big races to get back to, and maybe he's one that Acacia liked how he looked, and he'll be sitting on a big race.
Yeah, strong veteran. There he is, who's been on this circuit for a while. 6-year-old. He's won close to $600,000, but this is the one everyone's got to try and beat. He's got it all, including tactical speed to get out in front early. We are set. Chris Griffin to kick off this Saturday card from Aqueduct.
And they're off. Olympic Dreams right out towards the front, and Law Professors in the early mix too. Joining them is Film Star 3 wide. 4 wide, that's going to be Phileas Fogg. The lone trailer is Curbstone, who's at the back end of the field. They work into that first turn, and from the outside, Phileas Fogg wants to assert. Phileas Fogg is now up by a full length. Just having to steady briefly there was Olympic Dreams. His move back here is back to third. He's on the muscle there, is in between horses. Is moving up to the outside is Film Star, who's now a stalking presence from second. Just behind them now Olympic Dreams is more settled in third. Then comes towards the back end of the field Law Professor. Trying to get out just a touch there. Law Professor traveling a little awkwardly, wants to get out, but now straightens up, is in that 4th spot, and 3 lengths in front of the trailer. Curbstone, 24.42 for the opening quarter mile. They're chasing the favorite, Phileas Fogg. Phileas Fogg and the stalking presence of Film Star right to the outside is engaged. It is only 3/4 of a length back in second through a 49.36 half-mile time. Down towards the inside, Olympic Dreams, waiting for some room, and then towards the outside, here comes Law Professor, is now going to claim the 3rd position. The trailer is Curbstone. They get set to work into the far turn, less than a half-mile to go, and Phileas Fogg is still there. Phileas Fogg is starting to get away here with Film Star as the front 2 start to separate from the rest. Law Professor still trying to get out there, and here comes a run from Curbstone, who splits rivals. Olympic Dreams is now the trailer as they are approaching a quarter mile left to go. 1:14.45 for 3/4 of a mile. Phileas Fogg with a stubborn contender and Film Star to the outside, and Film Star is ranging up on Phileas Fogg, who straightens up and finds more. Phileas Fogg is trying to take him all the way. Phileas Fogg is trying to shrug off and repel the challenge of Film Star, who continues to give game chase. Curbstone on the grandstand side has got late momentum, running out of time. Phileas Fogg is almost home. Curbstone now the only one with the shot. Phileas Fogg needs the line. Curbstone is lunging. Photo! Did Curbstone get up in time? It's a photo. Curbstone and Phileas Fogg. Film Star finished third in 1 minute 54 seconds flat.
1-2 favorite, desperate for the wire. Did this 16-1 shot come and nail him in the end? It looks like he does. Curbstone gets a head in front late for the victory.
This was a beautifully timed ride by Maddie Oliver, a horse that she's so familiar with, and you knew that he had the stamina coming into this race to make that late run. A little bit of hitting up front early. Film Star wanted to be forward, with Jose Lezcano very intent to get position out of the gate. You knew that Phileas Fogg was going to show that speed we've become accustomed to seeing, and this ride was just so perfectly set up for her to get there right at the right time. A very smart ride on Curbstone.
Biggest number on the board, beating the shortest price favorite we're going to see on this entire card. What an upset to kick off his Saturday action. And can't really fault Romero Mirage. I mean, he did everything right here, didn't he?
He did. He did. There were a couple of decisions made early on. I saw Jose Lezcano wanting to have that body position forward and really urge Filmstar to get position. Kendrick Carmouche kind of did the opposite with Law Professor, wanted him not to be a part of that early pace. Ultimately, he was drifting and getting out and difficult to handle and was no factor. But I think that what else was Romero supposed to do with a horse who had been forward in his last couple of wins? It still ran a big effort to just get caught right at the wire.
And we're just told that Curbstone was the first winner for Maddie Olver.
Yes.
So wins again here and a huge number on this woman in a massive upset. Wow, how about that? Maddie Olver, good for you. Tom Morley-Barn with Curbstone. Beats a horse in incredibly sharp form right now. At 16-1, so a lot of us who played these multi-race wagers got to start over. And here, D. Wayne Lucas, last year on the Triple Crown, had a young rider he gave a shot to, wound up winning the Preakness. He'll try and get a young face into one of the big classics as well with young Tyler Bacon. They'll team up with American Promise, trying Stakes Company for the first time in today's Southwest.
Great day of thoroughbred racing. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1. As always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Hot Springs Park, ancient thermal springs, mountain views, forest hikes. Richie, sounds like a Tuesday in the life of the MiG.
Yeah, I see that in my future for sure.
Here in Hot Springs, Arkansas, biggest day of the meet thus far. Just getting started. Race 2, 5 minutes out. Good race. Maiden special weight. 3-year-olds. Mile and a 16th, just like the Martha Washington in Southwest. Post parade, let's meet the field. Long shots drawn inside Shinigami and then Ripped and Tyler Bacon.
Yeah, Rip's just going to have to find a bit more as he stretches back out.
Highway 20 ride.
This is an interesting horse from a pedigree standpoint. The mare has had no winners sprinting. All of her foals have done better going longer.
Long shots inside. Here's another, Lord Baranoff.
Yeah, it just feels like this horse has to take a step forward, but I thought the last time was a bit of an improvement.
Shepherd, leading trainer Kenny McPeak.
Big effort sprinting in the mud. Will that translate stretching out, being by Lauban? You would think so.
Nick's Glory, leading rider Christian Torres.
Get Christian Torres. It's always a positive here at Oaklawn Park.
Number 8, La Hooligan, 3-year-old debut.
I think a horse that has shown improvement, a little slow early. Loved the way this horse looked on the racetrack.
High Limit, not what you want in a maiden race, most experienced.
Yeah, 0 for 8, and sometimes they start accumulating those losses. I go other directions.
Liam Song, lone first-time starter.
Yeah, tough distance to debut at.
And Rapture, Eclipse Award winning jockey Flavien Prat in line for a big day.
Who's in town to ride for Brad Cox today. And he rides a lot of favorites for Brad Cox, who I think got off of that mini Oaklawn Park slump at the right time.
More on Prat riding here later in the broadcast. Fever Night pictured.
A very, very tough post, but a horse that ran really well 2 starts back at Fairgrounds. He can run that race back. Going to be competitive here, but he has to avoid being caught wide.
Runners in the 2nd at 12, Oaklawn Park. Who's ready to graduate? Find out in about 3 minutes. Another look at Ripped. BC Stable, Just Like Just Steel, runner-up in last year's Southwest. Tyler Bacon aboard, 17-year-old apprentice, riding for a legend, D. Wayne Lucas, and absorbing all the wisdom he possibly can in the process.
Mr. Lucas taught me a lot ever since I've been riding for him. He's show me stuff I could do better. If I win the race, he'll tell me how I could do better, and even if I win the race, he still tells me to keep my head up, and I'm doing good, so it means a lot for him to say all that stuff, you know. It means a lot for Mr. Lucas to keep me on the horse, you know, especially in the Southwest, and especially because I don't get the bug weight in the race, and there's a lot more experienced riders, so I'm really happy that he kept me on the horse and really excited. American Promise is just a really nice horse. He's really big, like he makes all the other horses look small. You know, he has a really big stride, and when I go out in the mornings with American Promise, he's just all class, you know, he does everything right. He's ready to do his thing, so that's what I like about him. To win the Southwest, I think that'd be really cool, especially as a bug rider and first graded stakes race. That'd be really awesome, especially to get Kentucky Derby points. I've never thought I'd be riding in a Derby point prep, so that's cool. It's really awesome.
Such a cool story. Tyler Bacon, Wayne Lucas over the decades, a cast of Hall of Famers, Richie, that have ridden for the coach in Gary Stevens and Angel Cordero, Pat Day, etc. These days, the coach is sticking with the young guns.
You know, and I think it's great, and it gives a young rider instant credibility. Wayne Lucas has been to the mountaintop. As a matter of fact, I think he built a house on the mountaintop. So it gives
built a mountain.
Well, it gives him instant credibility with other trainers. Well, if the coach, Wayne Lucas, is riding this kid, he must have something. And I'm going to tell you what, I'm impressed with this kid. I think he sees a race well. And looking at that, doesn't he look like a young Steve Cawthon?
First thing, just shades of Steve Cawthon as a teenager when he was busy winning the Triple Crown. Wayne Lucas, yeah, while he was busy winning the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies with Folklore in 2005, right around the time Tyler Bacon was born. And then you were just looking at Shepherd, trained by Kenny McPeak, just like the 2024 champion 3-year-old filly and Horse of the Year Torpedo Anna. Ritchie announced Thursday night in South Florida at the 54th Eclipse Awards. Torpedo Anna, these are the horses that create racing fans.
Absolutely, and the fact that we're seeing a lot of these horses come back as 4-year-olds is just good for the game. It's good for us covering it. It's good for us as fans. And Torpedo Anna back on the work tab, fired off a 3 furlong work and 35 and change. I think she's eager to get back to work.
Best news, we get to see her as a 4-year-old filly. Champions crowned, 4 of the winners having competed here at Oaklawn at some point. Torpedo Anna, Straight No Chaser, Soul of an Angel, and of course Eric Asmussen, champion apprentice. Over to Maggie trackside with more on Torpedo Anna's stablemate, Shepherd. Maggie.
Yeah, Shepherd, as Lafitte, I stand here at the 16th pole where these horses will break as this apron on Southwest Day begins to fill up. A lot of patrons and fans taking in the sunshine before it goes behind the grandstand. But the 2 turns is a big question mark, right? For your favorite in here, Shepherd, who automatically, when I saw him walking into the paddock, I thought longer is better. He broke a bit slow in that debut. A lot of times more distance will mitigate slow breaks. So I wish he warmed up a little bit with a little bit more fluidity behind, but he does look like he wants longer. Rapture really sent away from the pony with Flavien Prat aboard. Look for him to go forward as he stretches out from a 1-turn mile to a 2, and then a long shot here for the coach, Wayne Lukas. Ripped. He bled in his last start, Lafitte. He'll get Lasix for the first time, and I could not take my eyes off this long shot.
Looked the part, impressed Maggie, did Ripped and Tyler Bacon aboard, all set. These 3-year-olds, Baden special weight, mile and a 16th, same distance as the Southwest and Martha Washington. That's key. Matt Ditterman with the call, race to Oaklawn live on Fox Sports 1.
Shepherd goes in, 2 back, Rapture, post 11, into the outside post Fever Night to round out the field. Here's Fever Night going in. We're ready to go. And Larough. Rapture broke sharply from post position number 11 and is up on the pace today early. Lord Baranoff second with Nick's Glory. Highway 20 ride aggressively ridden to be fairly close. Approaching the first turn run. He gets through down on the inside. Highway 20 ride into the clubhouse turn they go. Lord Baranoff is the pacemaker here. Clears off a length and a tail. Rapture in the second position early. Then Nick's Glory. Highway 20 ride. They're side by side. They're 2 better than La Hooligan and Rip. They're together. Another 2 lengths back to Shepherd. A bit keen here. Shepherd in his second lifetime start. High Limit joins him, and Shinigami inside of that pair, running about 7 lengths off the pace. Another length to Fever Night, and the first-time starter Liam Song is last. As they head down the backstretch, Lord Baranoff is the leader by a length from Rapture. Placed well today in second. Nick's Glory on a hold outside, 3 deep in third. Then comes Rip down on the inside. La Hooligan niggled along now, 2.5 lengths behind, approaching the 4-turn run. High Limit, Shepherd, and Highway 20 ride. They all stretch across the track. They're within 5 lengths of the lead. Another length to Fever Night, and then Shinigami drops to the back with Liam Song. Around the 4 turn they go. It's still Lord Baranoff at 27-1 who leads the way. Rapture has come under a hard ride now in the second position. Nick's Glory third. Rip getting closer on the rail. He's got horse at a price at the top of the stretch. Lord Baranoff off the turn. Rapture continues to grind away on his outside, and he takes a short lead. Nick's Glory's battling right there too. Shepherd down the extreme outside, putting in a run, but Rapture is kicked away. Rapture accelerates, opens up 3 with a 16th to go. Rip coming on the scene for second, but Rapture is all alone in the WinStar Racing colors, and it is going to be Rapture for the Brad Cox barn. And the Eclipse Award winner, Flavien Prat. Ripped was second, Fever Night third, and fourth across the line was Lord Baranoff.
Uh-oh. It's happening, Richie. It's happening. Brad Cox, Rapture, graduates. Brad Cox couldn't buy a winner the first month and a half of the meet. Make it 3 straight in 3 days, and well-armed in the main event, Patch Adams in the Southwest.
I think this is really interesting because Rapture has been training in South Florida, Payson Park, the same place that Patch Adams has been training, so we know horses can come out of there and run well. Now, these were maidens going to mile and a 16, 3-year-olds. They ran 146.17 100s. Keep that in mind later on in the day. How will that compare to the mile and a 16th in the Southwest?
You see those WinStar white colors on days like this, on the undercard in these 3-year-old maiden races. You never know. I remember being back at Gulfstream Park about a decade ago. It was Fountain of Youth Day, and everybody knew the results of the Fountain of Youth wasn't going to play an impact on the Kentucky Derby, but a colt by the name of Constitution, owned by the WinStar Farm, won that day, and he was the 3-year-old that emerged. Eventually won the Florida Derby. Didn't have a chance to run in the Kentucky Derby, but point is, these are the races you pay attention to that later on down the road, who knows what kind of colt, what kind of damage Rapture could do moving forward.
Yeah, and I love the way he finished. You know, he's by Uncle Mo, the late Uncle Mo, who we lost recently, and he has that kind of stride, right? Head out and down, reaching for ground, and he really finished. You know, a lot of times a horse will win by open lengths. It's more a function of the horses behind them struggling, their stride deteriorating. Not in this case. This horse finished with his legs up underneath him.
Rapture, remember his name as he graduates here at Oaklawn Park. 2 down, 10 left. Brad Cox, Flavien Prat striking early on the Southwest program. When we come back, More on the Asmussens, the family legacy, decades of excellence, and so much fun to watch. Father and sons working together, brothers competing with one another, and moments of triumph, achievement at the highest level.
Seize the Gray wins convincingly.
Seize the Gray. He's going to seize the day in the Pennsylvania Derby.
Seize the Gray is still there. Seize the Gray wins the Preakness.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
And they're off at the Naira Bets Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornoch setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The two Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind Frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornoch.
Dornoch wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornoch to win the Belmont Stakes.
What's at stake? $1 million purse. Oaklawn Stakes races are where horses step out of the shadows and into the spotlight, and where Triple Crown dreams begin. The Southwest Stakes is coming. It's the race where the legend of Mystic Dan began.
Mystic Dan is turning it on.
And it's back and bigger than ever. Big crowds, big names, and a big old payday.
Mystic Dan, a dominant win.
This is your Oaklawn.
Flavien Prat, Eclipse Award winner, shattered the record for most graded stakes wins by a jockey in a single season last year. Here, teaming up with Brad Cox, just like they'll do in the Southwest. Rapture, onward and upward.
And the beat goes on for Flavien Prat, who always has his horses in good position. He's so reminiscent of Jerry Bailey in that respect to me, placing his horses, giving them that best opportunity to show their abilities. And I like the way this horse finished the feet. He's got that distinctive Uncle Mo way of traveling, really reaching for ground. Put a lot of separation in the last 16th of the mile.
Yeah, he did. Levels off nicely, so visually impressive. We'll wait to see what the speed figure is. 380 for the win. And just in the moment, just having watched Rapture, would you expect potentially maybe a race offering Derby points in his near future?
Well, I think that he earned his right to try, right? I mean, with an effort like that, you've got to think bigger game. And the one thing about it, and it was interesting, I was talking with Flavien Prat earlier this morning in the jocks room, how horses change over this period of time. These are young horses. It's like kids. They hit their maturity at different times. They get into puberty at different times. He's a horse that might just be developing at the right time, but the way he finished today, I do think they'll give him his opportunity.
Rapture here at Oaklawn Park. Flavien Prat, Brad Cox, a victory early on the Southwest program. Much more on the Southwest throughout the course of the broadcast, plus the female equivalent, the Martha Washington and Quiet Side. 8-5 morning line favorite. She has mixed it up with some of the best. She hasn't won in a while, but this time in the Martha Washington, she's the one to beat. Stay tuned. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage on Fox Sports 1 as we get set for race 2 at Aqueduct. We'll kick off the early pick 4. These are New York breds trying to get that first win of their career, and that is the even money favorite. Start number 2 for Omaha Pistol, the 6th.
Based on his first race, he is the one to beat, fastest of those with experience on the racetrack, and we did see one of the horses from there come back to win his next start.
Start our post parade off with Dear Chairman from the inside. Christopher Elliott aboard.
I think this one needs another step forward, but does have 2 races under his belt.
Next door, first-time starter taking money for one of the best barns in the game, Christophe Clement.
This one has a lot of dam side precocity. 4 of 6 siblings won first time out.
Lucky Dragon gets a fast track for the first time in start number 2.
Seems like he really did not appreciate the off-going last time, but is stepping up in class.
First-time starter here, Grand Cashew, is taking some attention.
Has some good gate works coming in. Seems to be working very quickly in the morning.
We miss Neil. This is the most experienced runner in the field trying to get that first win.
Others just seem to have more upside than this one, but has a solid foundation.
Even money favorite. Here's Omaha Pistol. Kendrick Carmouche rides.
Been off since September, where he did debut at Saratoga, finishing 3rd that day. Seems like the one to beat.
And Captain Jack Sparrow, Mike Makerbarn, debuting in a bullet gate drill leading into the debut.
Has some pedigree as well. A half to Midtown Lights, who won in her 3rd start, but that was actually her first start on the dirt.
You could get the inside track on handicapping with Naira Bet's track stats. Want to know how many winners are closing from the back at Aqueduct? You can ask Sarah, or you can go to Track Stats. They have the answer. More stats on tracks across the country. Go to NairaBets.com. So a very short price on this second-time starter, and we see that patented Kendrick Carmouche warm-up here. Debut good enough. The debut was at 7 furlongs. It's a tough distance to win at first time.
It is, and he was a horse that was a little bit green, trying to lug in just a touch as well. Kind of in behind horses, not really finding that solid path to move forward with. And then when there was an attempt to shift him out, he just really wanted to stay close to the inside towards the rail. So perhaps having a little bit more forward momentum. You can see him sort of pick it up when he gets passed by a horse to his outside and find that split between horses there. I think that was a great start to have something to build on coming into this one. But the question is, maybe these first-time starters could be something decent coming in here, and many come in with some credentials in pedigree, works, and connections.
Odds on right now at 4 to 5. We saw, I'm not sure, Acacia, if you were on for this horse's debut or not, but has this one seemed to grown up a little bit since Saratoga this summer?
You know, he hasn't changed that much, Greg. He was on the smaller side when debuting in Saratoga, and I remember he was very vocal, a little bit bewildered in the paddock before that debut. Just really kind of lacking some focus and showing some greenness, which typically we saw throughout the summer. Jeremiah Englehart just be spot on with his 2-year-olds in their preparation and coming over to the racetrack. And even fine that day, this Omaha Pistol. He does come back here looking exceptionally fit, and you saw that big warm-up that Kendrick gave him, which I think, given his demeanor and kind of what we saw from him as a 2-year-old, maybe he needs to expend a little bit of that energy. I do think he could strengthen overall coming back here, but he does have some foundation. And as Sarah mentioned, he was lugging in quite a bit, really hanging on that left lead late and kind of had his head turned, wanting to get over to the rail. So I will be curious to see if he can keep a straight course. He looked like he was doing fine in the warm-up, and no kind of extra equipment added onto him in here today. We'll be interested to see what Kendrick Carmouche does as far as kind of keeping him on a straight course. But one thing you could be sure of is Kendrick has certainly watched that first race and is well familiar with this horse's quirks. Now, taking a look at a couple of first-time starters, the two Give Me My Theme Music. I've always loved this name. By Game Winner, and this, of course, a Coach Deion Sanders, Coach Prime quote, Give Me My Theme Music, and I think just very clever. So excited to see what this one can do. As Sarah mentioned, plenty of precocity in the siblings. Several graded stakes and stakes winners in the family as well. And the dam, while she did win only once going long, it was at the age of 2. The second dam, actually a producer as well, making the dam a sister to Summerly, winner of the Kentucky Oaks. So there is a lot of good pedigree in here. And yes, Game Winner hasn't necessarily lit the world on fire thus far. However, we will see a favorite by Game Winner in the Southwest later on today in gaming. This horse looks very strong and powerful for debut. The only question I have is the debut at 7 furlongs. Not an easy thing to do or an easy place to start, but certainly looks ready for the task. The 7 captain, Jack Sparrow. Buck Butler always has incredibly clever names as well. Well-built, good-looking son of Honest Mischief, half to Midtown Lights, who was better going a bit longer. This one just a little bit green and distracted back in the paddock. Little chatty, kind of spooking a little bit. He seems to have settled out on track. I do wonder, though, mentally, if he'll need a little bit of time to put it together, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. Again, you can play all the action right there, NyraBets.com. Prices really not moved. Public is all over this second-time starter, the 6 Omaha Pistol for the barn of Jeremiah Engelhardt.
With so much unknown with these debuting young horses or those light on experience, you know that he has a fast race in there somewhere as a 2-year-old, and with routine improvement, there's an expectation that he's going to be just a little bit too fast for these. But I'm with Acacia. I think that Give Me My Theme Music is dangerous.
Yes. New sire that stands for 20. This one sold for 150, so that tells you a little bit of the story already. But one of the best barns in the game. We'll see if they have a runner here with this too. There in the background, Sahin Savachi making a big impact here in New York, coming from Canada. We've been saying his name quite a bit.
We have. He's just been impressive getting horses in the right position and really finding how horses want to run their races and making sure to execute that effectively. He's just been top-notch since coming here, and I think that I'd really like to see him stick around throughout the spring and maybe even the summer and see what kind of impact he can have on the colony overall when we do see some of those more well-known summertime Saratoga names return.
Loads up there on the first-timer for Christophe Clement. Here's long shot Lucky Dragon. Mike Maselli. What took money first time out. It's a big price at 27-1. Didn't get a fast track that day. Debut a lot of times. It's just a throw-out race, a learning experience. A lot of changes. Gets blinkers, gets Lasix. Obviously a fast track, but it is a step up in class too.
And that is the concern to be worried about with this one, where I think there's a lot of legitimate excuses to forgive his first race, but this is a tougher test with horses that have proven a little bit more in their races.
Set for race 2. It's Omaha Pistol the 6, the heavy favorite. Chris Griffin, the call.
Captain Jack Sparrow. Goes in, all set. And they're off. We Miss Neil gets the first call, and down at the rail, here comes Dear Chairman, and Dear Chairman now with the neck in front. We Miss Neil is a stalking presence second, then comes Omaha Pistol out wider in third. In behind them and fourth there comes Give Me My Theme Music, and Sahin Savachi is tracking off the 3 pace setters. Out wider there comes Grand Cash from 5th. Length off of that one comes Lucky Dragon and the trailer, Captain Jack Sparrow. 23.36 for that measured opening quarter. The leader is Dear Chairman. We Miss Neil applies the pressure, is within a half length of the leader. Omaha Pistol is towards the outside, was a shared third, now moves forward. It's a wide run here for Grand Cash. It's going to be 4 wide, 5 wide is going to be Captain Jack Sparrow. And behind them, Give Me My Theme Music with the trailer, Lucky Dragon. Very tightly bunched, and the leader is Dear Chairman. Dear Chairman is trying to extend the margin. We Miss Neil's trying to keep up. Ground-saving journey and finds room. Give Me My Theme Music is in hand, is right in behind. Dear Chairman, who approaches the top of the stretch, is in control up by a length and a half. Give Me My Theme Music wants off the rail. Grand Cash is chasing here and now is taking a clear second. Give Me My Theme Music dives down towards the rail, and these 3 will settle it for a final furlong. Give Me My Theme Music has the momentum. Right there is Dear Chairman from in between horses, and still joining them is Grand Cash, and now extending late. It's going to be Give Me My Theme Music. Gets the victory. Give Me My Theme Music wins it over Dear Chairman. Then came Grand Cash and Lucky Dragon in 1 minute 27 seconds flat.
Cue it up. Needs a song. Give Me My Theme Music. Christophe Clement, first-time starter. Sahin Savachi up the fence for the win.
And at each point in this race, you could see sort of the wheels turning in this rider's head, Sahin Savachi, where he had this horse in behind horses, taking some kickback, getting a good education, and just was patiently waiting for We Miss Neil to drop back and not have the stamina to continue on after pressing the pace. stays towards the inside, then went to go out there. That spot closed, no problem. He was able to find that spot right towards the inside with Dear Chairman drifting out to meet the challenge of Grant Cash. So many crucial moves at every point in this race to be in the right spots and to get through, and I thought this horse leveled off very professionally.
2-1-4-3, winds up second choice on the board, but impressive always to win at first asking. Maybe a little extra credit too to win at 7/8 of a mile at first asking.
And to just be so pliable with where the rider wanted to put this horse without having any argument to that. He was able to really position this horse in behind horses and really just able to just go wherever he wanted on the racetrack with him. And that's not something you typically see from a first-time starter.
Showing a little Neon Dion ability in the debut. Give me my theme music for the Clement barn. Wins first time out at 5-2 to kick off the pick 4. Meanwhile, more coming up from Hot Springs when we return. An entry-level allowance 6 furlong sprint is next. A look at the current favorite there, Big City. The 9, Christian Torres, hops aboard. Post Parade is next.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fastbacks, exclusively on NyraBets. Open your NyraBets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the NyraBets app to start using Fastbacks today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
The Fasig-Tipton Kentucky Winter Mixed Sale, the last mixed sale before the start of the breeding season. Featuring racing broodmare prospects, yearlings, and mares in foal to their sport's top sires. Recent grads include multiple Grade 1 winner Adair Manor, graded stakes winners Fastest Flight, First Peace, Leave No Trace, Olivia Darling, and Running Bee. Kentucky Winter Mixed, February 3rd at Fasig-Tipton in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 1. America's Day at the Races, as always, brought to you in part by Hill & Dale at Alapa. Picture perfect Saturday afternoon in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Good crowd on hand. Biggest day of the Oaklawn meet thus far. Temperature in the mid-40s. With all eyes on the 3-year-olds, the fillies and the Martha Washington, the boys in the Southwest later this evening on Fox Sports 2. Good allowance race on tap. Older horses sprinting 6 furlongs, $130,000 purse. We start the post parade with Good As I Once Was, second at this level, January 4th.
Well, I don't think I'm as good as I once was, but I like the horse. He's versatile and he's in good form.
Another horse in the field named after you. We'll see in a moment. There's Gunflash.
Gunflash, more of a closing sprinter type, needs pace. I think he gets it.
Right on cue. Great Richie M.
Yeah, listen, I love the name. I don't know if I like the horse in this spot, but great name.
A sit guy representing speed.
Boy, what an impression this horse made on the racetrack. I love the way he warmed up.
Number 9, the favorite, Big City, first sprint since June.
Yeah, turning back in distance for a horse that has natural speed on the turn back probably gets a stalking trip.
Lightning struck at 32-1 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, against easier. Is going to have to step it up, though, to compete with this group.
Anthonian Contender, second choice, graduated at Churchill in November.
And you get the hard riding Ricardo Santana aboard. And this horse looked like a coiled up spring waiting to be released in the post parade. He had his head bowed, and he was just dying to do more. I like when horses have that kind of enthusiasm.
Some grizzled sprinters vying for the winner's share of $130,000 purse. Gorgeous Shot, bird's eye view. They'll be filing into that starting gate in 2 minutes. As we check in with Maggie trackside. Maggie, Big City, the favorite, leading rider Christian Torres. What caught your eye?
Well, Lafitte, this is a horse that I actually saw up at Saratoga, but you look down and you're like, Maggie, you're insane. This horse has never run at Saratoga. Well, he was meant to over this summer, but he was a late scratch on the track for previous connections. Now, since we've seen Ray Ashford take over, he has predominantly been running this horse longer. This is actually the shortest that Big City has ever traveled. Now, I will say this. I liked him in the paddock up in Saratoga. I like him here at Oaklawn. I did not like him on the track, hence the late scratch. Moving better today. And I will say this about Ray Ashford, route to sprint on the dirt. He's 23 for 117, 20% negative ROI though. So of course these horses tend to get bet. I just have a problem with the distance. Is my only problem with this horse today. He just looks like he wants to go a bit further and was quite laid back in the paddock and somewhat out on the track too. As we'll move on to number 12, as you heard Richie say, Anthonian like a coiled spring, and he has been. And I thought it was impressive that off of a 14-month layoff that this guy was able to get the job done. Now, I call into question the overall quality of that field that he faced in a restricted maiden special weight for older horses, 3-year-olds and up, but it was a good effort in that he had traffic problems and he was able to get up. It was really hitting his best strides late. He looks fantastic. We'll see if he can build upon that effort. Now, many horses coming out of a common race back on January 4th. I thought Gunflash had the most problems. He got away slowly, he made up the most ground, and he looks fantastic. I'm going to take him. Lafitte?
Some defections, but live, 4-1. Gunflash at the gate. Coverage will be moving to Fox Sports 2 at the bottom of the hour as they file in race 3 on Southwest Saturday from Oaklawn Park, live on Fox Sports 1. Here's Matt Dinnerman.
They've backed out Gunflash. Going to reload him. Now we're ready. And we're off. Great Richie M. broke sharply. Sitka being asked for speed by Harry Hernandez, and Sitka's going to grab the lead here by about a length. From in second, Big City on the tail of the front runner here. Good As I Once Was moves inside to be level second with Big City. Great Richie M. not far off of them, 2 off the pace. Another length and a half to Lightning Struck, the long shot. Gunflash joins him, and Anthonian drops to the back. 6 behind the front-running Sitka at 14-1, who's clear on the lead. Hits the 4 turn, gets to the rail, length and a half in front. Good As I Once Was is in the second position with Big City, and now Sitka opens up the lead to 2 around the turn. Great Richie M. sent upon, not responding well under pressure here, and then comes Lightning Struck on the outside. Anthonian takes the second last position, and Gunflash still at the back as they hit the top of the lane. Sitka doing it well. Sitka coming off the turn. Goes a little wide off that turn, but maintains the lead here. Big City trying to reel him in. On the inside, Good As I Once Was is right there. Sitka with a furlong to go, still in front. Big City trying ever so hard, but he's second as Sitka's still clear. Big City trying to run him down. He's now starting to find his best stride. Sitka under the left-handed stick in front from Big City, who's going to make it tight, and it's tight indeed. Very tight. Sitka and Big City on the line together with Great Richie M. third and Good As I Once Was fourth.
Couple of sprinters slugging it out. Thriller in the third at Oaklawn Park. Sitka, the long shot. Did he hold on? Big City, the favorite. Did he catch him?
There was one final lunge from Big City that made it desperately close as they hit the wire. Sitka cut out all the fractions. It's going to be heads up and down on the wire. Lafitte.
Wow.
It looks like the outside horse got the best of that, Bob.
Another look, low level. Sitka digging. Harry Hernandez going to work. Sitka trying to steal at 14-1. Big City not quite the favorite, 7-2. That late surge, leading rider Christian Torres. Fans here reacting to the replays. Tight finish in this third race at Oaklawn Park. I thought Big City got him.
Yeah, I thought Big City might have got the last bob and got his nose down in the wire. Watch Sitka on the inside. He's going to jump back to his left lead very late. And he kind of almost bobbled a step, and maybe that gave Big City a little bit of the edge. This is desperately close.
This angle, the angle we're seeing, just funky. But there it is, revealed, the winner of this third race, Oaklawn Park. Big City Christian Torres, City of Light, 4-year-old colt, third lifetime victory. Just putting away Sitka, who does everything but win.
Wow, Sitka gave such a game effort. Those are heartbreaking. The smaller the margin of defeat, the more second guessing as a rider you're going to do. Harry Hernandez rode a great race, no excuses. He just got nipped by a horse turning back in distance, which made his closing kick a bit stronger.
And you could tell the long shot Sitka rounding the far turn that he had something left and was going to take some catching.
Yeah, he was traveling. He was carrying Harry Hernandez the right way. One thing about Oaklawn, I mean, it's a very fair racetrack, but speed's always a good premium to have.
Bang, bang finish in this third race here, Oaklawn Park. We still have the 6 stakes races ahead. Of course, with all the attention on the Derby preps, the Southwest, and a potential Oaks prep on the Martha Washington, amongst the other races, Richie, is there one race, one horse, one storyline, something you're looking forward to in particular?
I think the King Cotton got very interesting. It scratched down to a field of 4. That makes it a much more of a jockey's race. And there's not a tremendous amount of speed signed on, and I really think it benefits Gulfport a great deal.
Now, I'm not saying we'll see it this year, but the last couple of years, this King Cotton, Steve Asmussen, used as a prep for both Gunite and Skelly to go on to the Riyadh Dirt Sprint at King Abdulaziz and the undercard of the Saudi Cup. Again, I don't know that these sprinters are of that caliber, but that's where we've seen the runners head to in the last couple of King Cottons.
Well, you know that Steve's not bashful about taking chances. If you look consistently, Steve Asmussen's horses earn a lot of money. They don't have to win. They collect purse money, getting seconds, thirds, fourths in big purse races. But Gulfport could take a step forward here today, and a horse that showed a lot of promise as a 2-year-old hasn't quite fulfilled it, but one race could maybe turn it around.
One of 6 stakes races, the King Cotton, and for sprinters, all roads leading to the Count Fleet here, the most prestigious race for sprinters at Oaklawn Park. Also that road to the Arkansas Derby and the Southwest Stakes, $1 million purse, $1 million Derby prep. We're not in February yet. When you have that kind of money and the Derby points available, 42 of them, you'll have this kind of field. 9 strong with Gaming Richie, established as a 2-to-1 morning line favorite, and so much excitement surrounding the second choice, Patch Adams for Brad Cox.
I think you've got something for everybody here. Gaming, who was good at 2. Patch Adams, who just broke his maiden but has been brilliant. Don't sleep on a maiden named Publisher, who I think is just figuring the game out. I watched all his replays last night, Steve. Lafitte, and he's kind of putting it together at the right time.
Southwest Stakes, you'll see it on Fox Sports 2 as we wind things down here on Fox Sports 1. Again, all 6 stakes races on Fox Sports 2. The major headlines, there's Bob Baffert seeking a 7th win in the Southwest this afternoon. He has Gaming the favorite. Will he rebound? How will he respond to that disappointing Los Alamitos futurity effort? Brad Cox already with 1 win this afternoon. He's won the Southwest with essential quality. That campaign would result in a championship. Patch Adams for Brad Cox. How good is he? We'll find out this evening on Fox Sports 2 from Oaklawn Park to Southwest. Oaklawn Park in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Biggest day of the meet so far. That was a scene a season ago. Mystic Dan splashing to victory in the Southwest Stakes. 13 weeks later, he would become the 150th Kentucky Derby winner. In just hours at Oaklawn, that very same Southwest Stakes, where Gaming is the favorite. Southern California Invader, he has won at the highest level and is trained by one of the best, Bob Baffert. He's back, eligible to run horses in the Kentucky Derby for the first time in 3 years. Welcome to our viewers on Fox Sports 2. This is America's Day at the Races, as always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Win the Southwest Stakes and the Kentucky Derby. That make a bobblehead of you in commemoration, celebration, Mystic Dan, last year's Kentucky Derby hero. Welcome everyone to our viewers on Fox Sports 2. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Trackside, you know, there are 4 significant Kentucky Derby prep races every winter and spring here at Oaklawn Park. Today is the second, the Southwest Stakes. So what's at stake? First off, the money, and lots of it, $1 million purse, and the Kentucky Derby points. That's how horses qualify for the Kentucky Derby. 42 Derby points available, 20 to the winner. Among those 3-year-olds that will be vying the mile and the 16th, there's the field. 9 Strong Gaming for trainer Bob Baffert is the 2-1 morning line favorite. As I welcome in champion jockey Richie Migliore. Richie, aside from the lucrative aspect of the Southwest, that $1 million purse, aside from the Kentucky Derby points, what else is at stake? What does this opportunity represent for the 3-year-olds and connections?
Well, just for a young horse to stamp their ticket, to show that they're able to compete at the highest level, the Grade 1 level, head to the Kentucky Derby, and you need points. You can't win if you're not in, if you don't accumulate enough points. And I think it's important to accumulate those points early. So if there is a hiccup in your training, if you do have a bad trip and you don't gain points in one of the later preps, you're not under the same kind of pressure to get into the starting gate for the Kentucky Derby.
Bob Baffert knows all about the 3-year-old prep series, the road to Louisville, Kentucky through Hot Springs. He trains gaming here, the best performance of his young career. The second-place finish to stablemate and now champion Citizen Bull, runner-up effort in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
I think Gaming showed a lot of character in this Breeders' Cup. He was cast into the position of chasing Citizen Bull, who was loose on a moderate pace. He kicked away from him. A lot of horses cave in at that point. They get discouraged. Think about a human athlete, right? You're trying so hard. If you're running track to catch somebody and you can't gain ground, you cave in. The fact that he stayed on through the wire says a lot about this horse's determination.
All right, so that was one of his best efforts, followed up by a disappointing effort in the Los Alamitos Futurity. An odds-on favorite could do no better than third. What went wrong?
Well, from all accounts, a stumbling, bumbling kind of start. He was down on the inside, which is not always the place to be in Los Al. My opinion, though, is that he was honed for the Breeders' Cup and then wheeled back in the Los Al Futurity. And sometimes horses can't come back with those back-to-back efforts when they've been pointed to a specific spot.
Yeah, Bob Baffert said he was on the fence about running him in the Los Al Futurity. Last minute decided to run him, but he's learned a lot since, training very well and expecting a much better effort in the Southwest Stakes. That's later this evening. And, of course, if you want to get involved, want to play the races with us, Southwest, why not? You can do so at NYRABets.com. Sign up, take advantage of that $200 deposit match. Sign up with that bonus code, a bonus 200. Earn up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now, NYRABets.com. Today's races, the slate brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years doing the usual. Unusually well. Still have the Interborough coming up very shortly at the Big A. Oaklawn races 4 through 12. You'll see each one of those right here. No channel surfing today. 6 stakes races to highlight the Southwest Saturday.
Tremendous card here. Just solid fields. Very competitive. And I'm really happy to be here for the Southwest because we saw what the Southwest yielded last year. Only your Kentucky Derby winner, Mystic Dan.
Nobody knew it at the time, but yeah, in the end, Mystic Dan, Southwest winner, Kentucky Derby hero. As we welcome in the crew from New York, Greg Wolf, Sarah El Badwi standing by on this sensational Saturday of thoroughbred racing. Welcome to the broadcast, guys.
Yeah, thank you both. Very excited to be here on a big Saturday. These are the races, you know, in some ways it's almost more fun, that journey getting to that first Friday and first Saturday in May, than actually the Triple Crown itself.
Well, there's so many horses that we're going to see into the cards today where maybe they don't make it into the starting gate for the Kentucky Derby or run well in that race. It doesn't mean that they don't develop into older horses that maybe want to sprint or try the grass or do something else. There is a wealth of talent within these fields that maybe we see them do something different down the line, even if they don't get to the first Saturday in May.
We have early stakes action on our card here in New York. Fillies and Mares in the Interborough. It is next up here in South Ozone Park. 7 minutes to post. And a purse of $150,000. It's Socially Selective. Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott. Her biggest problem's just been staying on the racetrack, coming off a big performance in a runner-up effort last time out. That was off a long layoff.
It was. If she can repeat that last number, she's going to win this race. It's just a matter of whether or not we see something like that from her that makes her a standout, or if she regresses to some of her prior races that make her a competitor, but no big 4 to 5 overlay in this spot.
Let's welcome in downstairs Acacia Clement for more.
And Greg will start there to the outside, as you do have a couple of classy fillies coming out of some other stakes tries, including your current favorite, Socially Selective, who, as you mentioned, does have some gaps and some stops and starts in between her races, but I thought ran very well last time down at Gulfstream in the Sugar Swirl. She too coming up from Payson Park, where Bill Mott is based in the winter as well, and you can see it often with the horses that do come from Florida back up to New York, just the way that they look in their coats. Now, she has always been a narrow type of filly. Admittedly, I haven't actually seen her on race day since her debut. So she does wear that breastplate, which holds the saddle in place because she's a bit more angular, very narrow, especially in her withers as well. But there's length to her frame. She's built actually like a 7 furlong type of horse. So I like the slight stretch out in distance for her in here. She was getting to Mystic Lake last time out. Mystic Lake, plenty of accomplishments for Saffie Joseph Jr. in that race as well. And the third place finisher Launch came back to win by more than 7 lengths with a 90 by her speed figure. Now right to her inside is the 6 Scalable, who cuts back in distance, which I don't mind at all. I had liked her coming into the Comely and then was a bit disappointed when seeing her in comparison to her competition, in which she dropped pretty far back last time out, and she did come running late. There was no reaching the top 2, who were definitely best in that race, but I am very interested in the cutback to the 7/8 from the 2-turn mile in an 8th try. She's a little bit more compact and shorter coupled. I think this is a great distance for her. She's also more awake today than she was last time, which I appreciate, as she'll be going the shorter distance. And hey, Greg, she doesn't have to face Torpedo Anna like she did 2 back.
No, she does not, and that would be quite a task, but she is facing a pretty good one in Socially Selective, who I feel like gradually she's run the numbers I look at, that same number before than she did last time. She ran a 3 back as well, and she just hasn't had a chance to put races together. See what she can do with today, having had a race already. Here's St. Benedict's Prep. We know she loves this distance.
She does. She likes to be forward as well. I assume they'll go from the inside with her. Has to rebound off of a regression last time out.
Brad Cox Barn, Caldwell Loves Gold, New York bred.
Just a matter of whether or not some pace materializes for her. Certainly very accomplished on dirt and turf.
Kara's Time. Oh, excuse me, the 4 here. Yes, Kara's Time. Ruben Silvera, Mitchell Friedman.
I like her when she's more forward as well. She's going to try to get the 7 furlong distance here after a couple tries at 6.
And after back-to-back wins, you had to deal with Torpedo Anna and then defeated in the Grade 3 Comely Scalable.
Nothing but graded stakes for the most part for her. She actually ran in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies as a maiden. I like her quite a bit on the cutback as well as Acacia does.
And excited to see her at least be able to build on a race here, Socially Selective.
And I think it's important that you mentioned that she has numbers comparable to the last one with different numbers that are looked at, because that means that she's just been in consistent form and could repeat those efforts. And it wasn't just a 1 number last time, if that's what you go on.
Sahin Savachi will ride for Bill Mott. Let's take a look at that comeback effort. Hadn't raced since February. Comes back December the 21st at Gulfstream and comes up just short to Mystic Lake in a stakes race.
And as mentioned, Mystic Lake, an accomplished horse in her own right. I know she was 3 to 5 to get the victory in there, and Socially Selective was running her down and almost getting there, but I think take nothing away from her in defeat in this spot. She draws very well towards the outside in here. I think that she's a major contender. I just sort of want to see what she does here, now putting 2 races back to back, because this will be the first time that she's done that in a little while. We haven't seen her really stay on the racetrack, and it's a concern.
There's also the possibility, as fast a race as she ran off that long time away, she gets even better off that performance. And if that's the case, everybody else better look out of this field, but we'll see what we get. Meanwhile, St. Benedict's Prep, she's been just incredibly consistent. Last time out, even though she lost at a short price as a favorite, but she just didn't run as fast as she's used to running at all.
That's the worry with her, because she has so many races here where she's tackled different distances and just run such consistent numbers. I like her better when she's able to establish the lead or sit just off of it, and maybe that's what happened over at Laurel, because it was a 6 furlong race. She'd been going a little bit further. She didn't get to the front and had to sort of reinvent her running style as of late. Maybe that cost her, but it was just such a slower race, and that's what worries me about her. I also wonder if someone else might try to go with her early and maybe apply a little bit of pressure.
Meanwhile, Brad Cox, we're going to see him with a major contender in that Grade 3 Southwest a little bit later on this afternoon on the road to the Derby. Sends out Caldwell Loves Gold in here. I just didn't see a lot of races that contend with the best from St. Benedict's Prep or Socially Selective, did you?
She'd have to get a little bit faster, and I don't think that this race necessarily sets up for her from a dynamic standpoint either. I think that she's very talented. She's been fun to watch. Everybody likes to have the excitement of a closer, but she just needs to take a little bit of a step forward if we do see some of the better efforts from the horses that are taking the bulk of the wagering play.
9-2 on that Brad Cox trainee. Meanwhile, Sarah and Acacia both trying to spring the upset here with Scalable. Let's go back to Acacia downstairs.
Yeah, hopefully that's a good sign. We're on the same horse, Greg. But continuing on the thoughts with Caldwell Loves Gold, I just have an affinity for this New York bred. She's very honest, and even running on the turf a couple times and going much longer as well. But I've always felt that one turn on the dirt is really the best spot for her. However, as Sarah mentioned, the dynamics are my biggest concern. She is an angular type of build, and she never really kind of pushes off from behind that quickly from the gate. That's just kind of how she is. And also, last time out, she was able to come running. I do wonder if she's going to have the pace set up in here today to come running late. A lot of it will depend on what happens with that horse to the inside in St. Benedict's Prep, who I did think ran very well last time when chasing. Miss Zucchero was able to wire the field, and this horse just missed in trying to run her down. I'd commented in the past that I wonder if she's better when she gets to run with Lasix. However, I'm not as concerned about that today because sometimes those horses do tend to fare a bit better when in the colder weather, and she looks fantastic today. I can't fault her in the warm-up and in the preliminaries, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. About to load, Interboro, 7/8 of a mile, 4-5 favorite. Socially Selective, Bill Mott, Sahin Savachi. There's Linda Rice and St. Benedict's Prep. Probably the biggest question mark in this race. Can she get back to and just erase that performance last time out, but the good effort she's used to providing?
It's a question. This is a compact group, but I think that many of these have an opportunity. Even the long shot, she's not without a chance completely, but I think this is narrowed down to a two-horse race, and it'll likely be one of them, but I'm hoping it's Scalable.
Set for the Interboro, 4-5, Socially Selective favored to the outside. There she is, about to load. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Goes in. All set. And they're off. Socially Selective from the outside, flashes early speed, and in between horses, here's the gray Kara's Time to join that early leader. Now she puts ahead in front. At the rail is going to be a tight hold on St. Benedict's Prep. Is going to hold that rail position, and these are the top two. St. Benedict's Prep has now put a neck in front, now a half length, now a full length on. Back to second, Kara's Time is content just to sit right off of the pace setter, and then comes Socially Selective out in the center of the racetrack is in third. 23.46 for the opening quarter mile in the Interboro, and St. Benedict's Prep is in front. Continuing to chase is Kara's Time from second, Socially Selective just off of them in third. The two at the back is Caldwell Loves Gold, is called upon for the effort, and from the back here, Scalable, who's launching that rally, and Scalable's got some momentum for Kendra Carmouche, is moving up alongside Socially Selective, the favorite, and Scalable's trying to get the jump. In front, it's St. Benedict's Prep. There's the cue for Socially Selective, as she saw Scalable range up on the outside, and Scalable now puts ahead in front of her. As they reach the top of the stretch, they're trying to catch St. Benedict's Prep. Socially Selective dives down towards the inside, and Scalable continues to make up some ground. St. Benedict's Prep is still in front and still there and fending him off, trying to repel the challenge of the oncoming Scalable, and Scalable now has some momentum. Scalable to the outside is past St. Benedict's Prep, who's back to second. Socially Selective is third, but it's going to be Scalable who made that move on the turn and wins the Interboro impressively. Scalable over St. Benedict's Prep, then Socially Selective, and Caldwell Loves Gold in 1 minute 25.05 seconds.
No Torpedo Annas to deal with this time around. Scalable takes advantage. Todd Pletcher, Rapoli, Sable Silks, and Kendrick Carmouche with the upset.
She had to work for it too, but that eye-catching move on the far turn, I liked Kara's time being a little bit more forward. I was a little surprised to see Scalable as the one in last, but with the pace developing up front, it all worked out in terms of the trip that she got. And how game was St. Benedict's Prep, still trying to fight on, but Scalable just facing such tough company throughout the entirety of her career. Finally gets a little bit of class relief not facing the horse of the year of 2024 and is able to gut out the victory. Nice ride by Kendrick.
3 wins now, last 5 starts for Scalable. Certainly going very good for one of the winningest barns in the history of the sport. Todd Pletcher, Kendrick Carmouche takes advantage of this mount here and springs the upset 9-2, beating a 4-5 favorite and Socially Selective. We'll have these prices for you from the Interboro when we come back.
And nothing like the fans at Oaklawn Park. Welcome back, everyone. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, as always. Brought to you by Claiborne Farm, 100 years in the usual. Unusually well. A lot of Arkansas fans here. Nice Pig Suey chant from the fans as we meet the field for this upcoming 4th race at Oaklawn. Good allowance race, $131,000 purse, mile and a 16th. Older horses and Bishop's Bay odds on 4-5.
And rightfully so, Lafitte. He had good effort last time here. When I thought he was just a bit too keen. Seems more settled in the post parade today.
Mackman pictured Christian Torres. They're going to go back-to-back.
And he is making a picture. What a good-looking horse, and you get your leading rider, Christian Torres.
Awesome. Aaron Norm Cassie seeking a second victory this afternoon.
Well, this should be the speed of the speed. Here's a horse stretching out that has sprint speed.
Unload, Winchell Thoroughbreds and the Asmussens.
Back to a fast track, and his fast track races are good.
Underhill's Tab, a little bit one gear, a little bit one pace. Then the favorite here, Bishop's Bay, 8-5 morning line favorite, odds on.
I loved the way he looked, more settled. He was a little too keen last time on a track that was a bit tiring.
Maximus Magic actually cutting back from 1 mile and 3/16.
Yeah, cutting back in distance, but adds blinkers could intensify some of his early pace.
Yellow Brick, 5-year-old debut.
Another horse making a real nice impression. Mike Maker, you get Ramon Vasquez, a rider that I've been impressed with.
Wood Court representing speed.
Yeah, adds more speed to the affair. Certainly, I think we're going to get a legitimate pace here.
Zatara, 21-1 winner 3 weeks ago.
And good races here at Oaklawn. Sits a good trip. I think he stalks from the outside.
Runners in the 4th race on this Southwest Saturday. Post time 2 minutes. Circling back to Bishop's Bay. And Flavien Prat aboard. Prat looking for a second win this afternoon. And his accomplishments, his 2024, a year he will never, ever forget, Richie. Historic, his achievements, especially winning races at the highest level.
Well, you think about the names that have held these records in the past, and certainly breaking Jerry Bailey, one of the greatest riders in the history of the games. He's great at stakes wins record. He, to me, is so impressive because he went looking for big game, Lafitte. He was in a comfort zone. He was going to ride favorites every day in California, and he went looking. He picked a fight. He grabbed the tiger by the tail, right? He said, I'm going to New York, and I'm going to show the world I can compete with the best jockey colony in the world at the moment, in my opinion. And that couldn't have been an easy thing to do.
No, not against that kind of competition. The most talented, most competitive riding colony in North America, exceeding all expectation. Flavien Prat and the Colt Hill Ride in the Southwest. Patch Adams, this was on Thursday. Training a little bit later on in the afternoon. In the morning, training had been canceled. Patch Adams, who has captured the imagination in just his second career start, that maiden win at Churchill Downs, how he won it and just how fast he whistled that 7 furlongs, 33 100ths of a second off the Churchill Downs 7 furlong record.
Remarkable to do that in your second start of your life, and still as a 2-year-old.
Right.
Now, all thoroughbreds officially turn a year older on New Year's Day. He was born in February, so in actuality, he's not going to be a 3-year-old till another week or two, right? So what he did as a 2-year-old, you can expect him to improve off that. Just natural maturation. He showed brilliance. He was aggressive training out here, but you know, horses,
more yesterday than the video our audience just saw.
Absolutely, but listen, horses are creatures of habit. They have routines. Now, because the track being closed in the mornings, having to train in the afternoons, I'm sure it kind of got them a little revved up as well, because usually if they're leaving the stalls in the afternoons, it's to go over to race.
What would you say, aside from gaming, what would you say is the biggest obstacle? Because, again, a lot of firsts for Patch Adams this afternoon. What is the biggest obstacle between him and the Southwest Winner's Circle?
Oh, I think the distance. I think he has to prove that it appears to me he'll get the distance, looking at him from a physical perspective, looking the way he finished the deal going 7 furlongs. And it's not how fast you're going, it's how you're going fast. He did it very well within himself in some respects, going that fast. But he still has to prove that he can get 2 turns. There's some new things, some new questions, and it is only his 3rd start.
Flashy 3-year-old Patch Adams. What will he do in his stakes debut? We'll find out this evening in the 60th running of the Southwest Stakes. Meantime, for Brad Cox, for Flavien Prat, already 1 win in the afternoon. Rapture, Bishop's Bay here at 3-5. What do you expect Prat to do with him when the starting gates bust open?
Well, he's going to be forward, and I think you're going to look for Flavien to be quiet, because this is a horse that got very keen last time. He really jumped in the bit, and he was pulling hard, and he didn't have anything left to finish with. I think the track was a bit tacky that day, a little bit slower. I think with this being the 3rd start off the layoff, with the quiet hands of Flavien Prat, I think he gets in a good rhythm. Whether it's on the lead or stalking, I think you'll see a more settled horse today.
Number 2 in Macman, who will draw now, breaks from the rail with the defection of Arrow the Great. For Christian Torres, he's already won 1 race on the program. Macman 2nd at this level in his most recent. What does he have to do to defeat the likes of Bishop's Bay and company?
Well, I think he would be well served to try to show some speed, and at some point maybe even try to put some separation on Bishop's Bay. One thing with Christian Torres, leading rider, terrific rider. Horses that have speed show better speed with Christian Torres.
Aboard Macman here as they start to file in. Final check of the tote board. Bishop's Bay reading odds on 3-5 at post time for Team Patch Adams, Brad Cox, Flavien Prat, Matt Dinneman with the load and call. Race 4, Oaklawn Live on Fox Sports 2.
Here's Zatara coming up to the gate. And they're off. Uneventful start. Underhill's Tab up on the pace today. Bishop's Bay, though, takes a hold of the bit at once, and he strides to a narrow lead with Unload. These two together. Unload's going to the front, and Bishop's Bay will take a hold and track right behind on the outside second. Not far off, though. Maximus Magic in the third position, then Underhill's Tab, MacMan, they're side by side. Woodcourt is 3 lengths off the pace, perched 3 wide in mid-division. Another length to Yellow Brick. Awesome Aaron tugs at his rider, a little bit keen behind a slow pace here as a joint second to last with Yellow Brick, and that leaves Zatara to trail the field. 8 lengths from first to last, maybe even about 6 or 7 as they swing up the backstretch. A compact group led by Unload, a neck in front of Bishop's Bay right there to the outside. A length and a half to Awesome Aaron, continues to tug, and he's made up quite a few spots. All the way a joint third with MacMan, who's now between horses, and Maximus Magic, who's 3 deep. Another length to Woodcourt, stays in the clear, will be 4 wide as he hits the far turn run. Underhill's Tab has lost position while under pressure. Yellow Brick still second to last. Zatara now alongside of him as they round the far turn. Bishop's Bay comes up, looks for the lead, and grabs it. Unload calls it a day, is bowing away. Here comes Maximus Magic, sent hard. Woodcourt's right there, 3 wide, making his move towards the lead, and 3 runners are across the track at the top of the lane. Maximus Magic starts to give way. Bishop's Bay still on the lead. Woodcourt second. Bishop's Bay opening up the lead now. Woodcourt coming back. A length behind as Bishop's Bay leads the way. MacMan third with Underhill's Tab. Furlong to go. Bishop's Bay separates himself from the rest of the competition, goes for home, opens up 2, 2.5, now it's 3, and Bishop's Bay is a winner. Bishop's Bay, 2 wins for Flavian Pratt and Brad Cox today, wrapped up in the end for a nice score. Woodcourt second, Underhill's Tab third, MacMan fourth.
In a groove early on, Flavian Pratt, Brad Cox team up again. Bishop's Bay, the favorite, delivers in the 4th at Oaklawn Park.
Yeah, and he came under a ride early coming off the far turn, but he kept finding. He drifted a bit through the stretch, but he was just the best horse and got it done. And just like that, Brad Cox has doubled his previous win totals for the meet today with the 2 wins.
4 wins in the last 3 days after scuffling and not able to win a race for a month and a half at Oaklawn Park. Bishop's Bay here. Oh, yeah, by the way, that Peter Pan kind of jumps off the pages, doesn't it? Defeated ahead by Belmont winner, Travers winner, and 3-year-old champ, Arcangelo.
Yeah, he has kept very, very good company. The complexion of this race changed a bit, Lafitte, when the 3, Awesome Aaron, stumbled at the break. This was a horse that had sprint speed. He was kind of rank then under Ricardo Santana, and it changed the pace complexion of this race. Bishop's Bay, once again, Flavian Pratt, always in the right spot.
Who knew, Greg, that Peter Pan back in May of 23? Pretty good race.
Well, this looked like the horse that was going to win it, and then somehow Arcangelo re-rallied surprisingly that day. But yeah, obviously a ton of talent and big performance from Bishop's Bay as Brad Cox, we knew was going to get on track in Hot Springs. Back here in New York, Scalable, Todd Pletcher, Rapoli Stable, Kendrick Carmouche with the upset in the Interborough.
She's just been facing such quality company and was able to take just a slight drop in class today and cut back in distance, sat the right trip, and I thought that she ran extremely well with a big move on the turn to get the victory.
$11 for the win. Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
Happy to be joined by winning rider Kendrick Carmouche, who pilots Scalable to victory. Kendrick, tell me a little bit about the trip, because she was cutting back in distance, but you really let her settle off the pace today.
Yeah, you know, she was cutting back to 7 furlongs. I thought she had a good bottom underneath her from going those long distance, so I wanted to make sure I break her good and keep her within striking distance, because, you know, I didn't want her to drop back so far. They kind of lose their competitiveness when they're not around horses. And once I got to the half a mile, I saw everybody still sitting, and, you know, I just say forget it. I just pulled the trigger, and I knew she would just, like, keep me going just because she run the long distance, and she got it done. We win the last 2 stakes, the last 2 that we came out for TP, and we just got to keep it moving.
Doing well for the team. And like you mentioned, for an outfit like that, but for a filly like this who's just been facing really tough competition in all of those graded stakes, how much more confidence does that give a rider, knowing that they do have that bottom underneath them?
Yeah, it gives you a lot of confidence. I mean, yes, they had good horses in this race, and I thought Linda Horse and Billy Mott Horse was the tough 2 horses in the race, but I thought with my filly coming out of those races, those tough races, and on the cutback, and Todd Pletcher, and Kendrick Carmouche and Rapoli. I mean, it's a team effort, you know. So, you know, I think that all was a factor as well.
All about the team, and you look good in those silks. Congratulations, Kendrick.
Thank you, thank you. Louisiana, baby, we back in the house.
There you go, Greg.
Got to get a Louisiana in the house from Kendrick when he's in the winner's circle. Good for him. Nice ride here and a big upset and disappointing performance socially selected.
Yeah, she really didn't have much of an excuse. I thought she was in a nice stalking position and really between horses, maybe a little bit difficult, but just had no answer for the top two in the stretch. And maybe we'll see what she can do next time, cutting back slightly to the 6 furlongs. Maybe the 7 just a little too far.
We're going to take a time out. We'll be back. Main event still to come. Grade 3 Southwest, and it is game on. Bob Baffert eligible to participate once again that first Saturday in May. What will we get from his Grade 1 winner? Gaming will break from the rail later on in the Grade 3 Southwest.
It's Mandaloun. Mandaloun wins.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 is always brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. The journey from our room through the casino to the set. You'll see the doors open right into the paddock. I still managed to be late. I still managed to get here like 8 minutes before showtime.
Well, you probably hit some of that rush hour traffic in the casino. People want to stop and talk. And yeah, that's my room right
Close
there.
Your shades, Richie. See what's going on in your room. It's so cool. It's not only the convenience, but the hospitality and just how great the hotel and casino is here at Oaklawn Park. Just all part of a great experience.
Everybody is incredibly nice, incredibly friendly and helpful. And the Oaklawn fans, they are into their racing here. They love it. And I like looking down and seeing a packed grandstand, and the enthusiasm is absolutely infectious.
Especially on days like this, the Southwest Stakes Saturday program continues. We just watched Flavia and Brad Cox team up for a second time this afternoon, and Bishop's Bay doing his thing, keeping all challengers at bay and entering the winner's circle moments ago.
Yeah, listen, this was a horse I thought ran a big race last time. He was a bit keen on a very tiring racetrack, and he got picked off at a short price. He came under a ride early, and he almost looks like a bit of a horse that waits on competition. And every time Flavian asked him, he found more. This was a real nice effort from him and a good, solid group of horses. Like I said earlier, the complexion of the race changed quite a bit when Amazing Aaron got left at the post or stumbled a bit. But Bishop's Bay, always in the right spot.
A solid effort from Woodcourt. Just kept plugging away. Just couldn't reel in Bishop's Bay, a better horse on this afternoon.
Yeah, made a good bold run at him, and he had to overcome a little bit more of an outside draw, but a nice effort. But Bishop's Bay, decidedly best today.
Stakes racing about to get underway. The King Cotton is next. We have that Road to the Oaks, Martha Washington today. Road to the Derby with the Southwest. And for sprinters at Oaklawn Park, the Count Fleet, the most prestigious race for sprinters here at Oaklawn. The next step, the King Cotton, coming up here in a compact field of 4, but still an intriguing stakes race.
It's an intriguing stakes race. Listen, Tejano Twist is a really nice racehorse. He's earned almost $1.5 million. He's consistent. He shows up. But at a short price, he might be compromised by a lack of pace in a small field. He is a true closing sprinter. And where's the speed coming from? I think Gulfport just finds the lead by himself the right way, Lafitte.
Steve Asmussen seeking a 3rd straight victory in the King Cotton, the tactics, the riding tactics and strategy, all part of the story going into the first of 6 stakes races at Oaklawn Park. The King Cotton is next. In time for the Pick 6 at the Big A. Horses in the paddock at Aqueduct. Pick 6 is next from Aqueduct as our coverage continues on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage here. America's Day at the Races. Grade 3 Southwest on the road to the Kentucky Derby. Martha Washington on the road to the Kentucky Oaks for 3-year-old fillies still ahead. Here in New York, it's the start of the Pick 6 coming up. 6 furlong sprint, $15,000 claiming race. We start with It Takes Heart, cutting back in distance.
Coming in off of a win, going a mile. First off the claim for Wayne Potts.
Everly's Girl. This one can't be forward. Been first or second in 9 starts.
Ran well last time out to get the upset victory. Slight step up in class.
Jackson Avenue. Katie Davis rides 5-2 right now.
A winner 2 starts ago and got some pace to close into that day.
Darn That Song. Another one with quickness.
Big class drop for this horse, who I expect to be on the early lead.
Jackie the Joker, 3-1, Saheen Savachi.
Consistent, has finished second over the last 2 starts, but some class droppers might make this a little more interesting.
And Collect Dat, double-digit odds outside for the 5-year-old debut coming up.
Just needs to get a little bit faster based on recent races, but taking a drop in class as well.
So 2 minutes to post, and it is Jackson Avenue, who was 8-1 morning line, who is, well, now slight second choice, but was favored just a moment ago.
This betting board is all over the place, as we did see a horse that was your morning line favorite scratch out and Trade Secret, but certainly has a chance based on that race 2 starts ago. There might be a little bit of pace in here for this one to have a well-timed ride by Katie Davis, who seems to get along well with this horse. Stepped up, faced some tougher horses last time out. Not a contender in that spot, but is well spotted back in here today and taking quite a bit of money. I think that that could be meaningful. I went in a different direction, but I don't see any problems with anyone that thinks that this horse is sitting on a good effort here.
Just way too tough off that win in the next start?
I think so, and I think that as well just did not get the same type of pace stretching out to the 7 furlongs. You're going to go a little bit slower when you have a little bit more distance for the most part, and I think that she just was a little bit lost out there. This is a group where she fits in well.
Well, it worked out for you and Acacia teaming up in the last race here. You're going to both go with a 5 here. This time around, Darn That Song, as you mentioned, been facing considerably tougher last couple of starts.
She didn't show any of the usual early speed that we're accustomed to seeing in her last start, so that is a little bit worrisome. But if you look at her prior starts to that, she's been nothing but forward in most of those races, facing much tougher company, facing Sweet Brown Sugar, My Bronx Baby, Al's Ruby, Embraceable Gal, Peanut or Pickle. All of those horses would be significant favorites in a spot like this. And so she's coming in after facing some of the best horses.
7-2 right now, Anthony Ferrara barn. 5-time winner, Darn That Song. And then Jackie the Joker, good performance last time out at this level. She's 5-2 right now with Saheen Savachi.
She is, and she had plenty of early speed in that race on January 3rd. So it'll be interesting to see who wants to have that forward position in this spot and who really is intent on getting the early lead.
She's kind of consistently been running some of the better figures, Jackie the Joker, of anyone in this field lately.
I agree. It's been a little while since we saw her get the victory, last one being in June, but she's had mostly numbers when she's been well spotted at a level where she can be competitive that make her a very consistent type and could make her appealing in here.
See what this 2 does as well with Jose Lezcano now inherits the rail. Speed going longer last start. That could dull that speed a little bit, cutting back in distance, but quite often shows sprint speed anyway.
That was her first time stretching out, and she had shown that earlier sprint speed, as you said, so less of a concern, but kind of an odd move. I think she'll be under the gun to get position from the inside.
Pick 6 on the Saturday card begins here. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Sure. And Collect Dat. Collect Dat. Going in. All set. And they're off. Collect Dat from the far outside is hooking up early with Jackie the Joker in the early mix, and It Takes Heart at the rail. That's the top 3 across the racetrack. Trying to split them is Darn That Song, who's trying to keep up with the early leaders. Now tucks right in behind what's a battling trio, and at the rail, It Takes Heart with a nose in front. In between horses, Jackie the Joker and Collect Dat, a very pressured tempo early. Jackie the Joker puts a neck in front, 4 furlongs left to go through a 22-3 opening quarter mile. The trip comes from Darn That Song and Kibrakoa. They're on the move. They were from 4th and now taken 3rd as It Takes Heart has lost a spot at the rail, is back to 4th. From the back, here come the closers and Jackson Avenue with Everly's Girl, and the leaders have been passed. Up on the outside, 3 wide, Darn That Song settled off the pace early, is now a neck in front of an all-in Collect Dat. Dropping back quickly there is Jackie the Joker. Savachi back to 3rd. From the back, here comes the run. It Takes Heart is off the rail, trying to re-rally on the grandstand side. Jackson Avenue is picking them late too. Back in front is Collect Dat, whose very game is trying to shrug off and repel the challenge of Darn That Song, and has It Takes Heart. Somehow is back into the bit and coming after the leader. Collect Dat is almost there. Collect Dat is a big price. Collect Dat at 15-1. Collect Dat wins it over It Takes Heart, who does come back to get second. Then came Jackson Avenue and Darn That Song. In 1 minute 14 seconds flat.
Where did this performance come from? Collect Dat, huge price, 15-1 as the biggest number on the board.
Big price, but did all of the running in this race at every step, challenged that three-way battle for the early lead, hung on after those horses had faded, put away the middle moving Darn That Song, holding off the closers as well. I mean, this was the horse that had to fight for each piece of this race and was able to gut things out at a huge price. Did not look like a 15-1 type of performance.
Carry over pick 6. We're one leg in.
We got
we're very good chance we're going to already be there after this. This is a shocker. Collect Dat, 15-1. Big upset to kick things off. If you did not have this one in the pick 6, good news. We got a late pick 5 coming up next. You can regroup. King Cotton next. Very good Sprint Stakes coming up next. And there is Happy as a Choice, trying to win a 3rd stakes victory in a row for trainer John Ortiz. Stay with us.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you.
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire, making his mark as a sire. With Rattle and Roll, a Grade 1 winning 2-year-old. Graded Stakes winners, Whitwaters Rand. Implicated. And Apple Picker. Connect, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End Farm.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on NYRA Bets. Open your NYRA Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the NYRA Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Stakes race that dates back to 1948. Horses on track for the King Cotton. Welcome back. America's Day at the Races, live from Oaklawn Park on Fox Sports 2. Looking at the current favorite, and Happy as a Choice, 8-5. We kick things off with Tejano Twist, second to Skelly in this event 2 years back, second to Gunite prior. Tejano Twist, Flavian Pratt looking for a 3rd winner on the afternoon, and now the favorite at 6-5. Tejano Twist, scratch number 2, miles ahead. The 3 is out as well. Gulfport, 5-time King Cotton winning trainer Steve Asmussen, and Asmussen looking to make it 3 straight in this Sprint Stakes event. Edge to Edge, who was 6th in the King Cotton last year, would be a big surprise. Currently 7-1 here. Rafael Bejarano in the saddle. And then Happy as a Choice. Sharp Gelding looking for a 3rd consecutive stakes victory with Ramon Vasquez in the saddle. Happy is a Choice, second choice, 8-5 with 5 minutes out, trained by John Ortiz. Ortiz, who has quiet side going in the Martha Washington, and Happy is a Choice in this King Cotton. Standing by with Maggie.
That's right, Lafitte. It could be a big day for John, who joins me now in the stakes races, sending out some short price horses. We'll start here with this King Cotton. Happy as a Choice, Johnny. His last 2 races have been his best. Is this a factor of, as a 5-year-old, they often reach their pinnacle? And is he just a better horse now?
Yeah, you know, I've always been a believer about 4- and 5-year-old horses. They always reach their peak. I think it's the best age to have a horse. You know, they experience, they're fit, they're war horses, they've been through it. So, yeah, no, I think he's just reached that level where nothing phases him. He just knows his job, and I need somebody that knows their job out here, you know?
That is true. Posted outside, clear of trouble today?
Yeah, you know, I liked it. I mean, I thought I was happy with the 6-horse field. Now with a 4-horse field, you know, it just kind of levels out the field a little bit. You know, everybody's going to have an ideal trip. It's really going to come down to the, top of the stretch, who's going to be the best horse.
Quiet side in the Martha Washington. She already has 8 points to the Kentucky Oaks. She has been a bit of a bridesmaid. Today, the field seems a bit easier. What are you looking for from her? I know you've been quoted as saying that she's really starting to mature.
Yeah, no, you look at her physically last couple of months, she's really starting to really tuck in and get in that athletic body. And mentally, she just knows her job as well. She's been always very straightforward. And yeah, I think she's just kind of slowly developing in the last couple of races. I mean, but to have a horse develop in a grade 1 and a grade 2 says a lot about the quality of the horse.
Now, the main speed did scratch. Where do you see her early on in this race from that inside post?
Again, we're talking about another small field, and I believe that kind of levels out the field a little bit always. It's just we're going to let Ricardo play it from the gate. You know, we want to be fairly close. If somebody else wants to lead, we're just going to track them. And she loves tracking horses, and we've been doing a lot of passing drills with her, and she's really enjoying them. So, like I said, we'll come down to the top of the stretch and see who's the best horse.
Love it. Johnny, as always, thank you for your time and best of luck today.
Thank you.
Lafitte.
Lots to smile about if you're John Ortiz. Quiet side, strictly the one to beat later on in the Martha Washington. John had Anthony Homebred. And here, Happy is a choice in this King Cotton. Ortiz, who knows how to campaign a sharp, fast sprinter, some terrific work with Hollis. A couple of years back, we'll see about Happy as a choice in the King Cotton Stakes. Coming up shortly. Meantime, back to Aqueduct. Much more to Greg Wolf as the Saturday program rolls on at the Big A.
Yeah, Lafitte, this was a tough one to find in race 4. Collect Dat. Biggest price on the board, $33.80 for the win. Robert Johnson Barn, Ruben Silvera, owned by Bruno Chickadans. And as a result, we're going to have massive returns. Well, not all of us. But if you're alive at the Pick 5, well done.
You and I aren't, but someone out there is sitting on a potentially life-changing score, because the worst you can do in this early Pick 5 is over $14,000, and you might be looking at scooping the whole pool potentially. So this is going to pay extremely well, and 2 of the longest shots in the field won 2 of the races.
All right, late Pick 5 next in New York. We'll set that up momentarily at 16 minutes away. Back to Oaklawn, back to the King Cotton as you get a look at Tejano Twist. 3-2 right now is the second choice. Let's go back to Hot Springs.
Live on the board, maybe Flavien Prat money. Prat looking for a third this afternoon. Tejano Twist as I'm joined by Maggie on set. We're still here trackside. Tejano Twist. The good news, he doesn't have to deal with the likes of Gunite and Skelly as he did the last couple of years. What do you think the key to success for him is today?
Well, on top of everything, he's such a cool horse, right? Earner of over $1 million as of now, multiple winner. But the key to success, Lafitte, could be how the race plays out. Sometimes in these short fields, you have everybody wanting to go for the lead with horses that are faster than he, so he gets that fast pace to develop. Sometimes you don't. You in the short field, he has to, he's a victim of the pace oftentimes, and we'll see if it lends itself well today to Tejano Twist.
Is Gulfport the naturally the quickest as he figured to make the lead early on?
That's the way I saw it. He looks phenomenal too. Wow. Talk about just looking like a seal almost, because he's that slick looking and possesses so much confidence. As we'll check back with him finishing second to Happy is a Choice. I thought it was so game and defeat.
Gulfport doing everything he possibly can, but Happy is a Choice with the trip inside. How does Gulfport turn the tables on Happy is a Choice in this King Cotton?
That's a great question. Do other horses leave him alone? That I think is up to Erik Asmussen to get this horse out, get to the front, get him in a rhythm, and kind of almost scare everybody else off from trying to challenge him.
Gulfport, Asmussen, 5-time King Cotton winner over the years. This a key prep towards the Whitmore and then eventually the Count Fleet. here at Oaklawn Park. But for Asmussen in recent years, this has been a launching point to global competition with Gunite, who went head-to-head with Elite Power in the Riyadh Dirt Sprint, and first of 4 meetings for them in 2023. And last year with Skelly, who won here so impressively, went on to the Riyadh Dirt Sprint, only to be second to Remake, who will defend his title in about a month overseas.
And Gulfport, Lafitte, is a classic Steve Asmussen horse, where, high hopes for him as a 2-year-old. They try to go down that Breeders' Cup juvenile path in running in the Champagne. Unfortunately, some setbacks, and they regroup and they determine, yes, he's a better sprinter, and they execute that plan to perfection. Since coming back off of that long layoff from April of 23 to June of 24, he's been no worse than second. 2 wins in 4 starts, and like I said, he just looks phenomenal coming back here for this 5-year-old debut.
Gulfport pictured, the first of 6 stakes races. Another look there, edge to edge, the only one we haven't touched on. Would feel like, go ahead.
I couldn't believe how good this horse looked.
Edge to edge.
He looks phenomenal, and I know he doesn't look great on paper, but there's races in him that make him a player here. I mean, you go back to the Eclipse of April of last year, 101 Buyer could easily win this race. Now, he was in his first start off of a layoff from June to December last time out. He made an early 3-wide move, and the horse that went with him finished well back too. So I think patience is the game here for Rafael Bejarano, who has been aboard him and been successful in the past.
Old racing axiom, small field, take the longest shot on the board. That would be edge to edge, 11-1 as we have reached post time. All set for the King Cotton Stakes, the 5th from Oaklawn on this Southwest Saturday. Matt Dinnerman standing by.
And Lyroff. Edge to edge wins the start. Gulfport out away with him, and he's going to press him in the early stages from the inside. Happy as a Choice is third, and Tejano Twist, per usual, will take a spot at the back of the pack. He's well behind, at least 10 lengths behind the top 2 who get acquainted on the lead. Gulfport is inside of edge to edge. They're right together, edge to edge with a nose in front. Happy as a Choice gets the perfect setup right off of them on a hold right now, a length and a half behind, and there's a gap of 8 or 9 to Tejano Twist. We usually see him show a lethal turn of speed in the final quarter mile. He's going to have to come from last and show that kick as they round the far turn. Edge to edge, Gulfport side by side. Happy as a Choice looming large 3 wide, coming up to challenge those 2. And Tejano Twist, he is getting closer from last. He's only 4 behind, now 3 with Flavien Prat, and he's going to get to the outside. Happy as a Choice off the turn. Here's Tejano Twist coming up to challenge the other 3. It's Happy as a Choice. Tejano Twist, grandstand side. He's rolling. Tejano Twist blows to the front. On the inside, Happy as a Choice is second. He's trying to fight back. Tejano Twist with the lead. Happy as a Choice a neck behind. Tejano Twist close to the line. He's got it. Tejano Twist wins the King Cotton. Happy as a Choice was second. Gulfport third. And edge to edge was fourth.
No Gunite this time, no Skelly this time, no problem for Tejano Twist. Second in this race the last 2 years. Finally, a King Cotton Stakes winner.
How can you not love a horse like this? Lafitte, in his 38th career start, picks up win number 10, earnings well over now of $1.5 million. Now, Ramon Vasquez aboard number 6 in here, Happy as a Choice. He looked loaded. He looked over his wrong shoulder, though, because Tejano Twist was also rolling on the far outside, and what a day for Flavien Prat.
3 wins and counting, Flavien Prat. You could see Tejano Twist reeling in the leaders, his momentum building, actually his centrifugal force like carrying him out into the center of the track.
I love that. And these closing sprinters are so exciting to watch, right? And I'll give Happy as a Choice a bit of extra credit, because he, as always, lingered on that inside lead for a bit, and then once he switched, he found a little more, and I thought for a minute he might battle back, but Tejano Twist, as you said, just too much momentum, too much class, and veteran quality.
Yeah, and how satisfying this has to be for the Connections, having raced in this King Cotton twice in the last 2 years, second, and finally putting it all together and finding the winner's circle.
It's a great story. I just love these horses that stay on the racetrack. You heard John Ortiz did finish second this race. As he said, these horses, the older they get, they're veterans, they know their job, and they just go out there and perform and execute it. And with Tejano Twist, to perfection today.
Motoring late, Tejano Twist, that first win in the King Cotton Stakes. Victorious in the first of 6 stakes races this afternoon on Southwest Saturday from Oaklawn Park. Results, reaction as our coverage continues. Stay tuned. A stirring performance from Tejano Twist, unleashing that furious stretch drive to win the King Cotton Stakes after running second in this event. The last 2 years, a grizzled 6-year-old, earnings up over $1.5 million. And Flavien Prat, what else is new? A stakes victory and in a groove. 3 wins this afternoon, a date with Patch Adams in the Southwest Stakes. Tejano Twist in the King Cotton, right on cue. Flavien Prat standing by live with Maggie.
Flavien cleaning up as he usually does when he ships in somewhere. Flavien with 3 wins on the day, and Tejano Twist for stakes victory of the day. You had so much momentum coming into the stretch with this veteran.
Yeah, exactly. He likes to come from behind, but as soon as I asked him to make a run, he came with a lot of momentum and get the job done from there.
Talk about the decision to come here today. Obviously aboard one of the favorites, Patch Adams, but you'd ridden Gaming in his previous start. Talk about the decision to A, come here, and B, climb aboard Patch Adams for Brad Cox.
Yeah, we were a bit undecided, either going to Gulfstream for the Pegasus, but it kind of unfolded not the right way for us over there, so we decided to come here, and I'm very excited to ride Patch Adams.
I think you made the right choice. Best of luck with him later. Congrats here.
Thank you.
Flavien Prat, fresh off the back of that Eclipse win too, guys.
And, oh, by the way, a date with Kinetic in the upcoming General MacArthur, who is currently 2-5. Another look at Pratt going to work on Tejano Twist. Yeah, piling up win after win after win. Tejano Twist, now a King Cotton Stakes winner. See if we see him next to Whitmore and eventually the Count Fleet, the most important race for sprinters at Oaklawn Park. We turn the page. As mentioned, that General MacArthur overnight stakes, $145,000 purse. Greg, Pratt in line to do more damage. Kinetic, 2-5 early on.
Coming off a year in which he set a new record for stakes wins in a year. He's already on pace, I think, to break that record after today.
He's gotten off to a hot start, that's for sure.
We got the late pick 5 coming up here in New York. Starts with a $16,000 claiming race. Non-winners of 2 lifetime, 7 furlongs. Tough race to start it off. It's been a tough day all day long here in New York to this point.
The early pick 5 is going to pay handsomely to whoever is able to cash those tickets. You've had 2 of the longest shots in a field factor into that sequence. No favorites have won yet. This is going to be a tough way to close things out. Good luck if you're alive.
Getting things adjusted with Mr. Mendelssohn here, who's going to kick off the post parade 7-2.
He is a horse that has finished third in his last 2 races. Maybe seems to be in some okay form right now. Slight cutback to the 7 furlongs in distance.
Eric Cancel will be aboard there for the John Toscano Jr. barn. So Mr. Mendelssohn trying to get that second one of his career, as is everyone in this spot. Consistency, you're not going to find a lot of it in this group. Ollie Can Dance at 10-1 Heeman Harkey.
He's one of the ones that's going to be one of the bigger payouts in the early pick 5. A little bit tough to get to on paper.
As is Irie Man, although taking a little bit of money here at 8-1.
He has some races in the past that could make him a contender. His recent form leaves a little to be desired, just maybe didn't care for the wet track last time out.
Basic Truth is the biggest number on the board.
Another one that's going to trigger one of the bigger payouts in the early pick 5 would be a little bit of a surprise.
Here is the favorite, York Tavern. Looks the part.
Propensity to finish second or hit the board as the favorite or a short price. He's not for me if today's the day that he gets the elusive second victory.
Solo Empire, the dirt form, a little bit lacking.
He did catch 2 wet tracks in his last 2 starts, but prior to that, he just seems like a faster turf horse overall.
And Golden Purchase, interesting on the outside. Slight cutback in distance.
1 for 45 doesn't sound great on paper. He has been showing some good early speed. He's in good form right now, but just this is a group of horses that are not winning types.
So pick 5 pool, closing in on $150,000 in here. The 6 favored, York Tavern, going to cut back from a mile and an 1/8 race. Last time, this horse has got in a lot of work already. It's going to be his 3rd start in just about 2.5 weeks.
Trainer Wayne Potts has really tried a lot of different things with him, blinkers, different distances, different levels, and he has some races going back that were quick enough to make him a winner in here. The problem is that he's been getting bet in the majority of those races, going off as the favorite in his last 4 starts. One of them was just a no-show performance, and then the others, he's second or he's third. This is just not the type of horse I want to endorse at a short price because he's just not in the same form he once was, and a lot of racing adding up for him. I just wonder if he's going to get back to some of those 70-ish buyers, and even those, he wasn't getting his picture taken.
There's the one who we missed in the post parade, Aaliyah. Blinkers go on.
This is the horse I'm going to land on in here, getting a little bit of class relief against the racetrack last time out. December 27th was a day where you wanted to be inside. He was a little bit further out. He was so well defeated in what was a 4-horse field, but those were tougher horses than these. I think he's going to show some good early speed from the inside, as he has in those last 2 starts. We saw the 3rd place finisher of that race come back and improve back to one of his better races, finishing 2nd. That's Cam Duke. So coming out of a live race against a track bias and a slight drop in class.
Meanwhile, back to the favorite. Here's York Tavern. So ran January 11th, ran 7 days later on the 18th, and now 7 days returns again off that.
he's had an aggressive campaign because I think Connections are just trying to figure out what it's going to take to get him to pass horses and hold on and get the win, because he's been very close as of late. I'm sure he's a little bit frustrating, even though he is a horse that, hey, he's a check getter. He's sort of reliable. I just think that reliability has faded a little bit over his last 2 starts. And so I wonder, again, even with his better efforts, he's still finishing second. He's a short price. There aren't a lot of places to go in this race, but Alea was the one I could make somewhat of a case for.
On the rail. So
yes.
At 7-2. See how Christopher Elliott fares with that one here. Second back off a short time away and gets the blinkers on. Would like to be forward from that inside post. The 1. Start of this late pick 5. Let's send it upstairs to kick things off. Let's go back to Chris Griffin. Slight delay. I believe that was Eric Cancel and Mr. Mendelson, the 2 we saw hop off, and it looks like he's just got back aboard. That horse is going to be cutting back in distance for John Toscano Jr. Looks like everything's sorted with that one. There's the favorite. 2-1, York Tavern. Blinkers coming off. There's a few races, 3, 4 starts back that be much the best against this group, but has not shown us those races last couple of starts. Here we go again. Start of the pick 5, back to Chris Griffin.
Goes in. All set. And they're off, and off very slowly was Ollie Can Dance. Right out to the front, Alea speeding away. Look at this front end speed, is 6 in front of the rest of the field. Alea is now going to try and slow things down. Christopher Elliott and Alea, they slow it down, but they are well in front. 8 lengths just tearing away up the back stretch. It's far back there, and now here comes Basic Truth. It's moved towards the inside of Solo Empire. They're second and third. Golden Purchase joins them out in the center of the racetrack, 22.78 and unopposed. Alea is going to try and keep this going, but is trying to slow things down now, approaching 4 furlongs left to go. Back there in 5th and trying to make up some ground. Here comes a run from Mr. Mendelson, and down at the rail is Irie Man. Ollie Can Dance is trying to make up late ground here with York Tavern, and they've got fractions to run into as the tearaway leader is now only up by 3. Alea tries to slow things down. 47 seconds flat for the half-mile time. Did Alea catch enough of a breather there? Is approaching a quarter mile left to go. Christopher Elliott took a few looks back, is very confident in the saddle. Down the center of the racetrack is Mr. Mendelson trying to collect this leader, Alea, who now wanders around, ducks down towards the rail, and Mr. Mendelson starts to make up late ground, a final furlong to get. Alea is starting to look for the wire, has a 16th left to go. Mr. Mendelson running out of time. York Tavern late on the grandstand side. Alea did enough, and Alea will hold him off and gets the victory. Mr. Mendelson second, then came a photo. York Tavern with Golden Purchase at 1 minute 27.65 seconds.
22-3 opening quarter. This horse just ran off from the field, and at this level, creating that much separation seemed like a sure thing to back up. Did not, able to hang on for the win.
When you're looking at a group that does not necessarily want to pass other horses, sometimes these horses can get brave on the front end, and whether it was the plan to try to run everybody off their feet from the inside post, or whether Alea just broke sharply and Christopher Elliott went on with things, I think that ultimately, yes, weary in the late stages, but did enough to hold off the rest of this field, and sometimes that speed is all you need when you're dealing with this level of competition.
3-1, Coast second choice on the board. And wow, York Tavern coming out of that 1 1/8 race so far back early. does get involved late, not for the win, but to get a piece of the picture here. 1, 2, 6, 8. It's Aaliyah, Christopher Elliott, Michelle Nevin. Second off the claim for the win. And that is goodbye to you. Enjoyed it. Paul Verdurosa going to be joining me after a timeout.
He is. Looking forward to watching the rest of the show while I help put it together.
We count on that. We count on that, yeah. 2 big preps to come on the road to the Oaks and the Kentucky Derby. Still ahead from Oak Lawn. Late pick 4 coming up from New York as well. And General MacArthur, that is next. Can Brad Cox continue this tremendous run over the last few days? Slow start to the meet. Things have certainly picked up. Flavien Prat, fresh off that Eclipse Award. We'll try and add another stakes win from the inside with this horse. Stay with us.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 44 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sales sire at the September sale. Curlin, the classic sire.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Jackie's Warrior quickly in front here by 2 lengths. Here comes Jackie's Warrior up the inside to take over the lead from Life is Good. Jackie's Warrior remains undefeated here at Saratoga, and he wins an unprecedented Grade 1 stakes at the Spa for the 3rd straight season.
The Fasig-Tipton Kentucky Winter Mixed Sale, the last mixed sale before the start of the breeding season. Featuring racing broodmare prospects, yearlings, and mares in foal to their sport's top sires. Recent grads include multiple Grade 1 winner Adair Manor, graded stakes winners Fastest Flight, First Peace, Leave No Trace, Olivia Darling, and Running Bee. Kentucky Winter Mixed, February 3rd at Fasig-Tipton in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races here on FS2. It is Southwest Day here at Oaklawn Park. Pleased to be with you. I'm Maggie Wolfendale alongside Richie Migliori. And Mig, I think we got 2 more races before the sun goes behind the grandstand, so we're loving it now.
Enjoying this sunshine and this enthusiastic crowd here at Oaklawn Park. Great racing fans that really appreciate the horses and the competition.
Yeah, and we do have a competitive one, though a heavy favorite here down on the rail. Brad Cox and Flavien Prat looking to team up for yet another, a 3rd win. This would be on the day, as we will meet the field for this 1 1/8 event here in a moment, but 3 to 5 on Kinetic as we do kick off this 50-cent all stakes late pick 5 here is the favorite. I was talking with you. This horse a little difficult to ride, though.
Yeah, you were explaining to me, too, about how he likes to try to get out a bit early, and then he tries to lug in the stretch late, but he gets the right rider in Flavien Prat and hot connections, he and Brad Cox.
Hurry, Hurry comes off a little bit of a freshening for Matthew Sims.
Yeah, more of a deep closer is going to need to get some pace.
Speed comes with number 3, Sir Greyland.
Yeah, and you get Julian Leproux, who's gotten familiar with him. Nice effort last time. I thought that was a big step forward, Maggie.
Tonka Warrior, 2nd in his last behind Gate to Wire winner Osborne.
Yeah, and should get a nice stalking trips. Compiled a nice record here at Oaklawn Park, a horse that showed an affinity for the surface.
Well, Time for Trouble's glad there's no next in here, as he does come off of that eased effort back in the Birdstone.
Yeah, he's coming off of a layoff, turning well back in distance from that mile and 6 furlongs.
Creative Minister hasn't won a race in nearly 3 years, Meg.
A horse that hinted at so much ability and really looked like he had a chance to break through just has not happened up to this point.
Carolo Rapido. Lafitte's jealous he didn't get to say that one.
Man, we needed Lafitte to roll them R's, didn't we?
I tried.
Yeah, you did a good job. Good job. Good effort in the mud last time. Needs to replicate that on a fast track.
Now this one deserves a Brooklyn accent. Archie the Geezer.
Archie the Geezer. Yeah, we knew him from the old neighborhood. Yeah, certainly a horse that's going to have to improve, take a step forward, and doesn't get the best of it in the draw. It's not a huge field, 8 horses. Just not a fan of outside posts and 2-turn dirt races.
Speaking of Brooklyn, well, the next borough over, it is Queens, where we will head back to now as Greg Wolf is now joined by Paul Veterosa. Guys?
Yeah, indeed. Thank you both. Wow, Connecticut still warming up. Looks like a statue.
Dynamite.
Incredible right now. As Brad Cox looks to keep things rolling out there in that General MacArthur. Good to see you. Good to have you on set as we get set for the late pick 4 coming up. Wow, this early pick 5,
it was something.
Monster numbers, just shy of $20,000.
Yeah, it was a tough sequence, but congratulations if you, whoa, just dropped the rider there in the post race. He got up. Everything seems to be all right.
Christopher Elliott, always have to be on your toes. These guys, incredible athletes, but looks like he is just fine.
Yeah, and I'll tell you one thing. After opening up, Aaliyah had no problem still having some energy left for the winner's circle. Boy, you get in front of some of these lower-level claimers in a field like this and just get the job done. Drop down here, went straight to the front, never looked back, and just a bunch of horses that don't like to win behind this horse. So the drop down worked. The blinkers, I think, made this horse even sharper than originally shown on paper and just made easy work of this field getting to the front. It was over basically from the start.
Broke like a rocket. And yeah, intention, get that lead. They got it, and they got what they wanted. They get a win also, $8.80 for the win. Sandy Goldfarb Silks. Michelle Nevin second off the claim. Christopher Elliott, son of Stewart of Smarty Jones fame, who is well known in Oaklawn, making a name for himself here in New York with a bright career ahead of him. That pick 5, yeah, 19,700 plus. Let's go back to the General MacArthur in Hot Springs and Maggie.
Thanks, Greg. And horses kind of wrapping up their warm-ups on the track, Meg, but we got a up-close and personal view of Kinetic galloping off. You know, Flavien Prat, he's kind of does it Kendrick Carmouche style. He sends everything away from the pony, and this guy really jumped in the bridle.
He really did, but he was always well contained. Obviously, he has some habits in the races that he has to deal with, but a rider like Flavien Prat doesn't get to the level he's gotten to without doing his homework, watching replays, understanding the horses and what they need. And you could see here what you were telling me about earlier, how he's lingering on his left lead, trying to lug in behind the leader, and a little bit difficult to handle.
I think this cost him the race, don't you?
Absolutely, especially you don't want to keep going back in behind kickback and get yourself more discouraged. Boy, if he gives him this much of a hard time here, that could make him vulnerable.
Now, look, he did it 2 back as well, but he was just kind of better that day, and he did switch his leads, but he did drift back down to the rail. And then 3 back, Mig, he showed no early speed at all, but was still able to overcome that. Now, look, it was a much hotter pace that day, too.
Yes.
So speaking of pace, what do you see here?
Well, I'm not seeing a tremendous amount of pace, right? I think you identified the 3, Sir Graylin, as a horse that should be forward. But he also has Julian, who's a rider that gets horses to settle and likes horses to come from just off the pace. Although I do think Julian's shown a lot more versatility since this Oakland Park meeting started.
He just seems like he's in a groove right now and showing a lot of confidence with Ken McPeak runners. As we'll take a look back, now Brian Hernandez, of course, aboard Mystic Dan on this particular day. It was exactly nearly a year ago on Southwest Day. You were here for this performance, Meg. I was just blown away how much this horse looked to love the wet going here at Oakland.
He just skipped over the top of the ground, right? Not the most big, robust kind of a horse. And he just really, this to me was a dress rehearsal for the Kentucky Derby. Came through on the inside, skipped the way he did. It's going to be interesting to watch Kinetic and how difficult he is to handle for Flavien Prat, who is on fire, looking for his 4th win already today.
Yeah, and I wonder how Flavien adjusts to that. Does he use a bit of early foot from the start here as Kinetic, much the horse to beat? Flavien Prat looking for a 4th win on this card as they are loading in for the General MacArthur. We send it up to Matt Dinnerman for your call.
And they're off. Sir Graylin stumbled at the break. Creative Minister, prominent. So is Kinetic from the inside post. Archie Leguiza on the far outside, moving up and grabs the lead. Kinetic takes a hold. He will track from the second position. Sir Graylin getting to the rail third. He's been passed by both Time for Trouble and Carolo Rapido, who's parked 4 wide going into the first turn run. Creative Minister, 6th in the early stages. Tonka Warrior has 1 runner beat, and that's Hurry Hurry, who is not hurrying in the early stages, is last a dozen lengths behind the front runner, Archie Leguiza, who strings them out. Went 23 and 4/5 seconds for the first quarter mile. Archie Leguiza, and a good gallop, 3/4 of a length ahead of Kinetic, the favorite. He's perched on the outside. He broke on the rail. He's now on the 2 path, and he's running in second in a good position. Sir Graylin, the second choice in the wagering, is third. He's 2 lengths off the pace. Another length to Time for Trouble. Carolo Rapido, they run as a pair. They're 4 better than Creative Minister, and another 3 to Tonka Warrior. Hurry Hurry. Those 2 trail together as they're halfway home. 48 and 2 for the half-mile time, so a sensible pace here set by Archie Leguiza. Half length in front. Kinetic, though, has not been asked for his best yet, appears to be cruising. Sir Graylin going well down on the inside. Time for Trouble. He's shaken up by Rafael Bejarano. Carolo Rapido in an all-out drive for Juan Hernandez. Creative Minister, 6th from the top, rides the rail around the far turn and gets a little bit closer. Tonka Warrior has dropped out of it. Hurry Hurry never picked up his feet. Top of the stretch. Archie Leguiza with a neck in front of Kinetic. They're on the outside, drifting wide, but maintains the lead. Does Kinetic as he goes to the front. Archie Leguiza is second. Sir Graylin still in with a shot. Kinetic is Dreen trying to lug in there. Kinetic with a narrow advantage. Sir Graylin. Tonka Warriors coming from out of it. Kinetic has a nose in front of Sir Graylin. Kinetic still grinding away, and Kinetic is going to do it, giving Flavien Prat his 4th win today. Kinetic, very green, waited around for horses, but got the victory over Sir Graylin, Creative Minister, and Tonka Warrior.
He does not make it easy for his riders, Meg, as it looked like things were going really well for Flavien Prat at the quarter pole, and then right here, he jumps back to his inside lead and lugs in.
Well, he made the front, and he just lost all his focus. He was cruising coming off the quarter pole, and as soon as he opened up a length, being a herd animal, he just kind of put his toes in the ground, jumped back to his left lead. He was the best horse. He was game. But boy, he looks like he is tough to ride.
Oh, I give his riders and, of course, Flavien Prat a lot of credit, picking up his 4th win of the day. How about the runner-up, though, as we saw Archie Leguiza on the front end, not expecting to see that, and Sir Graylin sitting back in 3rd, and Julien Leparoux giving an excellent ride, just 2nd best.
Yeah, an outstanding ride. Got to sit that coveted pocket trip, stalking 2 horses. Had his run down the inside, just faced a better rival in Kinetic, who I felt like maybe reasserted himself when he felt the presence of Sir Graylin, a horse that maybe just needs to target a little bit longer.
Richie, what happens if Kinetic ever figures things out a bit more, ever becomes more professional? This is a horse that's already won 4 races now in 6 starts, and now a stakes winner.
Well, you hope that someday he just puts it all together, but some horses never do. They just are horses that are a little bit tricky, pull up and lead. We can go back to a horse named Gate Dancer, who was disqualified in the first Breeders' Cup Classic. I'm glad Lafitte's not on set because he might disagree with that. It was ridden by his dad. But a horse that always had those tricks in him, always wanted to lug in and do different things. If this horse ever puts it all together, though, there's a lot of natural talent.
And he's beautiful. He's a big, strapping colt. So looking forward to what the future may hold for Kinetic here as he gets this first stakes victory in the General MacArthur. Flavien Prat in fuego on this Southwest card. He'll be aboard Patch Adams later.
Back with you on our Saturday coverage on Fox Sports 2. Brought to you where you can play it all at NYRA Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Late pick 4 coming up next here in South Ozone Park, New York. 6 furlong sprint. Allowance optional claiming field. And a look right there at Striker has Dial, who was forwardly placed last start. That's just off the pace. Blinkers on and shortens up a furlong in distance today.
Yeah, made that first move, Greg, too, last time out into that moderate pace. So back to one of her better efforts, too, when you look at it as a whole. Just the fact that she attacked that pace, moderate or not, and the figure came back well for her, puts the blinkers on today. Thinking it's more of a finish kind of stay-on move with the blinkers as opposed to more speed. We'll see what happens. Caldwell Loves Gold, who won that race, ultimately came back today and ran 4th in the Interborough earlier today. But look, when you look at this race, at least it was back to one of her better efforts going turf to dirt, and that's what you wanted to see from her, and she did attack that pace early on, moderate or not, and then ended up just getting beat at the end by Caldwell Loves Gold, who had a little more class that day.
And look, she just faced the best company of anyone. I know there's a couple of turf starts, but Ways and Means, Misjustify, St. Benedict's Prep, who we saw running a stake in the Interborough earlier here today. Caldwell Loves Gold last time out. She has had to tackle some very tough customers, and she's run respectable just about every single time on the dirt.
Yeah, easier spot today for sure from a class standpoint. I'm very interested to see where she is early on, because on paper there should be some pace in here.
Talk more about it in a minute. Get to the post parade. Back to the General MacArthur. And this was a little interesting here in the stretch. Kinetic, little in and out, making some contact, but in the end crosses that wire first, gets the job done here. What a day for both Brad Cox and Flavien Prat. Prat with 4 already through the first 6 races on the card. Big one to come for this barn later with Patch Adams. Let's go to Maggie.
Third win on the card for trainer Brad Cox as he takes down the General MacArthur. And Brad, Kinetic, a horse that looks like he is so talented, definitely doesn't make it easy on his riders.
No, he's green. He's green. But, there's some positives with getting more racing, and, he's breaking him. He's putting himself in the race now. But, when he gets clear down the lane, he can kind of duck and dive and weave. And, hopefully, I'm glad he was clear, because we could have got tight there. But, he did that last time. He was reluctant to switch leads and kind of leaning in against Saudi Crown last time. Louis came back and said, when he figures it out, he's a real deal. And I do believe he's a really good horse.
He looks it. I mean, he is exceptionally good looking. Brad, is there anything you can do in the mornings to kind of get that behavior behind him?
I don't know if there's really anything you can do. I think probably just repetition, racing. I mean, he's good of the morning. He's a great mover. He's a great gallop, good workhorse. So I don't really know what more we can do with him of the morning, other than just, the afternoons are probably going to school him more than anything.
Brad, we'll see Patch Adams, who, talk about professional now, he was in breaking his maiden. Obviously, he's been uninterrupted training at Payson Park in South Florida. Talk a little bit about what you expect from him stretching out, though, to the 2 turns in the Southwest.
I expect him to handle it. I really do. I expected a big run from him last time. I'm not going to sit here and say I expect him to almost break the track record, but I really saw him move forward from his first run at Keeneland to his second run there at Churchill, and he seems to just have moved forward again. He's a nice colt. Great mind. He's been here a couple days over the track, schooled well. I think it's a big mental thing with a lot of these horses when you stretch them out, if they can handle it, and he certainly seems like he can.
I'm looking forward to him. Best of luck and congrats on what is already a big day.
Thanks.
One of the best trainers on the planet, having the type of day that already incredible, but that the entire country is going to be talking about later on. He's got a huge chance with a short price favorite coming up next to get a 4th win on the card already with Liberal Arts. Prat back aboard in the next race coming up.
Yeah, solid horse coming up in the next race in Liberal Arts. And Patch Adams, too, we talked about. That's the horse that I like in the Southwest, too, today. I just feel like he's a bigger-bodied horse, and the extra distance is going to help him out.
Back to New York and post parade for race 6. Start of the Pick 4 all-class, post 2 for Linda Rice.
Yeah, ran second last time out behind Sunday's Girl on a day where we had a pretty pronounced rail bias. We'll talk about that.
Post 5 for the stablemate was Sofia Vives.
Showed speed last time out against a talented horse in Patricia Ann.
The rail to I'm Having a Moment, Hall of Fame barn of Bill Mott.
We'll see what this horse can do against Open Company. Hasn't had too much success when away from state breds.
Just the Facts Jack has shown talent each of the first 2 starts, but about a year between them, and now we haven't seen her since May.
We'll see what she can do at 5 because we saw her at 3 and 4. We'll see if there's any progression.
Way too big a price on Luna Mott. This horse has races that make her a contender.
Yeah, it can come from off the pace in here, one would think, and is rightly spotted.
Blinkers on. Striker Has Dial.
We'll see if we can get this horse to finish with these blinkers on today and run another good race.
Lady Mine, she just has problems getting out of the gate.
One of my pets. I love her so much. One day she will break well and make it easy on herself. Will today be that day?
And Killy Start coming off a runner-up finish on the outside.
Yeah, and, you know, the last 3 starts, this horse has been beaten by wire-to-wire winners. So we'll see if we can get a little pace in front and a little fairer race flow for her.
Minute to post here in the 6th. Let's go down to Acacia.
And the entry favored now for Linda Rice. I would imagine the one taking the brunt of the money is the plain one all class with those strong buyer speed figures, and could prove out to be once again a very sharp claim for Linda Rice as she picked this one up at Keeneland off back-to-back wins, 2 starts back, and after facing state-bred Florida Company. But as Paul mentioned, she really made a good account of herself last time out behind Sunday Girl, finishing second that day, and she was off a little bit slow, breaking from the rail as well. Watching her, Eric Cancel has given her a big warm-up out there and kept her moving. My first time laying eyes on her, but I like what I see. She is a little bit on the smaller side, but really efficient in her stride in the way that she covers the ground. So she can break well and get herself into a good position today. I do think that she could be a very dangerous player. Some other intriguing prospects, though, the 3 Just the Facts Jack is lightly raced as she has not started since May, and had noted even then that she is a very big gal. She's now a 5-year-old mare making only her 3rd start. That's obviously not something that you love to see, but looking at her comeback, she's sharp, she's fit off the layoff. I do think she could strengthen up across the top line and in her hind end with a race off the bench. But overall, I do appreciate the demeanor that we're seeing from her coming back here, especially, as I said, just making her 3rd start. And she does have natural speed, though she's not the immediate quickest out of the gate, I think in large part because of her size. But we'll see if she can run back to that impressive performance we saw back in the spring of last year as the number 5. We'll go to her next, and Striker Has Dial. I had written down previously in the fall that the shorter the better for her. So even the slight turn back from 7 to 6 I like. And the blinkers going on, just a shortcut cheater blinker for her. She's compact, she's smaller, very, very fit and well turned out in here. And I thought it just got run down late by Caldwell Loves Gold, who we saw in Stakes Company. So a little bit of class for Striker Has Dial, Greg.
Yeah, and again, that is the filly who we've talked about has just faced time after time stakes competitive star fillies in the division, and I don't think there's any question she's probably faced the best of anybody in the bunch here.
Yeah, 100%. We'll see what she does with the blinkers on today. I'm going right outside of her to Lady Mine, 2 starts back. Got a bad start, and last time out was off that gold rail, chasing 4 wide.
6th from Aqueduct here, 6 furlong sprint coming up. Entry, even money. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
And they're off. Good speed from Striker Has Dial is in the early mix, and towards the inside, here comes Just the Facts Jack. I'm having a moment tightly at the rail, and these 2 hustle along into the inside there, not wanting to give up the rail position. Sahin Zavacchia, and I'm having a moment. Now battle it out with Just the Facts Jack, trying to keep up his Sarir. Is now back to 4th. The Striker Has Dial is going to reclaim the 3rd spot. Just in behind them, Lady Mine is progressing, is now in 5th, is 2.5 off the lead. Very wide is going to be Killy Start with less than 4 furlongs to travel. The 2 at the back, that's all class with the trailer. That's going to be Luna Moth as they are well into the far turn and at the rail. It's I'm having a moment right to the outside. Just the Facts Jack. They're still 1-2, and they continue to throw it down. 22.47, and just ranging up to the outside as Striker Has Dial right in behind them. Also looking for room is Lady Mine. Luis Rivera Jr. is now looking over his right shoulder, looking for a seam at the rail. Sarir trying to make up ground. Also trying to roll on his all-class. Grandstand side is going to be Killy Start, but the leader just sprinting away. Striker Has Dial. Striker Has Dial has quickly put about 3 lengths off the field. Getting late room here is Lady Mine, is trying to run up into the exactas. They're approaching a final 16th. Striker Has Dial is gone. Striker Has Dial. Kendrick Carmouche, another one on the afternoon. Striker Has Dial over Lady Mine. Then came all-class Sarir and Just the Facts Jack. Final running time, 1 minute 11.53 seconds.
What an eye-catching move to create that separation from Striker Has Dial in just a millisecond. Just about 2 or 3 lengths ahead of this group.
Yeah, did it in a flash, too, in the blink of an eye. Got a really nice trip off of the speed in here as I'm having a moment. Didn't want to give up that rail position in just the facts, Jack. Took it to her early on, and it just set things up perfectly for someone from off the pace, and Striker Has Dial just made that big move and just drew off in the stretch. So blinkers probably helped today get that finish and that focus there. And as far as Lady Mine went, who ran second, just came out of the gate at 6 slow again, but still sat a good trip and just really didn't come through until later on in the race. But no doubt about the winner, Striker Has Dial, was the goods today.
And look, that price just got way too short on the entry. Entries often get over bet, even money. And they wind up 3rd and 4th here, the 1 and 1A. But Striker Has Dial, that was impressive to watch. Blinkers going on. Cut back a distance slightly from 7 to 6, and as Acacia mentioned, Philly did like a little bit shorter this afternoon. She looked very good doing it today. Kendrick Carmouche, Horacio De Paz, Chief Horse Futures waved to the crowd from Kendrick. Louisiana back in the house once again. Couple of wins today for Kendrick Carmouche. Prices when we come back. We're going to take a timeout. More stakes action ahead on Southwest Saturday. From Hot Springs, New York bred the Wine Steward, ready to make his 4-year-old debut. Multiple stakes winner, runner-up of the prep for the Belmont. Getting back to action for Mike Maker. 5th season next from Oaklawn.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm. Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
Gunrunner is the sire of 13 millionaires and 10 Grade 1 winners, including Gunpilot, Bava, Breeders' Cup Classic champion Sierra Leone, champion Echo Zulu, 2-time Grade 1 winner Cyberknight, 3-time Grade 1 winner Taba, track record setter Society, Locked, 2-time Grade 1 winner Gunite, and Classic winner Early Voting. Hall of Famer Gunrunner, standing at 3 chimneys.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
As always, it pays to have a New York bred as you continue to watch America's Day at the Races here on FS2. And New York breds, they start with an advantage. Welcome back to the program. Maggie and Richie here trackside at Oaklawn Park. And Richie, go figure, we travel halfway across the country to find a New York bred coming up here in this 5th season, the Wine Steward.
Yeah, the Wine Steward, what a great endorsement for the New York breeding program. Just a really nice, consistent runner. Only poor race in his life was the Belmont Stakes. We haven't seen him since. Looks like the tempo of his workouts has really picked up over the last 4 or 5 works, so I think he's honed for a good effort off the bench for trainer Mike Maker.
I snuck a little peek at him in the paddock. He looks phenomenal. I kind of was critical of him in some of those 3-year-old races last year because it didn't really look as though he went on, and I questioned longer, is that better for him?
Sure.
He's actually lengthened in his frame, and he looks incredibly fit. He possesses great energy so far in the paddock, so I'm excited to see him back at the races.
No, I am too. A horse that had already tipped his hand as a young horse. He had ability, and the fact that he has changed, developed, that maturation that you see bodes well, and a horse that we'll get to follow all year because I'm sure we'll see him back in New York at some point.
Let's hope here as he does make his 4-year-old bow here in the 5th season for Mike Maker. But guys, we'll get it back to you to wrap up Louisiana in the house. Well, in the winner's circle, that is.
Yeah, we're used to seeing this. Thank you, Maggie. Louisiana is in the house. Kendrick Carmouche. Striker has Dial. And yeah, I want to see this move again on the stretch.
Yeah, this was what you would call almost a perfect setup for this horse. You had 2 horses in front dueling. You had 2 horses right behind those 2 leaders dueling, and then the 5 just sat that perfect trip and made that big move. And I truly believe, like Acacia said, less distance worked out today, and I also believe the blinkers made this horse focus and finish a little bit better today too, and just have that one big explosive push to the line, and did a really good job finishing off the race, running through to the wire, and Lady Mine did some Lady Mine things in there and ended up second in here.
5, 6, both halves of the entry. 3rd and 4th. So 5, 6, 1, 3 for your superfecta, with just the facts Jack completing that. Striker has Dial very good today as we send it back to Oaklawn.
Thanks, Greg. As we do have horses on the track for this 5th season, we're going a mile here for these older horses, and we do see 7 to 5 currently on number 8, Liberal Arts. Brad Cox, Flavien Prat looking for another one here, Meg.
Yeah, a horse that was on the Derby Trail last year. In fact, was 3rd in the Southwest behind Mystic Dan, in good form right now.
We'll kick things off with one that could possess some speed. That's Machine Gun Man.
Yeah, especially from the inside. Simplifies things. Martin Garcia goes forward. Is going to have to find a better race than we've seen from him previously.
He did look exceptional, though. So,
yeah.
Number 2, Inca Empire, another long shot.
Another horse, though, that's in good form is going to have to take a step forward because this is tougher competition, but in good form.
Here is number 3, Seize the Night for Willis Horton Racing and Eddie Milligan.
Well, a consistent kind of performer, but this is a horse that might actually be better when the racetrack is off, a muddy racetrack.
True. His last 2 best performances were on wet tracks. His number 4, Patriot Spirit, could be another pace participant.
He definitely lends pace to it. I think we're going to have an honest pace here.
Number 5, there is that New York bred, the Wine Steward.
Wine Steward, only poor race in his life was the Belmont Stakes, went to the bench. Maybe we see a good version of the Wine Steward today.
I think you're a Wine Steward. As Raise Kane, former Gotham winner, back here for Ben Colebrook.
I think it speaks to the depth of this field that you have a horse like Raise Kane who won the Gotham at a big price.
Enro going out for Chris Hartman, looking for another stakes winner.
Stretching out off for sprints, but has been okay going longer in the past.
Here is your favorite, Liberal Arts.
Just in great form since switching to the Brad Cox barn, a horse that showed great deal of promise, was on the Derby Trail. Maybe now as a 4-year-old, especially by Arrogate, he finds the best of himself.
Already a graded stakes winner, too, is number 9, Brunacini. Pulled out the big upset in the Perryville 2-back.
Yeah, I mean, he's lightly raced. He's got some big races, some big figures as well. How far does he really want to go? I think that's a question he's got to answer today, getting 2 turns and going on.
Yeah, well, he's a massive horse. He's kind of oddly put together, Meg, as we take a look at him on the track just behind us. He's very broad, but he's also short-backed, and he looks more sprinter-like, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's more short-coupled, and he's got that thickness. And listen, he did stretch out. He was only beaten a half a length, but it looked like he had that race won at Churchill in his second start, going a mile and a 16th. He's 2 for 2 sprinting. Today, I think you would get a better idea of how far he actually really wants to go.
With the 2-turn test is Flavien Prat aboard another favorite, looking for another winner. As he is looking for, what, his 5th win of the day? Or
Fifth win of the day, and we're only up to race 7.
Domination.
Yeah, I mean, he's really, and you know, to fly in here, Maggie, I went down to the room to see him. He came out of the showers, we sat, we talked. To come in here and be this comfortable right off the plane, but that's why he was able to compile the record he did last year on his way to the Eclipse Award.
Have tack, will travel, and will win is Flavien Prat. As, again, on some favorites coming up, Liberal Arts here taking a lot of money as of now. Will be aboard Silver Rose in the Bugler, and then, of course, Patch Adams, whom I think a lot of us are excited about.
Listen, Flavien Prat's a tremendous rider. No rider rides this many favorites and can travel around and be as dominant as Flavien can be without a great agent. Brad Pegram doing a great job for Flavien.
And Flavien thanking him, of course, and he was present at those Eclipse Awards in his acceptance speech for Outstanding Jockey, something that, you know, they've been plotting for the past 2 or 3 years, and it was good to see it all come together in this past 24 season.
You know, to be a champion, you've got to go and poke the bear, if you will, right? And he stepped out of his comfort zone. He could have ridden 6, 7 favorites every day in Southern California. He said, no, I'm going to prove that I belong in the upper echelon of riders, made the move to New York, and I like when a guy shows that kind of ambition, is willing to take on a challenge.
Liberal Arts, of course, looking for his 3rd win in a row for the Brad Cox barn. I will say this is probably his toughest test, though, for his current connections to date.
Oh, I completely agree with you, but this was a horse I was really taken with last year, Maggie. I was here when he competed. Big, strong horse. He looks like he's just matured.
He's
gotten
I could not
stronger.
agree more. As we'll take a look here at Seize the Night, another horse coming off the back of a win. He did get a quick pace in front of him, though, Mig, in this victory.
Yeah, he absolutely did, and you're going to see the horse on the lead bearing out. Giving the rider a hard time, jumped to his right lead, kind of blew open the race inside of him. But here he came. I mean, he tipped all the way to the outside and still just kind of running on. Well, the outside horse was way around. This is the inside. What a nice trip. But this is a horse, Seize the Night. Excuse me, I got confused with my horses there. That I think is actually better in off-going. Most of the times, horses that are good in mud, it's just because it doesn't faze them.
Right.
This horse might actually be faster in the mud.
At least as of recently, right? Like if you go back historically, maybe they're not quite as good, but horses change quite a bit over time, and they often will settle on a surface that they prefer a bit more than the others. You know, you think about a turf horse that could handle the dirt early on in his career, and then, you know, as time goes on, they strictly just want the grass.
Yeah, and I think that's something, a good point for people need to pay attention to. Horses do change. They're always evolving, maturing, and what you see 6 months ago, you might not see today, and you might not see 6 months from now. So horse looks like he's doing well. He looks sharp, on his toes, and I like the story with the Willis Horton Racing.
So do I. And Kevin Horton taking over for his late father. They're just so, you know, ingratiated in the game, and they appreciate it. And Kevin, a really nice guy. So some rooting interest there. His number 7 is Henro. Chris Hartman looking for another stakes winner. Now he's going to stretch out in distance. He was hitting his best strides late when winning that high-level allowance race last time.
Yeah, you know, it's funny because he has one going a mile and a 16th. He won the Iowa Derby. I just feel like maybe he's a better closing sprinter type. I think maybe that's when you see the best of him. I think he really finishes his races that way, but he has won at a mile and a 16th. So maybe I'm talking out of school a bit.
Well, no, but you can elaborate on that because we have a mile here. It's a flat mile. It ends at the 16th pole. But oftentimes, you know, in New York, we're often discussing one-turn miles where we often see the pace play out, and it could complement a horse who needs that pace set up that might prefer being a closing sprinter. So how does the 2-turn mile play, generally speaking?
Well, obviously, they're both mile races, but they're run completely different. A 1-turn mile, you've got a half-mile run at Aqueduct to the far turn. Horses build momentum. They actually pick up speed as they go. So the first fraction will be slower than the second fraction. That's not the case so much with 2-turn races. They jump out of the gate, they run to the first turn, and then everything moderates and the pace backs up. So you don't get that pace heating up in the middle the way you would in a 1-turn race.
If we can, we'll go back to number 9, Brunacini in here. You know, that Perryville win was actually a stakes record. He took down the heavily favored yet troubled tripped Bookham Dano in that, but also a respectable type of horse in Knightsbridge too. Last time out, he veered in sharply at the break at Churchill Downs, and then he just kind of continued on evenly.
Right.
Now that's a 1-turn mile there.
Right, now he gets the 2 turns, now he gets the outside draw. Now the inside post didn't help him 1 turn, it certainly would have been a benefit today. It's so interesting, right? It's the same distance, but 1 turn, give me outside post, 2 turns, give me inside post.
It's so funny.
This horse has ability. Again, looking at his form and then looking at him from a physical perspective, he just gives you the impression that he wants to be more of a closing sprinter type. Let's see what he can do going the 2 turns here.
Now, his lone try around 2 turns, though, was only his second start of his career, and he was defeated as the favorite by none other than Kinetic.
Kinetic. So it was a quality field. Yeah, but I will say this, and I did watch that replay.
Mhm.
He looked like he had the race won.
Yeah.
And then he just got very hungry. Now, it was only his second start, and maybe that's something to build on. That's the impression I get. But like I said earlier, we have opinions. Horses have the answers.
They do, don't they? And they keep us all very humble out there.
I can say I've been humbled throughout the entirety of my lifetime.
Oh, yeah. No, you say they'll do one thing, even if you're a rider, and then they do the complete opposite.
Absolutely. Well, years ago, I was working a filly named Gold Beauty, and she was bearing out. I didn't like her, and she wound up becoming a champion. Yeah, and I had to hear about it for the rest of my life.
You never live those down. I remember when my husband had Have You Gone Away, a New York bred, and I said, why don't you just take the easy money and run her in a New York bred race? Nope, she wins 2 consecutive graded stakes, and he's never let me live that down either.
Wow, he's got a lot of ammo in the pocket there with that one, because a ballerina winner.
Exactly.
Yeah.
As they are approaching the gate here, as we see Wine Steward there on your screen. Honestly, I wanted to be critical of this horse coming back. He looks exceptional. He looks ready, Meg.
He looks exceptional. And again, I'll go back to his workout patterns, and everybody knows I'm not big on times of workouts. I like proper spacing of workouts, consistent spacing, but I also am very aware of when a horse picks up their tempo of his works, right? He came back to Gulfstream in December, 103, then a 102, then a 104, and then they got serious. 5 furlongs in a minute, fastest of the day. 5 furlongs in 59 and change, 5 furlongs in a minute. That tells me they really honed him for a big effort off the bench.
Now he is looking for his first win beyond 6 furlongs, and he did win against Open Company in his second start in the Bashford Manor. He did face some nice horses, including Dornick, who from that Belmont Stakes win would go on and win the Haskell as well. It's time for the Wine Steward to regroup, but standing in his way is a inevitable force in Brad Cox and Flavien Prat as they send out Liberal Arts as the favorite here in this 5th season. We'll get it up to Matt Dinnerman for your call.
Goes it. We're ready to go. And they're off in the 5th season stakes. Liberal Arts got squeezed at the break and drops to the rear after that. The Wine Steward up on the pace off a layoff. He's fresh and fast, along with Patriot Spirit. And Patriot Spirit takes control of things here. Hits the first turn a length in front of the Wine Steward second. Brunacini runs in the 3rd position. Machine Gun Man on a hold here, a bit keen. He races a joint 3rd with Brunacini. Gap of 2 to Raise Cane. Then Inca Empire to the inside. Henro sees the night there side by side, and that leaves Liberal Arts to trail the field, and he's 9 lengths off the lead. The lead is being held by Patriot Spirit and the leading rider at the meet, Christian Torres. Patriot Spirit a length in front of the Wine Steward in a good gallop as the ears pricked up, goes well in second, pressing the pace setter now a half length back. Brunacini placed well. He's 3rd with Machine Gun Man to the inside. Gap of 2.5 to Raise Cane. Inca Empire already under pressure. Henro joining him, and then comes Seize the Night. Liberal Arts, those two trail together as they go into the 4th turn. Now 10 lengths from first to last as they go into the turn. Remember, this race will end at the 16th pole. Patriot Spirit still on the lead. The Wine Steward turning up the pressure now, and here comes the Wine Steward after Patriot Spirit. They're even. Brunacini right behind them in 3rd. Henro gets a giddy-up reminder. He's mounting a bit, but still has a lot of work to do. He's 7 behind, under a ride with Raise Cane. Liberal Arts not going to get it done. Top of the lane. The Wine Steward on the outside as ahead in front now. Patriot Spirit on the inside second. The Wine Steward under the left-handed encouragement leads the way. Patriot Spirit not going away without a fight. The Wine Steward holding on to the lead now. Patriot Spirit can't keep up in second, and the Wine Steward is back. The Wine Steward and Juan Hernandez win the 5th season. Patriot Spirit very game in second, then Liberal Arts and Henro, who is next.
It pays to have a New York bred. So good to see the Wine Steward back in action and back to winning, something he hadn't done since a 2-year-old, Meg, as we'll check out the start. All things over for your favorite Liberal Arts.
Yeah, Liberal Arts got off to a kind of a bumbling beginning, and then the inside horses came out, and he got kind of squeezed, completely taken out of position. That was the end of the day there for the Liberal Arts. But the Wine Steward, always in good position. Nice to see this New York bred return now as a 4-year-old with this big effort. And he was lingering on his left lead. Looked like he was hanging. Watch the move right there that Juan Hernandez did to get him over to his right lead, and then he really leveled off, found more. This was a nice effort and I'm excited about this horse's prospects going forward.
And it seems like time and time again with these mile races that end at the 16th pole, you gotta be forward.
And when you had to have momentum coming off the turn, you can't sit and wait until after you straighten away from home. You got to have your horse running coming off the turn. That was a perfect ride and a nice trip and a great job by Mike Maker to have the Wine Steward ready off the bench. Truly does pay to have a New York bred.
Even at Oaklawn, as Juan Hernandez in from California to mainly be aboard gaming later on in the Southwest, but picks up a stakes win here with the Wine Steward, getting his 4th career victory in 5 starts. Son of Vino Rosso out of the Dam Call to Serve, as Paradise Farm picks up the win for Mike Maker. And yeah, look, disappointing, I'm sure, with liberal arts, but what was Flavien Prat supposed to do with that kind of beginning?
Well, you dealt a bad hand. You just got to drop back, allow your horse to find himself, and hope they go quick and you pick up the pieces. It was not his day. He was basically eliminated at the start, and if you're a part of Wine Steward, the connections, or you wager on Wine Steward, go get the wine sommelier and say a little Chateau Lafite, maybe.
Ooh, if only he was here. We have Chateau Greg, though, coming up. Doesn't quite roll off your tongue as well, Greg. I'm sorry. But the Wine Steward, so exciting to see this New York bred back in action.
Yeah, how about that? A New York bred, cool to see get that win. I'm even more bullish, though, on Liberal Arts after that performance. He ran huge with that awful beginning to get 3rd.
Yeah, and honestly, he's a horse that adapted well to being forward in his last 2 starts, so it was something he hadn't had to have done in quite a long time, and to still be able to run 3rd in there was a huge effort.
Back to New York race 7 here, 6.5 furlongs. New York breds trying to get that first win on the resume, running for a $25,000 maiden claiming tag in Awesome Roberta. This is your favorite right now. Kendrick Carmouche looking for number 3 on this Saturday card.
Yeah, and she's feeling herself a little bit in the paddock there, kind of doing some steps around. But look, you take a look at her race last time out, and clearly she just doesn't want to go the mile. So the cut back to 6 furlongs is going to help her in here for sure. And 2 starts back, she was on that fast pace and really only got cut down late by Take Me to London. So she was on that pace for quite a while.
5-2. On the 8 as well, Giants Audible moving to a new barn. Ilkay Cantermachi, that one dropping from State Bred Maiden 40 down to 25. We'll see if that makes a difference for the 8.
Yeah, I think the drop's going to help. Still a little greenish in learning, too.
Remaining half of the entry, here's Fifi La Fume, and it was the other half of the entry that seemed like the tougher half.
Yeah, this horse probably will show a little bit of speed. Not sure this horse will be hanging around late.
Rail to Sweet Lilac, the 2.
Cuts back after showing some good early speed first time out. Picks up Lasix 2 for this start.
Honey in the Bank, Horacio de Paz Barn.
Another horse who's cutting back in distance in here. Just has lost ground, though, in every race in the stretch.
0 for 8 to this point, but certainly a couple of efforts most recently that makes her a contender to the 4.
Yeah, we'll see what we get just from off the pace from the 4 in here.
Here again, the favorite, Kendrick Carmouche.
I would expect to see this horse forward in here on the cutback.
Wave took money first time out, didn't do a lot of running for Ray Handel.
Yeah, puts blinkers on, gets Lasix now. We'll see if this horse can pick things up.
Quick give up, but yeah, they liked him first time, not this time. Kitty of War, 5-1.
Better effort, but the race still comes up slow. Has never missed the board in 7 career starts.
Sahin Savachi, Giants Audible gets Lasix.
Yeah, the drop down in class should help a little bit for a horse who's still learning the ropes.
And Wildcat Annie, another one dropping to the lowest level she's been at yet, 9-1.
Yeah, blinkers going on. Last time out was kind of just wide throughout the entire race, and I don't think ran her best effort. So again, I think the blinkers is more of a focus deal as opposed to speed. We'll see what we get on the outside draw. You're getting 9-1 if you like this horse today, as opposed to the short price last time.
9-5 favorite, though, as we send it downstairs to Acacia. Awesome Roberta as Kendrick Carmouche. Acacia tries to get his 3rd on this Saturday card.
That's right. It's been a good day for Kendrick, and we'll try to pick up another one as Horacio de Paz will look for another win as well and another turn back. But I do think that that really should suit this filly, Awesome Roberta. She is smaller. She's a handier type. She's just built much more like a sprinter, which is what she gets to do today. She was dappled out as well. I liked what I saw from her. Haven't seen her since the fall and the beginning of her career, in which she just really seemed to lack some strength, taking a little bit of time to kind of bulk up a bit, put on some muscle mass, and she has done that, which I appreciate now, making the 5th start of her career. And kind of to what Kendrick was talking about earlier today with me after scalables, when horses that have a foundation after going longer and when running okay going longer as well, when they cut back, they have a bit more stamina than maybe some of their foes going a shorter distance. So that very much could be the case for your favorite, as favoritism is actually now shifted over to the 8 Giants Audible, who make the first start for the Kintamasi barn and taking a bit of a drop in class as well to this $25,000 level. This is a horse that earlier on I think was running on the turf because she is such a leaner type, and I'd always written down in my notes that I was waiting for her to strengthen up, particularly in that hind end. She has a bit as she's come along, and you really need that even much more on the main track to be able to have something to push off of from your engine, so kind of that narrower build. But one thing that I did notice last time out, when she was 3rd in that race where Awesome Roberta was 2nd the last time that one was sprinting, Giants Audible was chasing, but she started lugging out late when she was tiring to 3rd a bit. So keep an eye on that. She also gets Lasix for the first time today. Maybe that will help her a bit. Now, the 9 Wildcat Annie, she is a big price, as she too takes a bit of a drop in class. She's also 2nd off a layoff and gets some equipment changes today. Blinkers going on for the first time, just a shortcut cheater blinker. And I noticed in watching her last race, it looked like she had a shadow roll on that piece of fleece over the noseband. Kind of clear on her face today, no shadow roll, but she is strong. She's a solid built horse, and I think having a race off the layoff will really bode well for her, as she also gets a bit softer company today as well, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. We'll get back to this race in just a moment. Let's wrap up. Stakes race 5th season. We just saw at Oaklawn, the Wine Steward. Good to get the victory. A little lucky that Liberal Arts did not break well, but take nothing away. Nice performance, especially off this layoff here for Mike Maker.
Yeah, and it was good to see this horse show some forwardness and show some early speed as well again. So, and just sat right outside of Patriot Spirit, who projected to be pretty much the speed stretching out in here, you know, going from turf to synthetic, going from synthetic to dirt, I should say, and had shown speed sprinting. So, but take nothing away from the Wine Steward. Look good in the post parade. This bodes well now going forward for this horse, especially with this kind of effort. I'll be interested to see how it came back from a figure standpoint.
Last time we saw him was against Dornick, Mindframe, and Sierra Leone in the Belmont Stakes. First start back, 4-year-old campaign. Winning effort against veteran older horses. And he gets the job done here. Juan Hernandez again. Mike Maker, Paradise Farms, your winners of that stake. And that's what it's taking to beat Brad Cox today. A poor beginning out of the break.
Yeah, I mean, listen, sometimes you got to stack the deck against your opponent to get the job done. So I guess that's what's happening out there.
8-5 favorite back here in New York. It's become Giants Audible. 2nd time on dirt. And the drop down in class. We'll see what happens. Awesome Roberta, though, did finish in front of her in that race.
Yeah, and I would expect Awesome Roberta to show some speed again today, especially on the cutback, and the mile just wasn't to her suiting last time out. But the horse right there, Looking to Rock, is the horse that I'm going to give a look at and here at a price. We'll see if this horse can get first run on any of the closers, if the speed does come back to her. I know they were kind of two slower side races, but she's been wired as well in her last 3 starts.
7th here from New York. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Wildcat Annie to the outside. Wildcat Annie goes in. All set. And they're off. Wildcat Danny from the far outside is going to show some early speed and also has contention here from Sweet Lilac, and Honey in the Bank is up with the early mix too. Just off of them is Awesome Roberta, is now a well-settled 4th, is right in behind. A lineup of 3. To the outside comes Giants Audible, who's tracking from 5th, is well out in the center of the racetrack, is in the clear. They're 3 lengths clear from 6th running. At the rail, Wave, and Wave is in front of Kitty of War, who's on the move from the back of the pack. Fifi La Fume is second last. The Triller looking to rock. Less than a half mile to go, 23.37 for the opening quarter mile. Wildcat Annie and Honey in the Bank. They've dispatched of Sweet Lilac back to third. Awesome Roberta's on the move from fourth. Still very wide is going to be Giants Audible is in the fifth position. Haven't changed the running order much as Fifi Lafume starts to rally on from far out of it, just past Kitty of War. Still Hustle Along his wave, and the trailer looking to rock as they approach the top of the stretch. It's Honey in the Bank who's dispatched of Wildcat Danny, and Honey in the Bank at a big number is now 2.5 lengths in front. Honey in the Bank, Lynn Luis Rivera Jr. approach the final furlong. A host of pursuers in behind. Can Honey in the Bank get there? Is chased by Awesome Roberta, who's had a nice journey in Sweet Lilac. Honey in the Bank is almost there. Honey in the Bank will get the pot. It is all Honey in the Bank. Got a number with the upset. Honey in the Bank wins it over Sweet Lilac. Then came Awesome Roberta and Wildcat Danny in 1 minute 22.73 seconds.
Honey in the Bank, huge number, 18-1 upset here in the 7th.
And not only that, 61-1 shot just ran second as well, re-rallying. So take nothing away from Honey in the Bank, because I got to tell you, they threw down early in here. Greg, you had Sweet Lilac, Honey in the Bank, and you also had Wildcat Annie in a three-way tussle for the lead. And they thought they got rid of Sweet Lilac, and well, she ran back to second, but Honey in the Bank just kept on going. Cut back in the distance. Maybe the Lasix helped today as well, because for a horse who lost ground every single start in the stretch, certainly found a way to get the job done today and open up on them.
I would think we have a carryover now in the pick six.
I think we're getting there if we're not there already. I agree.
18-1. Horacio de Paz, Luis Rivera Jr., America's Pastime Stables, and a daughter of Central Banker in this New York-bred maiden claiming event springs a massive upset. Now, this 9-horse Wildcat Annie gave her a tussle for a bit, but she disposed of that one and she was gone.
Yeah, there was no doubt about this, too. And Luis Rivera Jr. is a rider that we know of. He breaks with a horse that has speed underneath. He's not afraid to take it to them. And that's what he did in here, and just drew off from this group in here with ease. I was not expecting that effort from this horse, I will say that.
3-2, 5-9 finish. Honey in the Bank. Surprising effort yet. Only hit the board once in a very slow race in the debut back in October. Back on that Derby trail. Bob Baffert gaming his Grade 1 winner as a 2-year-old. Show promise at 3. Brad Cox. Patch Adams, part of his stellar 3-year-old crop this year, coming off a huge effort to break his maiden. Back with you on our Saturday coverage. Southwest Saturday with points to get into that starting gate for the Kentucky Derby still to come. Program brought to you in part by Nyra Bets, where you can play it all. Go to nyrabets.com, get signed up, started. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. 7th at Aqueduct. Honey in the Bank. This was a big surprise here at 18-1.
Not only a big surprise, but a big form reversal for a horse who has been beaten 20 lengths plus 3 starts back and almost 20 in the last 2, but cut back in distance, Lasix, and getting to the front and surviving the war was key today for this horse, and did it pretty easily in the end.
Race 8 is a 1-turn mile, first level allowance race coming up, and Bourbon Chase in very strong form for Mike Maker, comes off a win last start.
And that was a win that I think Bourbon Chase and the Connections love to see, because it's been a while since that horse had won a race, so maybe the light bulb comes on and gets the job done here again today, stepping back up.
Cross country pick 5 starts here. Well, Oaklawn really will kick things off first. 11 minutes away from that one. So races 8, 10, and 11 Southwest. That maiden special out at Oaklawn. And then races 8 and 9 from here in New York. It's a tough race here coming up, though, at Aqueduct.
Yeah, tough races in this sequence, actually, you know, for a couple of reasons, a couple of makeups.
Oh, this is the race that's truly going to kick off the cross-country Big 5. Bugler overnight. And this one very difficult. 6 furlong sprint, $145,000 purse. Fillies and mares, 4 and up. 8-5 favorite, Silver Rose. It's Brad Cox, it's Flavien Prat. They have been the story all afternoon long in Hot Springs. We'll see if it continues.
Well, Flavien's picking up the mountain here, and this horse has some speed, so we'll see where this horse shakes out early on. Obviously, it's a horse you're going to want to use in here. I would think you'd also want to use a little bit of Tanya Showers as well, and a little bit of Royal Spa. But I got my eye on the 2 horse in here, Pistol. I think this horse last time out came off of the layoff. 5.5 furlongs was a little too short for this horse, and it felt like a prep race. They didn't really push the horse too much. They ended up taking the horse down inside. It was an even effort, only beating a few lengths. Now we're going to get out to 6 furlongs. If you go back a couple of starts, that start 3 starts back, that number puts this horse in the mix today, and this horse can show some speed at times as well.
Yeah, 9-1 on Pistol here, second off a short layoff. This race coming up next. About 8 minutes to post in this Bugler overnight from Oaklawn. Man right here, what a productive meet he had last year that had his Oaks and Derby winner roll through Hot Springs. Is this his next big super filly? Take Charge Milady, he will send out coming up along with Go Will's Delight.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Beyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got them. Huge payouts? You bet. With Nyra Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Nyra Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nyrabets.com.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrogate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrogate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
The Bugler. Perfect combination of upscale dining and casual elegance, offering an array of delectable cuisine, including carefully selected seafood and steaks, complete with a large outdoor patio and stylish interior, showcasing the history of Oaklawn Park. The Bugler, and part of the influence of the name for the next stakes race here at Oaklawn Park. Now rejoining Richie Migliore, I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Richie, try the Carpaccio. Like next level Carpaccio.
And I had dinner there the other night. They had Carpaccio on the table. I didn't try it, so now I feel foolish.
Big mistake.
But the food was outstanding.
Big mistake. Okay. Ask for Heather. She'll take real good care of you. Bugler Stakes here is next as we march closer and closer to the Martha Washington and the Southwest Stakes, the marquee events this Saturday afternoon. The field for this Bugler, fillies and mares, older fillies and mares, 6 furlong sprint. You see the scratches and defections. 1, 3, 7, 11 are out. Silver Rose, number 9, 9-5 favorite. Let's meet the field. There's Pistol, like best when she's in the mix early.
And from the inside, it really should just make things easier for the rider, Francisco Arrieta. You got to go. You got to protect your inside position.
Couple of long shots here, currently 26-1. There's Always Angels and Ramon Vasquez.
Yeah, is going to have to take a step forward. Looks fantastic physically for trainer John Ortiz.
Another big price, 23-1 in the Heilig Brock White. There's Eric Asmussen aboard of Makeup.
Horse that best race had come on turf, but has a couple of wins on dirt as well.
Contender, 4-1, number 6. Next in your picture, there she is, Tanya Showers and Rafael Bejarano.
I like this filly quite a bit. She's consistent. She's hard knocking. She's got the right style, too. She lurks from just off the pace.
7 is out. 8 is in. Royal Spa, Christian Torres.
Comes off a big effort in the Poinsettia, going 5.5 furlongs. She gets another 16th of a mile. Another one in good form. I thought she potentially could be your favorite, Lafitte.
Here is the favorite, 8-5. Now, Silver Rose, Flavien Prat looking for a 32nd win this afternoon.
Those white-hot combination of Brad Cox and Flavien Prat, but she is coming off a bit of a freshening, and she's going to have to step up.
Insensitive and Martin Garcia.
Yeah, kind of caught on the outside, turning back in distance. I have a hard time seeing what kind of trip she garners.
You've never been accused of being insensitive. We know better. Condensation there. Outsider, 24-1 contender here in Mischievous Gal, Ricardo Santana.
Yeah, and she has speed. You know what, Ricardo, he's going to let her use her speed. She's got in good form and versatile.
Lady Moscato on the far outside, and Keith Asmussen.
Keith jumps off his dad's horse to ride Lady Moscato for the coach, Wayne Lucas, and should be in a good stalking spot from the outside.
Should have been an interesting conversation when that decision was made. The Bugler coming up, $145,000 purse. Fillies and mares, older fillies and mares, 6 furlongs. Next of the stakes activity here at Oaklawn. As you look at Royal Spa here, this was her latest, the Poinsettia right here late December, Richie, a Royal Spa, and really a bang-up third-place finish. I like the way she stuck to her task late.
Yeah, I mean, she didn't cave in. She kept fighting all the way to the wire. She might have just run into horses that were just a little bit better on the day. Also, 5.5 furlongs to 6 furlongs. It's only 110 yards difference, a 16th of a mile. 5.5 is always run kind of sharper than that 6. And sometimes it sweeps horses off their feet a little bit. Boy, does she look sensational on the racetrack.
In a sprint, shorter distance race, a half a furlong, it doesn't sound like a lot, but there's like less room for error, and it does make more of a difference than it would in a route race.
Yeah, I mean, the shorter the race, the less margin for error, like you said, but also psychologically with riders. The shorter the race, speed becomes more of a premium, right? Out of the gate, getting your position, and everybody tends to hustle just a little bit harder in races under 6 furlongs.
And then you have Flavien Prat. In case you hadn't heard, massive afternoon in progress. He is on the favorite here in Silver Rose. What we've seen thus far, Tejano Twist, that stirring win in the King Cotton. Kinetic, Prat really, he had to earn his money for that one in the General MacArthur. Denied in the 5th season only because Liberal Arts had a brutal start. Now aboard Silver Rose in the Bugler, and of course, the main event, the Southwest, Prat aboard Patch Adams, a 5-2 second choice.
I mean, he's already got 4 wins on the day. He's looking for his 5th here. Was unlucky with Liberal Arts, who ran extremely well to run on to be 3rd. I just wonder, though, if the 9 Silver Rose isn't your favorite because of the connections. Obviously, she's a contender. No surprise if she wins. I just thought that Royal Spa potentially would be your favorite. She's your 7-2 second choice. And also the 6 horse with Rafael Bejarano, Tanya Showers. She's consistent. She's got the right style, and she's run fast enough races. I thought those two would be contending for favoritism.
If Pratt is getting over bet representing opportunity elsewhere. Meantime, Pratt, in about an hour, a date with Patch Adams in the Southwest Stakes. His win at Churchill Downs in just his second career start. The colt that has captured the public's imagination because of what this turned out to be when you saw the final time, when the speed figure came back. Patch Adams, a 98 Beyer speed figure, second fastest by a 2-year-old in 2024, and 33 100ths of a second off the track record for 7 furlongs at Churchill Downs.
This is being done as a 2-year-old, and look at the separation he's putting on this field very quickly, actually geared down through the wire. This was super impressive. You think about the horses that have run that distance at Churchill Downs over the years. And older horses, just to give you an idea, Woody Stevens would work his slowest older horse with his best 2-year-old. And if the best 2-year-old could keep up with the slower older horse, he knew he had a good horse. They're just so much more mature. They have so much more development already.
He's been breezing with a multiple graded stakes winner, a 5-year-old Patch Adams, and by all accounts, handling him while he's been preparing for this Southwest Stakes. Can't wait to see what Patch Adams does in the Southwest Stakes. And for Flavien Prat, oh, no big deal, simply seeking a 5th win on the afternoon aboard the favorite here, Silver Rose, for this Bugler 6 furlong sprint fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and older, $145,000 purse. Matt Ditterman with the call, post time for the Bugler, live from Oakland on Fox Sports 2.
Lady Moscato to the outside post. They've backed out Pistol. Lady Moscato goes in. Pistol to the inside. We're ready to go in the Bugler Overnight Stakes. And Laruff could be getting. Pistol from the inside sent for speed as a narrow lead along with Condensation, who's pretty quick today. Mischievous Gal is on the engine. Mischievous Gal with a head in front of Pistol. Condensation eases off of them. Lady Moscato deep on the course, not far off as well. There's a gap of 3 to Always Angels. The long shot Insensitive just passed. Their makeup is in midfield in the white jacket, now 8 lengths off the lead. The Gray Silver Rose with Tanya Showers and Royal Spa will have to pass them all and make up a dozen lengths at least and pass 9 other fillies and mares in front of her around the far turn here. Mischievous Gal comes away with the lead on the rail. Lady Moscato right there battling with her, and they put 2 lengths on Pistol, attempts to re-rally from the 3rd position, gets a breather. Condensation, she's all in right now. Insensitive not making up ground. Silver Rose still well out of it, being asked to pick up the pace. She's got to get going. Royal Spa cuts the corner as they come down the lane. Lady Moscato hitting the furlong pole as ahead in front now. Mischievous Gal is 2nd, Condensation 3rd. Royal Spa coming up the inside, but still has a lot of work to do. Lady Moscato with a 16th to go is clear now. Switching leads opening up, and for Keith Asmussen, it's Lady Moscato in the Bugler Overnight Stakes. Silver Rose got rolling late, was 2nd over Condensation, then Royal Spa, Tanya Showers.
Am I doing a post race here?
Lady Moscato in the Bugler, and Richie with the line of the day thus far.
Yeah, if you're going to take off your dad's horse, you better win. And Lady Moscato gets it done with Keith Asmussen riding for Wayne Lucas. And
what happened at the
start? It looked like a pretty even start, but then just Royal Spa had to steady out right there and really put her behind the 8 ball. It seemed like the race was dominated up on the front end, and that outside post turned out to be a good thing for Lady Moscato because she was always in the clear, got to use her stride, lingering on her left lead. When she gets over to her right lead, coming up right in here subtly, when he went to the left-handed, thought she had gotten over by now. Maybe she didn't.
Still on her left, right there.
Finally, late, but then she really kind of kicked away again. And I think that underscores the fact how important it is to change leads. Your favorite, Silver Rose, came on with a big rally, just 2nd best. Lady Moscato got it done.
Yeah, once she did shift her weight supposed to be on her right lead in the straight. You could see that she found that other gear and finished that much more powerfully, winning with conviction in the end.
You really can't underestimate how important it is for horses to race on the proper lead, and they find more energy. I liken it to running through the airport. You're running with your bag in your left hand. You start getting tired just naturally, instinctually.
Without thinking about it.
You put it in your right hand and you find a little more, and hopefully you make that connection.
Choose not to ride your father's horse. You better choose right.
Well,
and he did.
He chose right, but now I think he's probably buying mom and dad dinner at the Bugler tonight.
Way it goes. Way it goes. Lady Moscato in the Bugler. Results, reaction when we come back as our coverage continues leading up to the Southwest, and much more from Aqueduct as well with Greg back in studio. Greg.
Yeah, Lafitte, big thanks you too. This 8th race. Wide open affair, although the public preferring Bourbon Chase right now as we look at a big long shot here that will break from the rail. With Bourbon Chase 2-1, Mike Maker, Ruben Silvera coming off a career best effort performance, the 5 last time out.
Yeah, probably the most consistent of the group as well, Greg. I mean, as far as finishes goes, finally broke through with that win last time in a very good race in solid fashion. Number came back well too, and even 2 starts back was contesting that pace that, you know, eventually kind of collapsed and still ended up 3rd in there. So steps back up in here and is in good form, got that win. Maybe pair them up together now. Maybe the light bulb's gone on, and he's handy enough that he's got enough early speed to be a part of this race. And we'll see how aggressive they are with a horse maybe like the 7 Cut the Cord coming off of the layoff, and we'll see if Bourbon Chase takes any heat early on.
Someone loves this 3. I don't think it's us. 20-1. This horse would be a complete surprise.
How could you not love Phil Antonacci?
Jose Gomez will break from the rail, but there's, I mean, contention runs awfully deep in this field.
Yeah, this is a good race. This is a good race, and we talked about it, Sarah and I, earlier on Talking Horses, just how solid of a race this is. And you can go up and down and make a case for quite a few of these horses that are in here, and Still a Soldier is apparently one of them. We love looking at this horse. Did well last time at Finger Lakes as well.
Not sure why, but sure.
He was much the best last time out at Finger Lakes, so, I mean, got to give a little love to horses coming down from Finger Lakes for sure.
Now back to Bourbon Chase out there somewhere. This horse had been beat by Colloquy, the 4, who's a player in this one as well, and then wheels back, improves, and runs the best buyer speed figure he's ever produced.
Yeah,
there he is.
Yeah, there he is. There's my guy right there. Topic. So even the race 2 starts back, you know, Colloquy beat him that day. But to be fair, Mighty Atlas might have won that race too had he moved just a tick later as opposed to sooner in that race. But he didn't want to let Bourbon Chase get away, to be fair. So Bourbon Chase came back off of that effort, ran well, just sat right off of that pace and ended up getting the job done and drawing away. It was a nice effort for a horse that desperately needed a win after piling up a lot of seconds and thirds.
So 2-1 favorite here on a horse who tactically can be close in this race. That's a nice weapon to have. A lot of seconds, 9 times second in 19 starts, but obviously broke through with the 3rd win of his career last time out. Colloquy, this is the horse that beat Bourbon Chase 2 starts ago.
Yeah, and again, in hindsight, I kind of feel like he was lucky to win that race because of Mighty Atlas's move to go after Bourbon Chase in that race. But take nothing away, he came from far back, got the job done in the off-going. They tried the same strategy last time, not that much speed, didn't work out, and he was beaten 10 lengths in that spot. So he's broke better recently because he's been a horse that's had some trouble breaking from the gate, which has kind of put him behind the 8 ball, and last time that wasn't the issue. So we'll see if he can pick them up from off the pace. I just question where he's going to be in this spot because, honestly, I don't see a ton of pace on paper in here.
And, you know, always have to pay attention when a barn that just racked up its 5th career Eclipse Award as outstanding trainer, Chad Brown, has any horse in a race, and he has this one as the remaining half of the entry. Global Perspective, whose comeback race was in November, was away from August of 23, and that was the maiden win at Saratoga a couple summers ago.
Yeah, and an off-the-turf race that the horse won came back and was a little flat down the stretch last time out. We'll see what we get today.
3rd against Seize the Gray, your Preakness winner, and Dornick, your Belmont winner in his debut, by the way. Here is the 2. It just went by at 6-1.
Yeah, kind of runs the same race in every start, but is a private purchase in the Jamie Ness barn now.
Rail to Still a Soldier, the long shot.
Yeah, we saw a lot of him. He was much the best last time out. We'll see if he could transfer that form back downstate here.
Colloquy, Jose Lezcano rides.
It'll be interesting to see how far back Jose has him early on because the break is important for this horse.
favorite still, Bourbon Chase with Ruben Silvera.
I just think tactically this horse is in the best spot today. We'll see if this horse is on the lead or not. That's the only question.
Lock and Key, he does have a very good race going a mile.
He does, and that was a strong late run that he put in 2 back. We'll see if he can do it again today at the mile.
Cut the Cord probably be this is a huge price, would be much shorter if not for the layoff.
Yeah, and I think they were going to be aggressive with him today. We'll see if Kendrick gets some speed out of him.
And 5-2, Reynolds Channel outside, a horse who was in the Allen Jerkins this past summer.
And, you know, even after that, it didn't run too badly in there. Ran into Reddington, then ran into Treaty Obligation, who just missed last time with a solid effort. Second start off the layoff. We'll see what kind of trip this horse pulls, because he kind of has run the same race now a few times in a row. He's got to break through at one of his better efforts now.
5-2, Bourbon Chase coming off that big performance at Acacia last time out.
He is, and we were just thinking the virtues of the New York breds with the Wine Steward winning over at Oaklawn. And here is another New York bred with Bourbon Chase, who we just saw win the second level New York bred allowance. And now that he's gone through his New York bred conditions, he can come in and go to the first level allowance in Open Company. So really, I always take a look at the way that these New York breds are managed and the conditions that they have an opportunity to go through. So he is stepping into Open Company, Bourbon Chase, but he's been remarkably consistent, not necessarily a winning type throughout much of his career. I know that he won last time out, and we'll see if he can do it again now stepping up. But he's one of those horses that he runs out, he goes out, he runs his race. He's never one that particularly grabs your attention in the preliminaries. He's always kind of rather laid back, like I said, a bit of a handier type, but he's been consistent. However, 19 races, 3 wins to the 9 seconds. So we'll see. Maybe he's just in good form right now, and we'll try to make it 2 in a row. I don't have a problem with him overall. I'm always going to be drawn to the 9 Reynolds Channel, though. He's one that is just such a good-looking horse in the way that he's put together, and one that I know they had very high hopes for right from the beginning. And stretching him out in distance, trying tough company like in the Grade 1 H. Allen Jerkins last year behind Domestic Product. 2 starts back, was totally against the track. Last time out, got outfooted when going the mile, and Junior Alvarado, who was aboard that day, kind of following the winner, and just not quite enough to reach the top 2, but I thought showed a bit more life that day. So I want to give him another chance in here, warming up nicely. Very, very fit and has held his condition really well into the winter months. Now, the 1A Global Perspective, as you mentioned, debuted in what turned out to be a pretty key race as far as this that last year's 3-year-old crop was concerned. Obviously been a bit tough to keep Global Perspective on the racetrack, as he's just making the 4th start of his career. Now, last time out in November, he ran behind Mazmac, who's been in tremendous form. Saw a couple of horses actually come out of that race to win as well. And Global Perspective just was off a little bit sluggish, just never really looked comfortable throughout the running of that race. And I was really against him coming into that as well, off of that big layoff, and just really thinking that he needed to get some racing under his belt. Now, he's missed a little bit more time, but coming back a little bit quicker, of course, versus that a year-plus layoff that we did see. He just looks a lot better today, and maybe it is virtue of what he's facing in competition, but he is strong, he is fit, he's moving a bit better out there out on the racetrack. He has a lovely pedigree too, being the half-brother to multiple Grade 1 place horse Rowayton, and of course by Tappet. There's some talent in there. I'm wondering if he can stay on the track, if we'll start to get some glimpses of it, Greg.
Now look, this is an exciting horse behind 2 classic winners in your debut, running 3rd, where he ran respectable and then was gone for a long time. And yeah, that was a race where Mazmac just ran off the screen that he had to deal with.
Yeah, freaked in that race, and you know, it's expected to be a little bit short, and usually the Chad horses come back and show a little bit more life, but maybe this horse needed that race and needed a little bit more time to get back. As Acacia said, the talent's always been there. Now it's just a question of putting it all together, so we'll see today if he's tighter.
9-1. Don't often get that price on this barn. Again, congratulations. Winning a 5th Eclipse Award as Outstanding Trainer for Chad Brown. Reynolds Channel becomes your favorite Leon Seidler runner.
Always like
for
to see
Hall of Famer
win.
Bill Mott.
Yeah.
Love those pink silks. Wish him the best. Sahin Savachi rides
Second off a short layoff for a horse who's been a Grade 1 company in the past. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
And they're off. Off pretty slowly was Colloquy, who's going to be the early trailer, and also steadying after break is Still a Soldier. So they're the two at the back. Pirate's got early speed. It's Pirate right out towards the front, is joined towards the outside here by Cut the Cord. They're 1-2, followed by Global Perspective. Way out there is going to be Reynolds Channel, 4 across the racetrack early as they come out of the chute. Tucked in right behind them is Bourbon Chase. Bourbon Chase and Ruben Silvera getting a nice journey right in between rivals here through a 23-4 opening quarter mile. Lock and Key, Lane Leslie, they're also right in behind this leading group, and Colloquy after the slow start is second to last in front of Still a Soldier, who's the trailer. Moderate tempo, it is pressured, but they are moving up the backstretch, and Pirate is now ahead in front. It's Pirate right there with Cut the Cord, still 1-2. Global Perspective is still in third, as now Bourbon Chase is called upon for the effort. Is at the rail trying to move forward through a 47.71 half-mile time. Reynolds Channel is circling rivals for Savacci, and here comes the run. Pink Silks from Reynolds Channel, and Lock and Key is also in hand, is just cruising right in behind them. And Lock and Key is just waiting for the cue there as they are approaching a quarter mile left to go. Colloquy is going to stay at the rail. Pirate is still the target, and Pirate's got the lead. Pirate kicks on for home, and Pirate's trying to take him all the way here with Cut the Cord. Reynolds Channel now Lock and Key is cut loose, and here comes Lock and Key on the grandstand side with a lot of momentum. The leader is Cut the Cord. Pirate back to second, who continues the battle on. Colloquy at the ground-saving journey at the rail, but Lock and Key gets the first run. Here's Lock and Key to the outside, now ahead in front. Cut the Cord is trying to come right back. Lock and Key almost there. Lock and Key won it. Lock and Key over Cut the Cord, then came Colloquy and a photo for fourth. Then 1:38.4.
You could see around the turn, and you heard it on the call from Chris Griffin. Lock and Key was just loaded.
Yeah, this was a nice ride by Lane Leslie, sitting back off of the pace with a horse who ran a huge effort 2 starts back with Lane aboard as well, and just came 4 wide into the stretch and really, you know, it took a while, but got there and got the job done over a very game Cut the Cord, who was up on the pace with Pirate the entire way. This was a nice run off the layoff for that Jeremiah Engelhard horse. Kendrick used that horse's speed and came out to meet Lock and Key here in the stretch and still fought all the way to the wire, but a solid effort from off the pace in a race that kind of set up for a closer, and Lock and Key just happened to be that horse.
Colloquy trying to do it up the fence. Instead, Lock and Key with that wide move. That was a eye-catching move and just sustained it around the turn all the way through the stretch. Meanwhile, back at Oaklawn, the man who gave this rider his first ever graded stakes win, now they team up for another stakes victory with Lady Moscato. D. Wayne Lucas and Keith Asmund.
Nice effort from this horse. You got a nice price too if you like this horse. And it was interesting because I guess Keith had a choice. Do you ride for your daddy or do you ride for the guy that gave you a stakes win? He chose the coach. He chose right.
Yes, he did. $15.60 for the victory. Let's go to Mig.
Here with Keith Asmussen, who just did a great job with Lady Moscato. She was always traveling for you. It looked like you were really poised the entirety of the race.
Exactly. 14 posts. I know there are a couple scratches, not as wide as that, but I mean the filly's got incredible gate speed. Just put herself right where you wanted to be. Was keen to go on. Waited. Tried to be as patient as possible when she kicked on. I mean this mare loves Oaklawn. Her last year here was impressive, and to be able to do it again is awesome.
Now, it looked like when she hit the front turning for home, she kind of got to hang in just a touch, but she was on her left lead. When she switched leads late, it looked like she found again.
Exactly. Found that other gear. She did want to maybe hang a touch with the 13, you know, at the quarter pole. Brought her out to the 3-path rather than staying shoulders across. And just like you said, when she switched to her right lead, she exploded.
Keith, I'm always so impressed. You know, obviously I was a taller rider. You're a taller rider. You fold up so nicely on horses. Is this something that you've kind of worked on and improved on the way? Because you look like a lizard on a log.
That's quite the compliment coming from one of the all-time greatest. But you know, just picking the brain of riders that I first was in the room with when I was up and coming, and just, you know, taking nuggets of information here and there, and just, you know, tailoring my craft to where I want it to be. So.
Real quick, though, you had to take off your dad's horse, Condensation, who you won on last time, albeit at Remington. What kind of conversation is that?
Exactly, just up front, you know, thought a little more of Lady Moscato in a race like this. You know, she loves Oaklawn, and it was just very transparent conversation of, I would like to ride for the coach in this race.
Great job. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Guys.
And apparently Dad gave the blessing as we move on to the road to the Kentucky Oaks for 3-year-old fillies. And Keith Asmussen will be aboard a long shot. Adira in here back with Dad in this race, but it is quiet side that pretty much everyone seems like they have to go through in here. In the second start of her career, she won her debut second in the Grade 1 Spinaway at Saratoga.
Yeah, and when you look at this horse, I mean, honestly, the 2 losses came to Immersive, who we all know ended up being 2-year-old filly champion is 4 for 4. So, and losing last time out to Good Cheer was 4 for 4 as well. So I think today is the day. Get away from those horses and got the inside draw in a race with such a rich history. I think it's time for her to make a little history today and get the job done in here.
1-2 right now, but we'll see. This is the time of year. Turn that page to your 3-year-old campaign, and new faces can emerge. Quiet side, though, has been very good. Does not have to deal with a filly who was just named champion in Immersive this time around. As Paul mentioned, John Ortiz, Ricardo Santana will team up. Back on our Saturday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. 8th in the books here in South Ozone Park, and Lock and Key. That big move around the turn, and he just kept rolling all the way through the stretch under Lane Ludsey for the victory.
Got a nice setup in here and a nice ride from Lane Ludsey, and it was good to see the New York breds run 1-2 in here in an open allowance race, and a pretty game effort too from Cut the Cord off the layoff, showing that speed.
Yeah, that was huge from him, having not run since late August at Saratoga for Jeremiah Engelhardt. Meanwhile, back at Oaklawn, prep race for this year's Kentucky Oaks for 3-year-old fillies. First Friday in May, Martha Washington, mile and a 16th, and Quiet Side, the 3-5 favorite, as we go to Maggie.
And Greg, here in the paddock for this Martha Washington quiet side, she looks as though she should be the favorite in here. She, like her trainer John Ortiz has said, has really developed. And when I saw her last year as a 2-year-old, there was so much substance to her. There was a lot of a filly that just needed to be molded into an athlete, and boy, has she done so. She's even grown up a bit. So, you know, considering the distance, as John has also said, I don't think she has any problem with these longer distances. I think she will improve and get better, obviously, with the time, with the age, and with the distance. And of course, as today, she doesn't have a 2-year-old filly champion or another undefeated Brad Cox runner standing in her way, as she has been beaten by Immersive and Good Cheer in her last 3. Moving on to the 2-4, Kenny McPeak, Take Charge Milady. I thought her last race, breaking her maiden, albeit on the muddy track, was impressive. She's not impressive, though, with what I see from her here in the paddock. I just wish she was carrying more conditioning. She looks very dull and dry in her coat. And so at least from a physical perspective here, I do prefer his other contender, Goel's Delight, whom I thought was so professional in her debut, granted at night under the lights down at Fairgrounds. And to get the win going a mile and a 16th the first time out, I think is something to be said, and drawing away from the field, too. She looks like she's run 10 times before. She looks fit, but yet she looks strong, great in her coat. She's the Kenny McPeak horse I want, but Greg, I think they all have quiet side to get around.
And the betting board would agree. Quiet side, 1-2 favorite. The 1 filly for John Ortiz, homebred for Short Leaf Stable. Grade 1 place in just the 2nd start of her career. Prep for this year's Kentucky Oaks, the Martha Washington. It's next from Oaklawn.
And they're off in the Naira Betts Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornoch setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
And the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornoch.
Dornoch wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornoch to win the Belmont Stake.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gunrunner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse on the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished 3rd.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have, and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife.
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Torpedo Anna off the turn. West Omaha all in second. Recharge done. Candy Isle weakens. Then all things go. It's Torpedo Anna. Furlong to go. Opening up 3. West Omaha second. Tappaginelli third. Torpedo Anna is back in business off the layoff, and she is a dominant winner of the Fantasy. Kentucky Oaks, you bet.
You bet is right. Followed by a Kentucky Oaks victory, where it all started. Torpedo Anna, her 3-year-old debut in the Fantasy, right here in front of that massive crowd. Richie, little did we know what that was the start of.
Yeah, beginning of a Horse of the Year campaign. She got a little hot this day, a little worked up, and for her to run like this, despite the fact that she got as worked up as she did, really kind of boded well for her going to the Oaks. And this was a dress rehearsal for the Kentucky Oaks. Big crowd that day, a lot what she was going to have to contend with at Churchill Downs, and what a consistent performer. I believe greatness is sustained excellence over a long period of time. We witnessed greatness with Torpedo Anna.
Greatness all of 2024. The champions, Eclipse Award winners, honored a few nights ago. And of those, 3 that performed here at some point at Oaklawn, Straight No Chaser, Soul of an Angel, and Torpedo Anna, the first 3-year-old filly to capture Horse of the Year since Rachel Alexandra.
Keeping pretty elite company there. You can go back even further when Claiborne Farms' 2-year-old filly Moccasin was Horse of the Year in the 60s, a 2-year-old filly, and then she was matched by Secretariat being a 2-year-old colt to be Horse of the Year. But Torpedo Anna, a generational kind of talent, and just thrilled that we're going to get to see her as a 4-year-old.
The best news.
Yes.
But what a campaign champion 3-year-old filly, Horse of the Year, Torpedo Anna. Meantime, today's Martha Washington. The next step here at Oaklawn towards that fantasy Oaklawn's premier prep race for the Kentucky Oaks. I don't know that we're necessarily looking for a Torpedo Anna. However, for those fillies that step up and earn points that much closer to the most prestigious race for 3-year-old fillies in the country, the Kentucky Oaks, the first Friday in May. We start with the favorite. There she is, Quiet Side.
Quiet Side could not look any better from a physical perspective. She's faced the champion, 2-year-old filly champion, Immersive, a couple of times and was within close proximity to her. She looks terrific.
She's been mixing it up among the very best. Then Adira strategy. Like, will Keith Asmussen have her in the mix early on?
Well, she showed good speed last time, kind of dropped back, came again. I wonder if they're going to allow her to just drop off the pace early.
Take Charge Milady, first of 2 for Kenny McPeek. Her laugh, big scratch, really changing the complexion of the race on paper. Then Girls Delight, second of 2 for Kenny McPeek.
Very impressive on debut to win going a mile and a 16th at Fairgrounds the day after Christmas.
Maggie preferred what she saw from that McPeek trainee. Then Legal Empress graduated late December in her 4th start.
Yeah, but has been consistent, has tried hard in every start, and I think she could play out to be the main speed.
Sophomore fillies, mile and a 16th, $300,000 purse. The Martha Washington in 4 minutes. All eyes on Quiet Side, but let's circle back to Take Charge Milady, the first of the 2 Kenny McPeek trainees to be ridden by Julien Leperoux, and revisit her maiden win, 3rd career start right here 3 weeks ago, Richie. Take Charge Milady, winning with authority late.
Well, and you like to see this, Safit, where they make these incremental improvements in each start, right? You're setting a horse up for a career, and this was her best yet. She put herself in more forward position. She was a bit more professional. She has another step forward. That's going to bode well for her, especially today, but going forward to races like the Oaks, because it looks like she'll run as far as they write the races.
How much of a step forward would be necessary, assuming that filly right there, Quiet Side, runs something similar to her best of what we've seen thus far?
Well, you got to think that Quiet Side's going to have a bigger move forward because her races came as a 2-year-old. Now she's a bit older, a little bit more mature. She was a later foal, an April foal, but just that natural progression from 2 to 3. And she ran that 82 buyer figure in her last start in the Goldenrod at Churchill Downs. She's shown she runs well at Churchill Downs. That's good for the Kentucky Oaks. But for today, I just think you're going to see Quiet Side, a bigger, stronger version of Quiet Side.
Live look. Keith Asmussen looking for back-to-back stakes wins aboard Adira for his father. Maggie, what are you observing pre-race from this filly?
Lafitte, just that she looks like a very fit individual as, yes, Keith takes over riding Adira for his brother, Eric Asmussen, who I don't want to be too critical, but there was some trouble that Adira found herself in last time in that year's end where she had traffic problems. He went to go up the rail and she just got stopped, finishing 3rd that day, albeit well beaten. But I feel like she could have had a few more lengths closer to those top finishers if she hadn't found that trouble. So yeah, she looks a bit slower on paper, and maybe ultimately she just is. But that was her first race back off of a layoff and almost into the beginning of this 3-year-old year. And we will often find horses now as newly turned, quote unquote, for all of them, as Meg pointing out, different birthdays, and technically speaking, she's not quite 3 yet, but we will see them get faster, post faster speed figures just with a year under their belt. Moving on to number 3, Take Charge Milady, whom, Lafitte, I did not like her in the paddock, though she elevated a little bit on track as she is moving very well out there, and Julien Leparoux giving her a very aggressive warm-up. So looking for the same style, I would think, as she showed last time in breaking her maiden.
It does change jockey strategy, race shape, with the absence of her laugh and watching right from the start which rider's going to be most aggressive early on.
Well, you know, as a former rider, you not only handicap the horses, you handicap other jockeys.
Mm-hmm.
They have tendencies, they have styles. Sometimes riders have, like other athletes, have habits they're not even aware of. I will say that the 6th, Legal Empress, who has shown consistently decent speed, you get Harry Hernandez. Harry Hernandez is a rider that, if I'm handicapping, he's going to be forward. He's going to put her in the game. He is not bashful about having the lead. Adira last time, like Maggie talked about, invited trouble, was up on the pace, eased back, and then found traffic. If she breaks as sharp as she did last time, do they allow her just to run on freely and use her speed? I think that's where the most of the speed is coming from, in my estimation. Now, the 3, Take Charge Milady, was closer last time, but Julien Leparoux is a rider that is more comfortable getting horses to settle, relax. I think he's riding, by the way, in tremendous form. And what separates a rider riding in good form or poor form? It's confidence. And you can see Julien Leparoux's confidence is high right now.
Trusting in your instincts and God-given ability, something to watch from Quiet Side when the real running starts. When it's about to start, Ricardo Santana, it's not like she's the push-button type. You ask her to pick it up and the response is instantaneous. That's not the case. Watch Santana on Quiet Side when he starts encouraging her, because it takes her a few strides. It takes some encouragement for her to find her best.
Yeah, it takes her a little while. Now, as a 2-year-old, I would label her a bicycle horse, meaning if you're not pedaling, if the rider's not riding, she's not running, right? You've got to kind of keep her attention. She might have matured. Maybe she'll be a little different today. Maybe she'll be, a little bit fresher. They're always a little sharper coming off the layoff. But she's got the right rider in Ricardo Santana. He is a rider that doesn't ask horses. He demands of horses. And he's about as fit a rider as they have in the jocks room. I honestly believe he could ride a horse for 2.5 miles and not take a long breath.
Those types of horses, are there moments of anxiety, almost like trying to get a chainsaw revving, like you're pulling the cord, or a car that you're trying to turn over the engine? When's this thing going to start already? In the back of your mind, like maybe it won't start today.
Well, particularly a short price favorite like this, 1 to 2, a horse that's really comported herself well against your 2-year-old filly champion and Immersive. There's more pressure, and it's harder to trust. If you're sitting 3rd or 4th, all right, do I start asking her now? Is she going to find for me? Because they're not horses that kind of tell you what they have up their sleeve, if you will. Now, I also like the connection here. Shortleaf Stable, John Ed Anthony, winningest owner in Oaklawn Park history. And this filly made such a nice impression. My tendency, Lafitte, is to try to find ways to beat favorites or, identify a horse that I think might be vulnerable. I didn't see much of that with how good Quiet Side looks. Credit to John Ortiz.
Those colors synonymous with Oaklawn racing. It's usually been with the boys, though, going back to Van Landingham in the mid-'80s. Prairie Bayou, a Preakness winner. Pine Bluff, a Preakness winner. Demons Be Gone, a Kentucky Derby favorite.
I'll go back further. Temperance Hill.
Temperance Hill, a Belmont Stakes winner. What about Quiet Side? John Ed Anthony's homebred, the odds-on favorite. 1 to 2 at post time for the Martha Washington live on Fox Sports 2. Here's Matt Dinnerman.
Handed out for that. We're ready to go. And Larough, Quiet Side was away slowly, was away last, in fact. Legal Empress on the outside, up on the pace. Go Well's Delight takes a hold right with her, and Quiet Side's down on the rail in a little bit of a tight spot. Has to tap on the brake. She's going to sit in 3rd with Take Charge My Lady into the first turn run, and Adira is 5th and last. Legal Empress, the longest shot in the race, taking control of things with Harry Hernandez, gets to the rail and opens up 2 on Go Well's Delight, and Kobe Hernandez happy to track, racing alone 2nd. 1.5 lengths to Quiet Side and Ricardo Santana Jr. Julien Leparoux has Take Charge My Lady in the 4th position, now 4 lengths off Legal Empress, and 1 length to Adira and Keith Asmussen at the back. The quintet of 3-year-old fillies head down the backstretch. Legal Empress now getting tackled by Go Well's Delight. Between horses, moves forward forward to come and challenge Legal Empress. And Quiet Side taken back to third. She's a little bit closer, but she's only a length off the top pair. Another length to Take Charge My Lady. And Adira has yet to pass a runner as they go into the 4-turn run. Legal Empress on the lead, but there is a wall of horses right behind her. Take Charge My Lady's making an early move with Quiet Side. They're moving as a pair, and Legal Empress has lost the lead. She's retreated to third. Now Go Well's Delight got shuffled back on the 4-turn run. She's coming on again as Legal Empress drops out. Adira, it was not her day today. Coming to the top of the stretch. Quiet Side on the lead with Take Charge My Lady. Take Charge My Lady going better than Quiet Side, and she puts away Quiet Side getting to the rail. Quiet Side second behind. Go Well's Delight is third. Furlong to go. Take Charge My Lady opening up 3. Quiet Side left behind in second, and Take Charge My Lady with a 16th to go. She's coasting down the lane, and she will pick up some Kentucky Oaks points, I should say, here in the Martha Washington. Quiet Side was second. Legal Empress, stakes place for her today. She was third ahead of Go Well's Delight and Adira.
Julien Leparoux looking behind him. Long way to the runner-up. Nobody's saying she's Torpedo Anna, but she is trained by Kenny McPeek. Take Charge My Lady in the Martha Washington at Oaklawn. What happened at the start, Richie?
Your favorite Quiet Side got away slowly, and it kind of compromised her trip. She broke touch slow, hustled up into position. He kind of overcame that pretty quick. But then it lent itself to kind of a stop-and-start trip. At one point down the backstretch, because right now he established good enough position despite the slow start. Not an ideal situation, but okay. Saving ground. When he tried to move up inside with the 5-horse, Go Well's Delight, you knew that was kind of an early move, and then he had to stop, and then he had to try to get to the outside. And at the same time, your winner, Take Charge My Lady, made that quick tactical run and kept the pressure on the one Quiet Side. Again, not a smooth trip by her, a lot of stops and starts. Take nothing away from the winner. She was very good today, and Kenny McPeek has got a filly that continually is improving.
Never felt like a comfortable trip. Quiet Side, little herky-jerky, opening the door for Take Charge My Lady. You said something about the confidence of a Julien Leparoux riding Take Charge My Lady with all the confidence in the world, opening up on this field for Kenny McPeek as she continues to progress and improve at just the right time.
Yeah, and that's one thing that Kenny McPeek does very well. He develops a horse for a career. And also, I heard Kenny talking. He had a conversation recently with Julien Leparoux about, hey, you want to ride for me, we got to save ground. I need you to stay inside. And it's great when a trainer articulates that to a rider. Usually it's after you get fired, they tell you why they fired you. He gave him an opportunity to start riding the way he felt comfortable with.
Take Charge My Lady. Results, reaction forthcoming. Greg, with this maiden special weight event on the horizon, the 9th at Aqueduct.
Looks like last year all over again out in Hot Springs. Ken McPeek having a huge impact on the road to the Oaks as we get back here to New York for this finale here. 1-turn mile to close things out. And we were talking off-screen, surprised that the price has come down as we look at the favorite for Christophe Clement. But tracking here at one point, the 1 for Chad Brown, it looked like really the 1 and the 6. The main players in here, was it 7-1 at one point?
Yeah, I wish I could have booked that. 7-1 on that horse, now 7-2.
Still that big a disparity between the 1 and the 6?
I don't believe there should be. We'll see if it comes down a little bit further. This horse is cutting back, going second off the layoff, and last time the pace was soft, got the distance, obviously, that the horse wanted, but ran into a soft pace and was running late, made up ground, second off the layoff. I like the cutback for this horse. We'll see what trip we get.
Starting to even out a little bit more. Let's go down to Acacia.
Yeah, certainly a player down to the inside, but as far as Rodati is concerned, this is the full brother to talented New York-bred runner Drake's Passage, who you might remember started out on the turf, as did the other sibling, who was trained by Chad Brown. Unique insight, because there's a lot of turf pedigree in the family, but it does seem that they handle the dirt. And Rodati, who, again, the foal to Drake's Passage, looks like his brother. The longer, the better. So got to go a mile on the dirt last time. I think he's going to want even further than this, but he's definitely come into himself from a fitness perspective now in his third start. The 9, Munden, Chad Brown's other horse. I did not like the way that he was warming up on debut. A relatively reserved warm-up out there on the track today, and he did break slowly in his first race. I would expect he's going to be stronger there today. I know that the winner, Georgia Magic, was well thought of, though the race came back slow, but I think we're going to see an improved effort from this horse. And a little bit of buzz about the 4 Coolapat, first-time starter for Bill Mott. There's plenty of distance pedigree on the bottom side. This horse looks very fit and well prepared for his first start. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. Yeah, the other Chad Brown, that is Munden the 9, taking support. Yeah, very slow sprint race in the debut, in which that one finished 4th, but more ground should be better.
Yeah, certainly looked like a horse that wanted more distance. Picks up Lasix today, and second-time starters for Chad Brown. We've seen, even with the turfy pedigree, as you mentioned to me earlier as well, they just seem to run on any surface.
Pretty amazing. Just has a knack for it. Yeah, finds the right spot for him, even if they're not meant for it. The 4, that first Acacia mentioned, Bill Mott, first-timer, is taking money. Coolapat.
Yeah, second dam Ash Z won 3 times 7 furlongs, put up some 90 Beyer figs, so there's definitely some bottom in the second generation as well, going longer on the dirt.
Maiden special weight, 1-turn mile to close out this Saturday card here in South Ozone Park. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
All set. And they're off. My Man Magoo right out towards the front, but very tightly bunched as they want a piece of the front action here is Tracking Error at the rail. Well, now a certain Tracking Error is in front, is up by a half length. A host of pursuers towards the outside. My Man Magoo is in that early mix. Also right there is Coolapat trying to join them, and Super Powers in that early mix too. Far outside is going to be Hot Spun, also following them is Munden, and now willing to press on is going to be Super Power. Super Power is the leader, well off the rail. That leaves the rail open for more company, very tightly packed on the front end. Back there in 7th. Now at the rail, that's Nico's Derby Run. They went 23.36 for the opening quarter mile. Magnanimous Max is climbing towards the back end of the field. Redouty is also back there, and the trailer, Laird of Magnolia. They sort themselves out, and Super Power takes them into the far turn, less than 4 furlongs to travel. 47.20 for a half-mile time. Tracking Error, Sofia Vives has held that rail position, is now in tight, nowhere to go yet. Also in that mix is going to be My Man Magoo. They are scrambling, and now they're running from everywhere as Redouty is going to range up 5 wide, is coming after the leader. Also right there is Munden. Meanwhile, Super Power is still there. Backing out of it was Coolapat, just had to wait for room. Far back is going to be Nico's Derby Run, Magnanimous Max, and Laird of Magnolia. They reach the top of the stretch. Super Power is still there. Here comes the run from Redouty, is down the center of the racetrack, and Redouty is now in full pursuit. Tracking Error is looking for some room. Munden is chasing too, but it's down to these two. It looks like Super Power to the inside and Redouty. Tracking Error starts to really find some late momentum as they're approaching that final 16th. Down to the inside. Super Power is still there. Super Power is really game and gutting it out. It is all Super Power in the finale. Super Power wins it over Redouty. Then came Tracking Error and Munden in 1 minute 40.27 seconds.
Redouty looked loaded, but it's the stablemate at 37-1. The other Christophe Clement runner who springs the massive upset here in the nightcap.
A lot of happy faces down in the winner's circle down there. Listen, this was a good ride by Eric Cancel. You know, just went to the top in a race that saw an early scramble for the lead, was able to establish that lead and be able to draw away from horses in the stretch. Tracking Error just really had nowhere to go, and then Sofia kind of wheeled this horse to the outside and just kind of needed to turn over, never got there, and Redouty used that on the turn, and he did. He looked like he was going to crush when he made that move, and he just wouldn't go by Super Power, so good ride there, 5-6-1. You got paid if you had this horse, 37-1.
One person did.
Wow.
Pick 5, $179,000. We already knew we had a pick 6 carryover going in. No one was alive in this last race. This is a shocker. Super Power, stablemate of the much more highly regarded, favored, and brother, the very good runner Drake's Passage. Yeah, coming up short here, running second, but Clement won too.
Yeah, I mean, wasn't even close in that race at the end. Did show some forwardness at the start of the race, and honestly, that race is kind of coming back pretty good. I mean, look at Treaty of Rome. That one for Chad Brown was second in the Mucho Macho Man next start, and now they ran 1-2 out of that race in here.
5-6-1-9, shocking finish to a card where we've had a ton of upsets on this Saturday afternoon. Meanwhile, back at Oaklawn on the road to the Kentucky Oaks for 3-year-old fillies. Quiet side, not so sharp out of the gate. And in the end, looks a lot like last year. Ken McPeak with the winner here, Julian Leparoux, and Take Charge Milady. Let's go to Maggie.
Pleased to be here with co-owner of Take Charge Milady, James Ball. And James, you had to be so excited. I'm not going to lie, I heard you and your entire crew screaming for Julian.
Oh, yes. Julian just did an amazing ride. We so appreciate Julian. I mean, he just did an amazing trip, got her where she needed to be, and just closed strong. And, I mean, that was just amazing. Couldn't ask for anything more, so.
Such a big performance off the back of that blowout maiden score. Was Kenny expecting this step up to this Martha Washington?
We were very hopeful for it. I mean, we knew she had the potential. You know, she was coming off Lasix, so we were a little worried, but I mean, she just stepped up and did amazing, and then she took a step forward. So, I mean, we knew it was in her, and she just showed it today.
We were just joking. This is a typical Kenny McPeak bargain buy for 60 grand. She has well made good on that.
Oh, yeah. Went to the auction. Kenny picked her out and some of the staff, and you know, we loved her when we saw her. And then, you know, bargain buy, like you said, but he has kind of a magic touch sometimes. So we really appreciate it. So
continuing down that road to the Kentucky Oaks here?
Oh, you know, this definitely comes with some points, and we're flattered just to have some. But, you know, a couple more races. Hopefully we get a couple more. But, yeah, very looking forward to it. So
well, enjoy this win. Huge performance today.
Right, thank you so much. Just amazing. Thank you.
You can feel the excitement for Take Charge Milady with this Martha Washington win.
Nothing like it, having the feeling that you have a contender for the Kentucky Oaks or the Kentucky Derby, and these connections too right now with Take Charge Milady. We'll see if she continues to go on, but big performance here. What do you think of what you saw?
I think the ride had a little bit to do with it with Quiet Side. The break was a little bit slow, but she got her feet under her pretty quickly. I think, as Richie pointed out, it was a lot of stopping and starting. And I think at one point, Ricardo Santana had enough and pushed the button a little too soon. Maybe a little more patient ride next time. We'll do it. But the winner was very good.
Boys get their turn next. Grade 3 Southwest. Points on the line to get into the starting gate for this year's Kentucky Derby, not to mention $1 million purse. Bob Baffert back on the Derby trail, eligible to compete at Churchill Downs once again, and he'll send out Gaming, Grade 1 winner as a 2-year-old, but right now it's 3-5 favoritism on Patch Adams, who was sensational in start number 2 at Churchill Downs for trainer Brad Cox.
Yeah, and this is a race where Brad Cox had this circled for this horse after the maiden win. He's a big-bodied guy. The extra distance shouldn't really hurt him here. I think he's the horse that you really need to look at. And the other horse that has the questions to answer is the Bob Baffert runner in Gaming, because today I think we're going to find out if he's really, truly a 2-turn horse that could win at 2 turns. I know that, you know, you take a look at the Breeders' Cup, and he did run second in there in the juvenile, but they ran 1-2 around the track. And then he was a little flat in the race at Los Al in the Futurity, and it begs the question, because he took a lot of money that day, and journalism beat him on the square, beat him by a bunch. Can he win it 2 turns? And he's got an ideal circumstance today with an inside post to see if he can do it. But Patch Adams might be in his way.
Yeah, Gaming, big question mark in this race. Can he get back to some of the bigger races we've seen from him? Certainly that juvenile. We are done back here in studio when we sign off here at Acacia, Chris Griffin, but we send it back out to Hot Springs right now.
Great stuff all afternoon, gentlemen, and Paul's right. Like right after Patch Adams' maiden win for Brad Cox, this was the plan. The Southwest Stakes, Patch Adams 3-5. But like, don't the handicappers know like what Bob Baffert's done here over the years at Oaklawn Park and 3-year-old preps?
Well, listen, obviously you got to respect anything that Bob Baffert sends here, but Patch Adams was very, very impressive in that 7-furlong race. Obviously the time bears that out. Your best trainers, pick a spot, they work backwards from there, right? This is where he pointed him. We already saw earlier in the day, Brad Cox ran one with a runner that trained at Payson Park. This horse has been training at Payson Park in Florida, so no interruptions in their training. You know, we've had, you know, tough weather here in Hot Springs. Track closed a lot of mornings. The horses racing in today's Southwest having to come out and train in the afternoon. But I just think his brilliance is what's got everybody's attention.
Patch Adams, Gaming, the morning line favorite for trainer Bob Baffert. Have to go back to 2010 for the first ever starter in a 3-year-old Derby prep at Oaklawn for Bob Baffert. Home away from home is right. Wouldn't you know, he won with that first starter in a Derby prep conveyance. Back in 2010, all he's done since in the Southwest Stakes, win 5 more, 6 total. Baffert, yeah, that's a record. The next stop, the Rebel Stakes. Bob Baffert, 8-time Rebel Stakes winning trainer. That's a record. Looking at Lucky, who went on to capture the Preakness Stakes after a brutal start in the Kentucky Derby. Baffert, 5 wins in the Arkansas Derby, tied for most with Todd Pletcher, American Pharoah, eventual Triple Crown winner. In total, Baffert, 43 starters in Derby prep races at Oaklawn Park. Of those 43, he's won with 20 of them. 20 and counting. Baffert to unleash gaming today in the Southwest Stakes. Home away from home is right for Baffert. He has been absolutely dominant. The numbers speak for themselves in terms of preparing horses for the Derby, the Triple Crown, in this particular series of races.
But it does beg the question, what happened those other 23 times?
That's right.
All kidding aside, Bob Baffert absolutely knows how to prepare horses for the rigors of the Triple Crown, and he does not ship just to go visit a new location. He comes in here with intention. He's got a plan. Now, usually he has a stable full of good 3-year-olds that he has to kind of move around, but when he comes to Oaklawn, he's serious, and there is his assistant.
His
Jimmy
road
Barnes.
warrior, Jimmy Barnes, the colt named after him, Barnes, a contender on the Derby Trail this season as well. As for gaming, well, it's been a little Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde in his last couple of starts. This is the good gaming, right there with his stablemate, Citizen Bull, now an Eclipse Award-winning 2-year-old champion. Gaming, big effort, runner-up second in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Yeah, he was undefeated going into the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. He was 2 for 2. Ran extremely well, and he had every right to just cave in. He was chasing Citizen Bull throughout, and a lot of times when you're on a hard chase throughout, it's discouraging for a horse, and they'll just give up. He didn't give up, and that talks to his character.
Race turned upside down when East Avenue did not break, and then in the Los Al Futurity, Gaming here an odds-on favorite and a disappointing result.
Yeah, it was, but I think there were a lot of factors, right? He didn't have the greatest beginning. He was down inside when it seemed like horses were doing their best running out towards the middle of the track at Los Al. And also the fact that it was almost an audible that Bob Baffert called, right?
Last minute.
He had gotten him ready for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. He ran well. Most of the time, horses go to the bench then. They go, give him a little time. He said, well, you know, he's showing me the right signs. I'll run him in the Los Al. But it doesn't always translate. They've been pointed to that one spot, and then it's hard to kind of come back with a big effort.
So which version of Gaming do we see today?
Well, I think you're going to see a very good version of Gaming. I love his work tab. I love when horses pick up the tempo of their workouts. His penultimate workout for this race was 58 and change, best of 34 at Santa Anita, and then come back with that maintenance move, 101. The heavy lifting's done. You've already put in the hard work. You just want to keep him where he's at.
Biggest story heading into the 25 Kentucky Derby. Bob Baffert is back, 6-time Kentucky Derby winning trainer, eligible to run horses at the Derby for the first time in 3 years. Standing in his way, Steve Asmussen. There he is, the Asmussen family, one of the most prominent families in North American racing history. That story's next. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
Outstanding apprentice jockey goes to Eric Asmussen.
22. This game means everything to me. Thank you to my family. I mean, I got the best group around me. No.
Nothing but an honor. Was able to enjoy it with my mom and dad, the whole family, pretty much. And just sitting there before the announcement of Eric, when we were reminiscing with my mom and dad about when we were at the Eclipse Awards, when my older brother Cash won it, and just what a wonderful life and how great horse racing's been to the Asmussen family.
You don't have to know a thing about thoroughbred racing to enjoy that. Just observing and watching the family dynamic and the pride of them, mom and dad watching Eric Asmussen accept that Eclipse Award trophy for Nation's Leading Apprentice a couple nights ago.
Just absolutely fantastic. And the fact, too, that Eric's grandparents, Steve's parents, were there to enjoy that moment. And, you know, Steve said how good racing's been to the Asmussen family, but that came with hard work, dedication, and an unparalleled drive and passion for the game.
Heartfelt speech from Eric Asmussen, and now what's been a great week could get that much better. Perhaps a victory in the Southwest Stakes, riding for his father and Publisher coming up next very shortly here. And as you mentioned, Publisher, not one to sleep on, not one to think that he is overmatched going in. But the big story, of course, for the Asmussens, a celebration, one of the most prominent families in North American thoroughbred history. Another moment, an achievement at the very highest level in thoroughbred racing.
And it's an honor. It truly is. Thank you.
Eric, what was it like to be up on that stage representing your family? And your family is one of the most noted racing families in the history of the game in North America. What was that feeling like, being on that stage representing?
It's truly amazing, and to carry on the Asmussen legacy is just an honor. It's a dream come true, and my whole family went yesterday, and make them proud was just a dream come true.
At the end of the video, after your very heartfelt speech, they had your Uncle Cash, who won the Eclipse Award in '79. You're the first uncle-nephew duo to do that. What was that like, seeing that video?
No, that's extremely cool. You know, he won the Eclipse Award 45 years ago, and he's always been a huge influence of mine and Keith's. And he's just a fantastic teacher who you can always ask if you have a question.
Keith, you never rode with the bug, which impresses me so much because you were able to improve and develop as a rider without the benefit of a weight allowance. What's it like watching your brother receive these kind of accolades?
I'd say an extreme source of pride. You know, just as you had mentioned, I definitely had an unorthodox start to my riding career, as it was 2 months on, 2 years off, then coming back and doing it legit. To see Eric thrive in this profession that I really love is just an incredible source of pride for myself.
Now, you guys compete with each other. You're out there trying to get this, same thing, the victories. You both ride for your dad. Who decides who rides what horse? Is there any conversation, or your dad just makes those decisions?
I think it's what's best for the horse at the end of the day. I mean, that's all what we're trying to do. It's whatever's best for the horse, and whatever he seems fit, we 1,000% agree, and we 100% respect him because he's a fantastic horseman.
And is he difficult to ride for?
Oh, not at all. We're extremely competitive with each other, but yet still very constructive. And if we have any ideas of what one or the other could do to better fit a horse and give them a better circumstance to win, I mean, we don't hesitate. We're not short of words when we think one should have done the other thing, and it's very competitive, but as I had mentioned, very constructive. Like, we do want each other to succeed.
Yeah, it's because we want nothing but the best for each other, and we're trying to achieve the best we possibly can, and we're trying to help each other as much as we can.
I know you guys support each other, but how good does it feel when you come down there head and head and you get a nose on your brother? I'll start with you, Eric.
I hope I get that nose. I do.
Exactly. No better feeling.
Great questions, Mig, and the politically correct responses you might expect your time spent with Eric and Keith. What was your biggest takeaway?
Just what good young men they are. You know, there are a lot of talented athletes that are just not very good people. And here you have two very talented young riders that are just terrific young men, well-raised. Their answers are smart, thought out, yes, politically correct. They know how to handle themselves. And honestly, I'm proud of them. I've watched these kids grow up. I'm close with the Asmussen family, rode with Cash. And I just think that it's a fun thing to watch the evolution of two young men who are immersed in the game.
The brothers, Keith, Eric, as you can see, like Mig, taller riders. Eric about to ride Publisher in the Southwest Stakes. Over to Maggie for this Southwest Stakes paddock report.
Thank you, Lafitte, and we'll check in with the horse who is your current favorite at 4-5, number 7, Patch Adams, as he's just an athlete, guys. This is a horse that is so well muscled for only his third start. It's incredible, you know, the develop and maturation that we see from him already. And as Brad Cox said to me earlier, a horse that possesses a mind that will get him to the top of this game. And it's on full display here in the paddock, just handling everything beautifully. And he's very much of that into mischief ilk, but he's also got that scope to him that some of them just don't possess. So therefore, I do think that this two-turn test is not going to be a problem for him. Now, I have to say that his main rival, Gaming, has made a better impression on me than I was expecting. Big horse, a lot of scope to him. Exquisitely turned out for Bob Baffert, as you like to see. I'm wondering if something went amiss in that Los Al Futurity, as Bob even saying himself that he got undone in the paddock. Well, it looks as though Jimmy Barnes and his crew here at Oaklawn have been schooling Gaming, because he was so beautifully behaved in this Oaklawn paddock, which can be totally overwhelming for a horse, and he just never looked to be comfortable over the surface there at Los Al. So I think a better performance is on the cards today for Gaming. Lafitte?
February 3rd, 2024, Oaklawn Park, 4:49 p.m. Post time for the Southwest Stakes.
And Mystic Dan is turning it on in a huge effort for the Kenny McPeak barn, and he wins wrapped up.
A statement race, but what did it mean for the horse, the owners, the trainer, the jockey? Simple. This was just the beginning.
It is Mystic Dan down toward the inside with the lead in the final 16. Forever Young, Sierra Leone is coming. These three coming down to the wire. Who's it going to be?
From Hot Springs, Arkansas to Louisville, Kentucky. Over the years, a path chosen by racing's elite. The best of the best. So who's next?
Gaming has won the Del Mar Futurity in style.
Patch Adams finishes with a flourish and is geared down to win it by 10.
American Promise desperate for the finish. American Promise, Tyler Bacon, D-Wade Lucas.
The $1 million Southwest Stakes is next.
Who knew? When Mystic Dan won that Southwest Stakes a season ago, who knew we were looking at the 150th Kentucky Derby winner? That's what makes these 3-year-old Derby prep races so intriguing, because you never know.
I sure wish I knew. And that turned out to be a perfect dress rehearsal for the Kentucky Derby, slipping through on the inside.
Carbon copy.
Carbon copy, and showing courage, and you need courage to win a race like the Derby.
Post-parade for this year's Southwest. There he is, Gaming. Bob Baffert looking for a 7th Southwest victory.
Now, Bob Baffert at Oaklawn Park. Gaming's already shown massive ability as a 2-year-old. Let's see what we get as a 3-year-old. I'm sure we're going to see an even better version.
Eclipse Award-winning apprentice Eric Asmussen aboard, Publisher, the Maiden.
Do not sleep on this Maiden at 50-1. This horse is figuring it out. I used to watch him run. It was like stops and starts. I'm starting to see continuity. I think the light bulb's going on.
Monet's Magic, sharp. He's won 2 straight.
Yeah, a horse that's getting the winning habits. Going to have to improve, but this is what they do this time of year. They're young horses that are improving.
Tiz-tastic, holding his own against real company.
Another Asmussen don't sleep on. He's run well against some of the best, and I think a horse that, being by Tizler, should be better as a 3-year-old.
Sandman, $1.2 million colt, arrives with momentum.
Well, I love the way they reset. He won the allowance race. It picks a horse's confidence up, and he's got a lot of size and scope. He'll love a 1.25 miles. Let's see if he can get the 1/16 the same way.
Patch Adams, odds on, sky's the limit.
Brilliant to run 7 furlongs as fast as he did as a 2-year-old. Excited to see what he does today.
American Promise, big colt, 17 hands plus.
They kind of rounded into form. Wayne raced him into shape. Best effort was last time.
Bon Temps, Lucas runners to break side by side.
And this is a maiden. He's going to have to step forward. He's improved in every start, but he's going to have to really improve here.
Okay, Speed King, look out, defeated by Cole Battle, flattered. Cole Battle, who won the Smarty Jones.
Well, I think this is going to be a good barometer of Cole Battle and his effort in the springboard. He's got a tough post. I think he's got one way to go, though. Rafael Bejarano's got to try to clear from that post. You don't want to get hung wide with a group like this.
3-year-old, Southwest, $1 million purse, 42 Derby points available, 20 to the winner. The Southwest, a race productive along the Triple Crown Trail and beyond. A springboard indeed. 92 strong additions, second and third place finishers would win the Preakness and Derby. Pine Bluff, Lily T, 1997 Maryland bred Smoke Black and Fast Southwest winner, eventual champion sprinter. 2004, yeah, he needs no introduction. Smarty Jones, perfect at Oaklawn, nearly perfect in the Triple Crown. 2 years later, a Lawyer Ron Southwest Stakes winner, eventual champion older horse. A decade later, as popular as he was talented, Whitmore Southwest winner, eventual Breeders' Cup Sprint winner, and champion sprinter. 2021, what a matchup, worth the wait. Essential Quality and Jackie's Warrior, both crowned champs by year's end. And last year, in case we hadn't mentioned, if you didn't know him before the race, you did after, Mystic Dan Southwest Stakes winner and Kentucky Derby hero. The Southwest Springboard, the next chapter, just moments away. And that gorgeous shot, bird's eye view overhead, good crowd on hand, Oaklawn Park for this Kentucky Derby prep race. The Southwest in 6 minutes. Over to Maggie trackside.
And so pleased to be joined here by Ted Bowman of Triton Thoroughbreds with Speed King. And as you were just saying, it's been a long relationship with trainer Ron Moquett.
19 years. Had my first horse, and we both had our first Grade 1 winner within 5 months of being together in the Stephen Foster Seat Gold. Yep. So it's been a while since I've had a good young horse. So we're excited. I mean, we're beyond excited, trying to keep it together.
I can imagine. Yeah. Well, is Speed King that horse? I know runner-up performance in the Springboard Mile, and as Ron had said, you know, Speed really wasn't that good that night.
Not at all. Everything was coming from off the pace, and he started looking around. You know, their scoreboard is real close, very bright. No excuses, because horses were coming off the pace every time to win, and I thought we won. But, you know, hey, that's a nice horse. He's come back to win the Smarty Jones, but honestly, I love my horse.
He surprised me. He's a son of Volatile, who was a very good sprinter, but Speed King, he's got a lot of scope to his frame where he looks as though this distance should be okay.
I think so. I know that when we bought him, of course, he's also Volatiles by Violence, and then Corinthian was the Dam, the sire of the Dam. So we feel good about the distance. And also when I bought him at the sale at OBS, his sprints, every fraction was better. So he galloped out in like 45 and 3. So I just, you know, I've had him and I knew everything was going good when Laura and Greta were so crazy about getting on him, fighting over who could get on him. And so it's been a team effort from Jeff Macker, the agent, Ron, Cody, his guy works for him. So we're just it's my home track. I literally live 2 blocks from here.
Well, we are wishing you the best of luck. I can sense your excitement, and thank you so much for your time.
Well, thank you very much.
All right, Ted Bowman here, sending out Speaking. I feel like he's pretty confident, Lafitte.
Reason to be confident. Trainer lives closer. Ron Moquett, like right next to the racetrack. Speed King, look, the colt that beat him, Colt Battle, is legit. He's for real. Winner of the Smarty Jones. We'll see him in the Rebel Stakes. Speed King did all the heavy lifting that night. I'm expecting a better effort than that 14-1 would indicate.
Well, I think you make a great point, Lafitte, especially it was only his second start, right? You know, so he was not only stretching out, but then taking on winners for the first time, and he ran extremely well. Obviously, he has ability. Outside post doesn't do him any favors, but also maybe it simplifies things. I know if I'm Rafael Bejarano on this horse, I'm looking to control the race. I'm going to go, and maybe when you show that intention, the horse is inside of you, go, oh, okay, and you get the drop on them.
The Southwest alum we just highlighted, you saw Whitmore in there, Ford trainer Ron Marquette, like Speed King, a different Southwest now than it was then.
Yeah, and actually, this information I got from Ron Marquette yesterday, we were talking about this race, that it used to be a mile, and now it's a mile and a 16th. I guess, you know, more of an idea of if horses are going to be able to stay the mile and a quarter. You know, Smoke Glacken was a pure sprinter, and he was able to get the mile here. But it is different, and I know, you know, we're talking about 110 yards, a 16th of a mile. But it really becomes more important, and every 16th of a mile that you tack on, you find out whether a horse really wants to stay or not.
American Promise pictured, BC Stables, Dwayne Lucas, second in this event last year with Just Steel. Maggie trackside. Maggie, a big boy, American Promise.
And a big price too, Lafitte. He's 20-1, and he's coming in off of one of the fastest races of any of the horses in this Southwest field. As you said, he's huge, and he was as a 2-year-old. But what I like that I'm seeing comparatively from that 2-year-old season to now is that he's filled out that enormous frame. And two, he's a horse that possesses a lot of class, a lot of, you know, confidence in himself. You know, he's really well composed too. So I like that for him. And look, that size, it often does lend itself well to getting longer distances, obviously breaking his maiden at this mile and a 16th. And how cool is it that the coach, Dwayne Lucas, left Tyler Bacon aboard for this try here. I'm sure he sees a lot of potential in this very young rider. Is number 6, Sandman, $1.2 million for this guy. Another horse I saw as a 2-year-old, and I always felt that longer is better. A little bit more mental maturity on display here, relatively speaking. And two, he's a horse that I think has been a bit frustrating for Mark Casse and his team. And Mark saying that last win was the first time he actually showed him what he'd been showing him in the mornings. But I feel like that runs with the pedigree. He is a son of Tapit, and a lot of times you just don't see the full talent on display in the afternoons. He's also a horse that likes to lean out a bit and is just a little bit funny with his head carriage. So we'll see if that has any bearing on his performance today. But I know a horse that obviously, Lafitte, they've had high hopes for from the beginning.
It leans out a little bit, Maggie, but stuck to the rail in that allowance win right here on the 13th of December with Christian Torres aboard. Sandman here, the winning move, finding his best stride and finishing with authority.
I love the way this colt negotiated traffic, saved ground, and when he eased out, you could just see him lengthen that stride. And I was talking about the length of him, the size, the scope. He's really using his stride in an efficient manner. And sometimes the best thing you can do for a horse, getting a little easier company, let them get a good experience, pick up their confidence. Interesting horse, Sandman, from a pedigree standpoint. Also, he's owned by a partnership, DJ Stable, the Greens, St. Elias Stable. That's Vinny Viola. Vinny Viola already won a Kentucky Derby with Always Dreamin' with Anthony Bonamo, but also owns the Florida Panthers, your Stanley Cup champions, and then, of course, West Point Thoroughbreds. So very interesting horse, Sandman. Obviously, he'll stay. I wonder today, the mile and a 16th, I'm sure they'd like to win, of course, but they'll be very happy if he's finishing, going the right direction through the wire.
Panther fans, that's your horse, Sandman, trained by Mark Casse, batting .390 this meet at Oaklawn Park. It's like Ted Williams country. Casse indicating the weather here, some mistraining. He said no concern whatsoever, that he's good. He's fit, not so much of a concern going into the Southwest.
Well, he had a lot of foundation, right? He ran 4 times as a 2-year-old, then he got this start. Well, actually 5 times, excuse me, as a 2-year-old. It was early in the Oaklawn meeting. He got that win. So there is a lot of foundation there. But when you get colts and bigger colts, sometimes that's difficult. You know, even though all the outward signs are they're fit, they're ready, some of them need to train hard. Listen, Mark Cassie's a dual Hall of Famer up in Canada, here in the States, so he knows his horse better than I do. But it's always something you got to think about.
And for trainer Brad Cox, big afternoon thus far. Jockey Flavien Prat, 4 wins. Patch Adams, this was the maiden win. Second career start at Churchill Downs. Maybe you're just joining us. A 98 Beyer speed figure, second fastest by a 2-year-old in 2024. That's Churchill, that's 7/8 of a mile, 33 100ths of a second off the Churchill 7 furlong record for a 2-year-old in his second career start. That's why he's odds on.
Yeah, I mean, it's remarkable. And when you look at him, even though he's sprinting and he's going fast, he doesn't look like a sprinter.
No.
It's the length of his stride that carries him through. I told you yesterday, and it's not creative because he's 4 to 5, but I think Patch Adams is just what the doctor ordered.
Just what the doctor ordered. Tactical speed, but Brad Cox does not expect him to be in front today. Second, tracking the leader, most likely early on. Something to watch with Speed King, probably the quickest getting out of the blocks.
Well, this is where the chess game begins, right? Speed King wants to go on. Flavien Prat's got to ride the edge. He's got to ease back and at the same time allow the horse to clear so he could set up shop outside of him.
And for Bob Baffert, 6-time Southwest winning trainer, back in the Derby mix, eligible to run horses in the Derby for the first time in 3 years. The last 3 years without Baffert in the Derby, it'd be like an NFL franchise owner, an NFL head coach, right? Learning like, oh, the Kansas City Chiefs are not postseason eligible this season. A little bit easier trying to win a Super Bowl in that regard. Not the case anymore. Baffert back in the Derby mix. He has gaming here, second choice. But all eyes on Patch Adams, odds-on favorite, 4 to 5 for the Southwest. It's post time. Here's Matt Dinnerman.
We're ready to go. And they're off in the Southwest, and a terrible beginning for Sandman. He stumbled badly at the break, and Sandman is well out of it early. That's going to cost him. Speed King on the lead today. He's trying to get over from the far outside post. Gaming has to steady hard behind horses into the first turn run, so not a good go for Sandman or Gaming. The second and third choices in the wagering. Patch Adams, in the meantime, he's third last. So the 3 horses that have supported in the wagering are second to last, last, and third last, approaching the backstretch run. Speed King is the leader here. Speed King onto the backstretch. A half length in front. Bontemps second. American Promise tugging a little bit on the outside, claiming second from his stablemate Bontemps. Gap of 3 to Monet's Magic. Tistastic to the outside. Publisher the Maiden is right behind them. Patch Adams patiently ridden third last. He's probably about 8 or 9 lengths behind here, and then Gaming and Sandman as they go towards the 4-turn run. The leader, Speed King on a hold. American Promise, though, he's turning up the pressure, and these two hook up into the 4-turn run, and they soar away from the rest of the group. Those two are 6 lengths clear of Bontemps, who's bowing out in the 3rd position. Patch Adams is getting going now. He's into the 4th position, and Sandman is following him. Sandman making a run now, but still has a lot of work to do as they come to the top of the lane. Speed King, Rafael Bejarano putting away American Promise, and Speed King says, come and catch me if you can. Speed King down the lane with a 3-length lead. Look at Sandman after the bad break. He's run a tenacious race, and Patch Adams, they're moving after Speed King. Speed King, 16th to go. He's 2 ahead. Sandman trying to get him. Speed King holding on. Sandman trying to dive after him, but it's going to be Speed King. Speed King all the way in a superb effort. He took him all the way with all the pressure. Sandman, he also ran well. Second, Tistastic, Patch Adams, 3rd and 4th.
So much going on from start to finish, but in the end, Speed King digs in, holds on, takes down the Southwest, 20 points towards the Kentucky Derby. Richie, what happened right at the start?
Well, keep your eye on your 2 favorites. Sandman hopped, leapt, got off in a tangle. Patch Adams bobbled, stumbled, cost him position. Watch Gaming go into the 1st turn.
Mess.
He gets run right into the fence, completely gets eliminated there. This was a very roughly run race into the 1st turn. A lot to unpack. The fact that Sandman finished the way he did after that beginning really bodes well for him. Take nothing away from the winner. Speed King rated along nicely on the lead by Rafael Bejarano. Kept finding. Patch Adams had a lot to overcome. So did Sandman. I don't think they lost anything in defeat, Lafitte. And then also in the stretch, the 2-horse Publisher, he clipped the heels of the 8 American Promise, and he had run at the time. He was going to get a piece of it. This was a roughly run race.
Speed King, Rafael Bejarano, Ron Moquett. We touched on Whitmore earlier. He won a Southwest Eventual Breeders' Cup Sprint winner, Sprint champion. Bejarano going to work. Speed King responding, but Sandman, a mess at the start, conceding several lengths, dead last early on, and a valiant, courageous, classy effort to run second.
Really, you know, they have to be disappointed they lost, but elated with the effort from Sandman after that beginning, and that bodes well for him going forward. There is an inquiry sign posted right now. A lot to go on. Just like we're trying to unpack it, the stewards are looking at everything that happened. Keep an eye here on the 2-horse. Bryce right there, he clipped heels. It's amazing he didn't fall. What an athletic ability by the horse and rider just to keep their feet. And then he tries to rally on a bit again late. That's a maiden that shouldn't be a maiden very long.
Over to Maggie.
No, you're fine. I love wrapping up an interview with a pre-race interview as Mr. Bowman. Wow, Speed King.
Oh my God, he just kept on, and then the 8 was up on him, and he just kind of shook him off. And it's so exciting. I haven't been here in a long time. I won a grade 1 with Seat Gold, but I bought that one package, and this one I picked out with the team. Oh man, I'm just on cloud 9.
As you should be. He was all racehorse today, so focused.
Yes, and you know, he can go a mile and 16th, we know.
Congratulations, enjoy this.
Thank you so much, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh guys, really excited here, woo!
So much to be excited about. The celebration after a Derby prep, a prestigious race, $1 million race, Richie, but it's not just this moment. It's what it represents in the future and the first Saturday in May and a step towards the Kentucky Derby for Speed King.
Well, it's really hard to talk about $1 million race as a prep race because obviously it's an important race in its own right and worth a lot of money. But, you know, you get points. It takes some of the pressure off to get into the gate for the Derby. I think that several Derby contenders are coming out of this race that had very tough trips, compromising trips. The only one who got the right trip was Speed King. And why? Because he possesses natural speed.
Clear of all of the traffic and congestion behind him. You know it's a big moment at Oaklawn when they're crossing the main track and taking those pictures in the infield. Yeah, sure, for another time we can talk about Speed King and the pedigree, and Volatile was a grade 1 winning sprinter and how far can he carry his speed. But I'll tell you this, Team Cole Battle, the Smarty Jones winner, ear-to-ear smiles. This is the colt they beat in the Springboard Mile. We look forward to seeing Cole Battle in the next stop towards the Kentucky Derby, the Arkansas Derby, the Rebel, in a few weeks.
Well, it definitely elevates Cole Battle off of that, you know, beating this horse, and he beat him on pretty much on the square to me. But how about this, Lafitte, for the ownership group? This is a $100,000 two-year-old in training purchase that just took down the lion's share of $1 million purse.
Worth more than that now. Speed King. And for Sandman, a lot went wrong, but a valiant effort. Over to Maggie.
You are not kidding, Lafitte, as they've just made this race official now, and Sandman finishing second, short of a miracle here. As I caught up with Christian Torres, and he said the ground literally just broke out from underneath of him as he just went to his face. He said, I've ridden this horse before. I know him. I let him find his way around there, get his rhythm, his feet back underneath of him, and he started picking up down the backside. And as Christian said, I just rode my race from there. Horse took me there, and he still has high hopes for this horse in the future, rightfully so.
Incredible effort in defeat. Sandman, how common would a young developing prospect, Richie, have thrown in the towel after that start?
Oh, you would have forgiven him if he didn't run at all. You would have said it was a great effort if he finished 4th or 5th. Yeah. The fact that he ran 2nd speaks volumes about this horse's ability. And again, I go back to this. Sandman, to me, I look at him and I see a horse that'll run all day long. And the fact that he finished the way he did after that start, his connections have to be thrilled.
Gaming, legit excuse. Saw it off, passing the stands for the first time. Patch Adams, any excuse.
Well, yeah, he had a stumbling beginning, lost position, made a run into contention, flattened out. He can improve.
So much to unpack, but in the end, too much speed. King, just his third career start, a Southwest Stakes winner. The winner's share of $1 million purse plus 20 points towards the Run for the Roses.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. Elite Power to the front at the 16th pole. Gunite is second, but Elite Power is moving clear and going to take the rear dirt sprint by a widening margin.
5-5 all leading at 875 down or down 900 and 900,000.
Elite Power does it again in the Breeders' Cup sprint in 108.34.
The power of Juddmonte.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
And you see Hot Springs, Arkansas. It's America's day at the races, and we're happy to be with you. We just saw a tremendous performance there in the Grade 3 Southwest Stakes there at Oaklawn Park. Happy to be here in the New York studios. That's right, Chris Griffin, joined by Acacia Clement. Happy to be here with you, and we just saw a great running of the Southwest Stakes.
Yeah, it was exciting, and there's a lot of trips to go back and watch again in that Southwest, so be sure to take your notes and follow those horses as they go on, because that's one of the beauty of these Kentucky Derby Preps race, especially with horses that start off pretty early in the season. You get a chance to see them develop. For a horse like Sandman, for instance, with that poor start and coming back and the way that he ran, do you give a horse like Patch Adams another chance, who was off the pace, came running, and then flattened out a little bit late? And I thought a sneaky good performance from American Promise, who was chasing early, Chris, but as you pointed out with Speed King, he came in with that sharp workout, one of 317. We know he's fast, and he was able to stretch his speed.
Never seen anything like it. A lot to unpack from the race, and of course Ron Moquett. They call him the mayor down there at Hot Springs, and he's with our own Maggie Wolfendale. Maggie with Ron Moquett, winning trainer, Speed King.
Chrissy even has a key to this place, as I'm pleased to be joined by Ron Moquett. And Ron, you could see in that Springboard Mile, which, by the way, has worked out to be a key race, he was looking around. And it got him a little late, track against him. This is what you wanted to see today.
We went there for this race. So we were trying to figure out the best way to get the experience to come back here and put up a good example of us. And luckily, we're a little bit further away from the tote board, which may have been the undoing of him last time, but really proud of this horse, thankful for the connections. The barn has had a rough week here. We've got to go to the track 2 days out of the last 10 with this horse.
Well, it's a testament to you as a trainer, your team, and the horse himself to overcome that. We often see winners of this race coming in from out of town. How big of a struggle has it been? How have you been able to adapt things for him and his training style?
Well, that goes back to that key of of the doors here. You know, I've been here. I've watched a lot of good horsemen come in here with good horses, and I kind of steal what I can steal and learn what I can learn. But one thing for sure is that to win this kind of race, you have to have a lot of good stuff happen. And today there was some, you know, you got to give credit to some stuff that happened to the horses behind us. Mr. Baffert don't send an empty wagon over here, and I think you saw by the stretch run just how good Mr. Cassie's horse was. So there were some nice horses here, and we were able to get them today, and then I'm sure we'll line back up and try it again.
Rebel or Arkansas Derby?
Yeah.
Both?
No, I don't know. But that's one of them, yes.
Yeah. Okay, one of the two. We'll see him in again, but really exciting performance today. Enjoy it. Congrats.
Thank you very much.
All right, Ron Moquett, as you said, the mayor of Oaklawn, and a big performance by Speed King. Chris?
Thank you very much, Maggie. And taking a look at the 3-year-old by Volatile, you know, that sprint pedigree on top, but Speed King, well named, got to the front end, and nice return on the price. You saw Sandman, who a lot of handicappers, a lot of analysts probably going to talk about. We are going to take a look at the race and really the start of that race and taking a look at some of the trouble that we did see early on in the Southwest.
Yeah, keep your eye on the 6 in the West Point Thoroughbred colors, the gray Sandman, really going to have a tough break of it. Christian Torres describing it as the ground breaking out from underneath him. Give him a lot of credit for staying aboard and the way that he finished there. Also, a slow beginning for the 8 American Promise, and you kind of pointed it out with apprentice Tyler Bacon saying, well, I got to get this horse forward. I have to be forward. And then you'll see where he ends up chasing. Like we said, the trip from him as well. And there's that gray taking so much dirt. And the way that I had kind of described it yesterday is that these prep races are where you get a chance to see the men separate from the boys. This is where they start to grow up. This is where you'll have a chance to see how they develop, how they handle further distances. And as Ron said, we'll get a chance to see a lot of them line up and do it again. But I think a lot to unpack from this race, but take nothing away from the winner. Being able to stretch your speed and hold off closers like he did, especially, as you said, maybe a bit more of a sprint pedigree. Yeah. No easy feat as well. So we look forward to seeing whatever race is in the future for him.
Yeah, probably going to take a look at a lot of replays of the race because you could draw up a lot of different scenarios, but Speed King got to the front and steered clear of all that action and was able to win and prevail and was the king of the Southwest this afternoon there at Oaklawn. Hey, we're going to talk about some more Kentucky Derby contenders and one that ran right here. Next stop along the Derby Trail, we're going to talk about Poster when we come back on America's Day at the Races. Nice shot of Times Square there as we are back here on America's Day at the Races. I love Times Square. Fun fact. It is it's a fun time down
I used
there.
to live right outside Times Square, actually. I lived at 45th and 8th on the 16th floor, and from my window you can see like all the lights.
I'm such a tourist. I love it out there. Right here on FS2, but of course, right here in New York. We've got the Withers coming up. We've got the great Kentucky Derby preps that you're watching here this afternoon, but the Grade 3 Withers, $250,000 person, a mile and an eighth. And look at the probables that you do see. A lot of names jump off the screen. Of course, the Remsen winner. We're talking about poster. Flavia Pratt was aboard that day for trainer Owen Hardy.
And he's undefeated, though started out on the turf and then came into the Remsen. Not really sure what to make of him, but he was able to hold off Aviator Guy in a tight photo finish. And for a horse that was getting onto the dirt for the first time, hit the front and then kind of idling a little bit here, and a little bit of greenness from the runner-up in Aviator Guy as well, but was able to hold off that foe in a thrilling finish in the Remsen. We'll see what he does stepping forward into the Withers. Certainly showed that he could handle the dirt and showed that he could handle some distance as well.
It's really got to open up a lot of options for the connections when you try races on the turf and you feel like, okay, now we've got an undefeated horse. Let's take a shot. So we're going to take a shot here over the main track. Obviously, the horse handled it okay. And now you've got just this wide open kind of, what are we thinking about? We're in the Godolphin Blue. Probably going to want to see that horse possibly for the first Saturday of May. Takes a long time to get there, but these are the correct steps.
Absolutely. And winning the Remsen, a big encouraging step for him and what the future might hold. But really looking forward to that Withers. It's that time of year, Chris.
Really
you know,
is.
it's like Christmas for horse players when every weekend you've got what seems to be another exciting Kentucky Derby prep, and watching these horses get closer and closer as the Jerome already in the books, the Withers coming up, Gotham and the Wood Memorial. Always fun following those, and we've seen some of these races be quite productive with the horses coming out of New York.
Oh yeah, the road to the Derby right here at Aqueduct. I'll be lucky enough to call those races, but also the progression from 2 to 3. It's something that we just saw in the Southwest, but these horses that not even coming off of long layoffs really, it's just how much have they grown, because as you know, you're down there every day, you can recognize these horses, but the growth from 2 to 3 and the maturation of horses, especially like Poster, who we haven't seen since the Remsen, what do you look for, or what are you looking for those 3-year-olds as they continue to progress in their careers?
That you do want to see them step forward. You know, some of them don't. You will ideally see one of the biggest jumps from 2 to 3, just from a physical perspective, to see them grow, to see them fill out. Maybe it's a mental change as well, a little bit more settled as they start to get a little bit further on. And you want to see that maturation in their mentality as well, because that demeanor will really translate as they start to go further distances. So we'll get a chance to see who has taken that proverbial jump. Was it horses that was just kind of precocious, or just ready, cranked up early, or were it horses that really had a big career coming for them in the future?
Yeah, you saw that picture there of Cyclone State, a very fast horse. We saw a very fast horse there in the Southwest, and that was in the Southwest, their Speed King. We got more great racing action coming up from Oaklawn and the great crew down there as well when we come back with plenty more racing action on America's Day at the Races on FS2.
Say hello to Move. It's a one-horse race, very professional and very fast. Move, rolling home by 4 in fine style.
Muth, the son of good magic, coming down the stretch in Hot Springs to win it.
The Fasig-Tipton Kentucky Winter Mixed Sale, the last mixed sale before the start of the breeding season. Featuring racing broodmare prospects, yearlings, and mares in foal to their sport's top sires. Recent grads include multiple Grade 1 winner Adair Manor, graded stakes winners Fastest Flight, First Peace, Leave No Trace, Olivia Darling, and Running Bee. Kentucky Winter Mixed, February 3rd at Fasig-Tipton in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Twirling Candy, proving Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and in the sales ring, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires including Exalted, Ice Cream U-Screen, AG Bullet, and Walkathon, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on NYRA-Bets. Open your NYRA-Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the NYRA-Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Just a great day of thoroughbred racing. We welcome you back. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 from Oaklawn Park, and the dust settling following that adventurous edition of the Southwest Stakes. And for Speed King, 20 points towards the Kentucky Derby. 20 points, it's only January, but this is very close to what it takes for an individual horse to earn a stall in the Derby starting gate. He's not far off.
No, listen, he has 25 points already, and in total, he's got speed.
That might be enough.
He's good. And now it gives Ron Marquette, his conditioner, the ability to pick which he wants to go back in, the Rebel, or give him a little more time in the Arkansas Derby. It takes a lot of the pressure off. This is a very talented son of violence. I like his stride. The mechanics of his stride are there, and he finished well. I don't know that he has distance limitations. I know mile and a quarter is going to be a question for everybody. The one that I have less questions about the mile and a quarter is Sandman. I see a horse that'll get not only a mile and a quarter, get a mile and a half. He, out of this race, is my Derby selection, early Derby selection.
Encountering like that kind of adversity and that courageous effort to finish second. Patch Adams, not the way they drew it up on the chalkboard. No. And for gaming, one of those races, you can put a line right through that one, completely sawed off in the first turn here in the Southwest Stakes. Cold Battle did not race today. We watched him in the first of the Oaklawn Derby preps, the Smarty Jones, a few weeks back. You will see him in the Rebel Stakes, significant because Cold Battle beat Speed King, who just won the Southwest, beat him in the Springboard Mile. That win, that was a legit performance and a terrific story with trainer Lonnie Briley for the first time on the Derby Trail.
Isn't that the beauty of horse racing, though? It brings everybody together. You don't have to have the most expensive horses. You don't have to have the highest profile connections. Horses bring us all together, and I'm so happy for them to have a horse that has this kind of ability, and it bore out that this was a legit race, right? That he had already beaten Speed King, and that was at Remington, but then to come back and do this, that's what I love about this game. It's a great equalizer.
How much better do you feel about Cold Battle given what Speed King just did?
Oh, you got to elevate him. It certainly moves him up, and I'm a great believer in this game that if you're meant to win a Kentucky Derby or a Classic, it's going to happen for you. Your name is on it already.
That road to the Kentucky Derby, Cold Battle in the Smarty Jones, Speed King, 20 points, wiring the field in the Southwest Stakes. February 22nd, the Rebel, $1.5 million, 50 to the winner. And Oaklawn signature event, March 29th, the Arkansas Derby, 100 to the winner. This incredibly productive path to Louisville, Kentucky from Hot Springs, Arkansas, the 3-year-old series at Oaklawn.
And just what a great comprehensive series. And as exciting as the Southwest was and as eventful as the Southwest was, I can't wait to the Rebel.
The next stop. And we're not done. Not by a long shot. 2 races left. Race 11, horses on track, as you can see. Maiden special weight, 6 furlong sprint, more 3-year-olds. Just like we watched in the Southwest Stakes. Let's meet the field, starting with El Prestigio, a 5-race maiden contender, second in 4 of those 5 races.
Yeah, 4 consecutive seconds now. Gets Lasix for the first time. 2-year-old's not allowed to compete on Lasix. He's now 3. And from the inside, got to get a trip. We saw how compromising it can be being inside in that Southwest.
Eric Asmussen riding, fortunate just to stay in the saddle of his Southwest mount.
Man, it's some scary moments mid-stretch when he clipped heels.
Dream in Blue, the favorite, 5-2 with Christian Torres, who just rode Sandman in the Southwest.
Yeah, Christian Torres is just a rider that you got to elevate horses here at Oaklawn Park.
Secret Legend, 2-race maiden.
Yeah, it's just going to have to get a little faster, but also gets Lasix for the first time.
That's the one contender, Ramon Vasquez.
Yeah, Phil D'Amato has horses here at Oaklawn this winter. This horse has speed.
Can Do Andrew, 17-1.
Yeah, listen, his figures aren't terrible, but he just feels like he's going to have to get a little bit faster. Another one getting Lasix.
Oil Capital, debuting colt for the Asmussens.
I love this horse's work tab. They picked up the tempo in the middle. Last couple works was nice maintenance moves. They tells me they're happy where the horse is.
9-1 currently. Oil Capital, Just Classic off the board in his debut. Volt for Race Maiden.
Yeah, but Mark Cassie here at Oaklawn batting at a very high percentage.
Same connections as Sandman. Volt, 10 is out. Papa Echo is in. Echo.
Again, a little lighter on the figures. Has to take a step forward, but very well could. First time Lasix.
Max get excited towards the outside.
Yeah, tough post. Tyler Bacon, another one that's going to have to improve turning back in distance.
That's the field. Graduation day for one of these 3-year-olds. 6 furlong sprint, 6 minutes out until the 11th of 12 on Southwest Saturday. We check in with Maggie.
Yeah, and we'll check in, Lafitte, with the horse that just clicked over to favoritism. Currently at 2-1 is number 3, Dreamin' Blue, for trainer Randy Morris, as he lost a heartbreaker last time in that maiden special weight behind Innovator, who would return to run 3rd in the Risen Star in his subsequent start. And Dreamin' Blue, look, he was chasing outside. He kind of has a style where I think he'll be somewhat forward, kind of in that second flight or the stalking trip, and he was fairly sharp and keen in the paddock as trainer Randy Morris had to take a hold of his head, not for any bad behavior, but I think Randy very cognizant that he has a likely favorite and wanted to make sure he was fine. He looks exceptional, but granted, so does his main rival in number 2, El Prestigio. As we'll take a look at a horse turning back in distance, and that's number 9 for Mark Cassie, Volt in here, who I really like turning back. This guy, he is more compact. He's built more downhill. He's also gotten a lot fitter since I last saw him, which was in his second start, finishing 2nd in that 7 furlong race behind Keewaydin back at Aqueduct. So I think this is the right distance for him. Mark looks as though he's tightened the screws in that he just looks very sharp heading into this race, really into the bridle with Ricardo Santana aboard, who was aboard for that big effort. So I think Volt on the turn back should be dangerous, as we'll take a look at one of 2 Asmussen horses, the first-time starter that Keith will be aboard. Son of McLean's Music sold for $160,000 at the Fasig-Tipton Timonium sale, 10-2. He was getting out at the beginning of the breeze, so the rider had to correct him with the crop that day. But once he got going, you could see that this guy was pretty rapid, and he's built that way. He's more of a compact, smaller, typier horse that could show a little bit of speed here if he gets a clean break. And per usual with Steve's horses, well prepared mentally and physically. But as we get it back to New York, Chris, Acacia, any insight you can provide here for this 11th would be greatly appreciated.
Well, of course. Thank you very much, Maggie, here to help as we take a look at this maiden special weight field and taking a look at this 11th race with that scratch of the 1 and the 10. But you do have in the 2 an El Prestigio off of those seconds, what is it, 5 seconds in a row, and then you talked about Dreamin' in Blue. And I thought the 5s, that's the one. I mean, you do see Patch Adams there with that victory last time. 4th beaten 12, but does get Lasix and maybe a turnaround at 9-2. So what were your kind of thoughts on this 11?
Well, it's one of those tricky things. Maggie was talking about a couple of the more lightly race types, because yes, you have some maidens, including the horse we're looking at the screen right now in El Prestigio, who have run well and have run fast races, especially that last one. It's just that with barns like this, with a Steve Asmussen, every time they don't win and they run well, but they don't get the job done, for me, it's a bit of a knock against them. He's framed up beautifully out on the track. He's a horse that ran okay, finishing behind Ferocious in Saratoga, who was so well touted, behind Donut God 2 starts back, who's a stakes winner for Brian Lynch. So maybe it's by virtue of the company that he's been facing, but the fact that he has not yet been able to get the job done and has been closed, for me, is a little bit of a knock against him. I suppose you could say a similar thing with Dream in Blue. However, he does have the 2 sprint races to the 1 route race, and clearly the sprints have been his stronger performances, and I think that's in large part why we are seeing him as the favorite right now. But I think Volt is intriguing on the cutback and distance. I thought his best race was certainly his second one, certainly on figures behind Keewaydin, but he's a horse that just really looks like he's going to appreciate a cutback and distance. He has some foundation, and while he, yes, has had 4 starts already too, he's only sprinted a couple times at the beginning, and since then has been going longer against some decent company as well.
And since we have been talking about 3-year-olds quite a bit during this show, and we will for the foreseeable future here with the Derby Trail coming up and whatnot, but first-time starters in these spots, like a horse like the 7 Oil Capital, but just seeing them now for the first time, do you feel like you've got to see, once you're seeing them now, this is kind of them at their best, and it's taken them a little bit of time to get to the races. They didn't get to race as a 2-year-old, but now as I see them as 3, as they debut, this is kind of the peak form or kind of the top form that I'm going to see this horse debut at. Does that make sense?
It's a really good question, because they're not going to be those types that are cranked up to win in the summer. And they are maybe a little bit of a work in progress. We never know the behind-the-scenes stories. You don't know. Maybe they were a precocious type. Something happened, the sideline, having to give them a little bit more time. Or some horses, trainers purposely don't bring them in until much later because they know they're going to be a later developing type, whether it's a maturation thing, whether they think they're going to want more distance down the line, whatever it might be. So Oil Capital debuting now, he's also a big price, double digits on the board. Sometimes the board can be a good clue for you with first-time starters. But yes, ideally you would think giving them a little bit more time, bringing them when they're ready to the racetrack, you would see a little bit more of a finished product. Some barns, I think, though, there's so many factors into it. That's the beauty of this game. Some barns, though, you're going to look at them and say, maybe they're going to need a race anyway going forward.
No strong opinions. Hopefully he'll help you guys out a little bit down there, Lafitte and Richie. But a nice field. Maiden Special Weights. We'll see what happens here. Who'd you land on, though? Who's your selection?
9.
You're going to go with the 9. All right, Acacia's on the 9. Back to Lafitte and Richie. They're trackside.
Good enough for me. 9 sounds good, and Lord knows the team they're deserving of some much better luck than experienced about 25 minutes ago in the Southwest.
I'm sure it's got to be mixed emotions for the connections of Sandman, who have the 9 Volton here. You're disappointed you didn't win because it's a big purse, but you got to be elated with the effort. For a horse to overcome adversity, and in a 20-horse field in the Derby, it's good to know that you've got a horse that'll run on after things going less than ideal.
That was one of the narratives surrounding the Derby favorite last year in fierceness when the table wasn't set. If encountered with adversity, how would he respond? It was something he had to prove, and eventually did later on in his 3-year-old campaign. Travers winner and runner-up to Sierra Leone for champion 3-year-old finalist. For Sandman, nobody's ever going to have to worry about that again. When faced with adversity, how will he respond? Will he stick to his task? Will he still... Everything that could have gone wrong at the beginning did, and for him to run that well have to be incredible. Okay, it didn't work out today, you didn't win, but moving forward, incredibly encouraging.
So encouraging. Listen, I loved his last race, the allowance race, because he showed that ability to race through traffic, which is important. Some horses don't. People don't realize it's not like driving a car. Just because you have, a car that can accelerate and is fast, a horse is different. They might have speed, they might have ability, but they don't have that tenacity that you need to be a top-class racehorse. You saw that. Absolutely with Sandman.
It was an adventure. Southwest Stakes, still 2 races left at the gate for this 11th and final. 3-year-old maiden sprinting 6 furlongs, $110,000 purse. Matt Dinneman, great job all afternoon with the call. Post time, race 11, Oaklawn.
Waiting for Max Got Excited. Can Do Andrew also behind the gate. Looks like they're still working with him. Can Do Andrew goes in. Max Got Excited to the outside post. We're ready to go. And Laroff Papa Echo and Max got excited from the 2 outside gates, were quick away from the gate, but Zatz the One is quickest, and Zatz the One has the lead in the early stages by a half length from Can Do Andrew. Secret Legend right behind them, tracking in third on the rail. Oil Capital, the first-time starter with Max got excited, then Dreamin' Blue, Just Classic. They're side by side. They're a length better than El Prestigio. Papa Echo broke sharply, is shuffled back to the back of the field with Volt as they go into the far turn. Can Do Andrew at a price, 22-1, clears off into the turn. Zatz the One takes a hold, and he's second now, a length and a half behind Can Do Andrew, who gets to the rail and shows the way. Now Zatz the One comes on again, got a breather. Now right on the throat latch of Can Do Andrew around the turn. Oil Capital is shaken up with Dreamin' Blue, who attempts to gain position on the inside. Secret Legend finds himself outside, turning for home and is losing position. Max got excited is next, then Just Classic. They're down the lane. Zatz the One pounces on Can Do Andrew, takes the lead. Dreamin' Blue is second. Max got excited. Grandstand side is third. Here's Dreamin' Blue to engage Zatz the One, and Dreamin' Blue soars to the front. Dreamin' Blue pulling clear late. Dreamin' Blue with the ears pricked up wins going away by 3 under a hand ride late by Christian Torres. Zatz the One second. Max got excited third. Secret Legend next.
Christian Torres had to settle for second aboard Sandman in the Southwest Stakes. A winner here with Dreamin' Blue for Randy Morris. Graduates in his 4th career start. 8-5. Wow, 8-5 favorite at post time.
Yeah, Christian Torres gave this horse a really nice trip. Got to save ground, eased out. Really just a cherry ride on obviously a good horse. A good effort from the 5. Zatz the One, who was very game, set just off the pace. We're going to leave Christian Torres winless today. Well, that couldn't happen.
Leading rider, 2-time Oaklawn champion rider, won last year's Southwest and the Rebel Stakes aboard Timberlake while Flavien Prat was out of town. Here with Dreamin' Blue. Contender El Prestigio, some issues getting out of the gate early on.
Yeah, kind of missed the break, wound up further back than you would think, and kind of took him out of his game. But the winner was good. Worked out a good trip, but the winner was very good.
In hand, crop uncocked. Dreamin' Blue breaks through. 4th career start. Christian Torres here in the 11th at Oaklawn Park. There's one race left, and you're leaving. I'm being told.
Yeah, this was my last race. I'm going to take the long commute back to the hotel room and watch you guys bring this home. I want you to finish like your dad this last 16th of a mile.
Not
right?
likely.
Set the bit up in their mouth. Good hand ride.
Not likely. They're putting the bar way too high. Final thoughts on the day, and specifically Speed King wiring the field in the Southwest Stakes. Winner share of $1 million purse and 20 points, now 25. For the Kentucky Derby.
Listen, Speed King was very good, and I don't want the effort that he put forth to be overlooked. He ran a big race, overcame an outside post. Great job by Ron Marquette, and he's a horse with speed. He's going to create good trips. I mean, I might have carried on a bit more about Sandman because of the adversity.
I think.
But Speed King was good, and I don't want that to get lost on anybody.
Loved the post race with Ron Marquette. Maggie asks him, the Rebel Stakes next, Arkansas Derby. Yes. Won't run in both. We look forward to see him next. And the Rebel Stakes, the key there, same distance, I believe, or is it at a mile? No, I think it is a mile and a 16th. Same distance
and
as
the mile
Southwest for the Arkansas Derby. Great stuff as always. All afternoon. We'll do it again tomorrow.
Looking forward to it.
Champion jockey Richie Migliori stepping aside. Maggie and I will be here for the 12th and final as Dreamin' Blue and Christian Torres enter the winner's circle following the 11th.
And there is Dreamin' in Blue, trainer Randy Morse. Christian Torres, it's America's Day at the races. That was 11th race there from Oaklawn Park. They still got one more. They got a 12th coming up, and we've got some great racing action and a great crew here on the desk, of course. Dreamin' in Blue, the favorite, did get the job done. Got bet down a little bit, gets by That's the One, and then you see a big long shot finishing up that trifecta.
Yeah, nice performance from your favorite to get the win. Dreamin' in Blue found the right spot, was able to break his maiden and certainly build off of that good second place finish last time out. Christian Torres picking up the win, and that's where she said, on a big day like this, the leading rider, he had to get a big one. Maybe not the big one, but gets a win there in the 11th. Christian does, and he's got a chance with the 6-5 $2 Eddie in the nightcap.
That's right, maiden special weights, and of course, she's taking a look at the Arkansas breds. It's a state bred, 6 furlong race, $110,000 purse. Always exciting to see that purse money. So you do see a big field. Couple scratches in there, the 11 and the 14, but it does look like $2 Eddie is going to take a lot of action there in the 12th and follow. That's right, Chris Griffin joined by once again Acacia Clement and Maggie Wolfendale, Lafitte. Richie just left us, but we had a great stakes race a little bit earlier today right behind me. That's right, it was the 104th running of the Interboro. A couple scratches in there, but we saw a nice 104th running as it was 7 furlongs at the distance, and we saw Scalable with a big run.
A really big run, and I had really liked her cutting back as soon as I saw her in the paddock. You know, I think a lot of money was coming in on Socially Selective, who had finished behind Mystic Lake down at Goshen. Of course, we saw Mystic Lake win again today in the Inside Information, but she just didn't really kind of fire as much, whereas Scalable, Kendra Carmouche, I think, made a really smart move. Even though she broke well, let her settle from off of it. And he said to me after the race, I knew that she had that foundation turning back from those Milan and 8th races, not to mention the class of what she's been facing recently. It was a nice performance for her. Once she kind of straightened out, she accelerated by St. Benedict's Prep, who ran well too.
And you had that interview with Kendrick, and he was talking about how they were going into the far turn when they had less than a half mile to go in the race, and he kind of saw them sitting chilly in front of him, and obviously he didn't have any behind him, so he just said, kind of, let's go. Just let her run and let her just kind of build that momentum, and she was able to keep it going.
Yeah, she did. She brought the class in, like I said, of what she'd been facing, and sometimes those turnbacks, we know we always tease him, but it's true. Andy Sterling loves a turn back, and for good reason, because like I said, they have that foundation for them, but it was a really smart ride by Kendrick, and a filly that she had a steady diet of some of the top in the division, and she finally got to have her own win today.
Yeah, we saw another stakes race in there. It was there at Oaklawn, and taking a look at the King Cotton, of course, and we took a look at Tejano Twist, and that was Fabian Pratt picking up just another stakes victory, tallying him up already in 2025. We'll talk about Tejano Twist. Plenty more on America's Day at the Races.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 44 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sales sire at the September sale. Curlin, the classic sire.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Breed to pure California speed as Legacy Ranch welcomes Forbidden Kingdom.
It's Forbidden Kingdom, dominant in the San Vicente.
This blazing fast son of American Pharaoh went wire to wire in every one of his victories.
What a performance from Forbidden Kingdom in the San Felipe.
Posting 3 Grade 2 wins on dirt and turf.
Forbidden Kingdom, resolute, turns away a big bit.
Breed to the speed of California speed. Forbidden Kingdom, now standing at Legacy Ranch.
Spine-tingling, jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring, Secretariat-like.
Welcome back. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. You walk out of your room, down through the elevator, the food court, the casino. Just like that, doors open, and bang, you're at a racetrack, the paddock here at Oaklawn Park.
Lafitte, I just want to know, can you walk that fast through that whole
I can't make
maze?
it here on time, and our room is like 300 yards away.
I can attest
That's
to that.
the problem. It is. It's embarrassing. It's really
everybody
bad.
says, they say be here 15 minutes before. Lafitte's more like 5. It's okay.
3 minutes,
We
15
got
minutes.
you.
What's the difference? Welcome back to Oaklawn Park. 12th and final coming up here, Southwest Stakes Saturday, and so much to recap with these 6 stakes races this afternoon. The King Cotton, the next step towards the Count Fleet for older sprinters here at Oaklawn Park. And finally, really felt good for this team and for Tejano Twist after running second in the last 2 editions. That momentum carrying him wide, but traveling so well at the head of the lane.
As you said, Lafitte, this was a deserved win. And patience kind of paying off to get this win in the King Cotton. 4 connections. Centrifugal force really bringing this guy home. Short field. Sometimes you get concerned that maybe a horse can get out there to the front and control things. Well, they all kind of went for it today, and it set things up beautifully for Tejano Twist.
I did not see this because I was making that walk back from my room back to the set earlier today, kinetic, but I remember you discussing like how difficult he kind of made it on Flavien Prat.
For all of his riders, Lafitte, and this is a horse that has oodles of talent. He's gorgeous.
Oh,
but
that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, so my man likes to wonder and be a bit green despite this being his 6th career start. But catching up with Brad Cox later, he's like, there's really nothing I can do about it, and just hope that with more racing experience, he decides to straighten himself up, but obviously talent abound.
Just kinetic being kinetic. And the wine steward, the New York bred, welcome back to the races.
Yes, I was really excited to see this guy back in action as, yes, the favorite had trouble at the break in number 8 at Liberal Arts. But you know what? In these mile races that end at the 16th pole, you need to be forward. And unfortunately, that didn't happen for Liberal Arts, but it definitely did for the wine steward.
Good to see him back in action. And then from the outside, how about Lady Moscato in the Bugler?
Well, it just seemed like the stars aligned, right? And Dwayne Lucas and Keith Asmussen teaming up for a stakes win here with Lady Moscato, and choosing correctly, as we heard Mig say, you better win when you take off your dad's horse.
Keith Asmussen's first graded stakes win last season in the Honeybee for Dwayne Lucas, and we touched on this during the course of the broadcast. Lucas going to Tyler Bacon, even in a big race today like the Southwest. Last year with Keith Asmussen, Lucas, who's ridden, it's been Gary Stevens and Angel Cordero and Pat Day, going with some of the younger guns now later in layout.
Exactly. It's like he wants to kind of coach these guys. I mean, he didn't earn that nickname for nothing, and develop them. And he's done that with Keith Asmussen. And so I think, maybe this is kind of his giving back phase of his career.
A legend, the coach, doing his thing. Just some of the stakes action here at Oaklawn Park, eventually ending up with the Southwest a little bit earlier, plus the stakes racing from around the country. A $3 million event in South Florida. The Pegasus World Cup is in the books. Mystic Dan back to work, locked despite that post. The morning line favorite. We'll recap the $3 million Pegasus World Cup next on America's Day at the Races.
the Hambies and the Gasaways donated all of the trophies and items that came along with winning the 150th Kentucky Derby.
Pretty fantastic to see there, the Mystic Dan Silks, and of course when you win the Derby, they can never take that away from you. And just it's not only the ride on that first Saturday in May, but it's really for the connections to watch the horse develop, but also to really enjoy some of the celebration too. And when you do come from a place like Oaklawn Park and get to have the Derby winner there, it seems like they really celebrate those moments.
And having a chance to have interviewed the Gasaways, and just such nice people, and they enjoyed the experience so much, which is what it's all about. And we're great about sharing Mystic Dan with the fans, and particularly there at Oaklawn Park, which they call home. And so really special to see that memorabilia on display there for all of the fans to enjoy.
Yeah, really great to see. And of course, Mystic Dan was on the racetrack today, and that was at Gulfstream Park, and they did have the Pegasus World Cup Invitational, and it was a grade 1 in there going that mile. I can't think of the distance right now. How far are they going there?
A mile and an eighth.
Mile and an eighth. There we go. Now I got it.
So this is where we were talking about with how close it is into the first turn. We switch to this head-on shot, but you're going right into the first turn there at Gulfstream Park. Saudi Crown, as anticipated, the gray setting the pace there. There's Mystic Dan, the 9. He was right there into the stretch before fading, Chris. We'll see what the future does hold for him. But the 11 locked. He had that far outside post, not easy to drop in. He does come running on for second, which I think was a big benefit to his ability. However, nobody was beating White Abarrio. You heard it in Pete Aiello's call, adding to that Breeders' Cup Classic victory. He won the Whitney as well. And let's not forget, he also won the Florida Derby as a 3-year-old back at Gulfstream Park for his first grade 1. He always showed that he was a good horse. He hasn't been the most consistent on the racetrack, but back with Saffie Joseph, I don't think Irad Ortiz ever even had to use the stick on him. Very impressive dominant win.
Yeah, for what he's got in earnings too, it's hard to say a quiet superstar, but he's really had some really dominant performances, and some interesting things do happen along the way. But White Abarrio putting away that field, and we talked about the top of the stretch. I mean, Saudi Crown had run a good race. Mystic Dan had a little bit of that traffic going in and locked. Maybe a tough journey, but it is. You watch these 3-year-olds, we've been talking about the Derby Trail, but now as you see them progress and get older, it's names you remember, it's names that you familiarize with, and then you see them all on the same track.
Well, I think it's actually an encouraging thing, too, because we just had the Eclipse Awards this week. National Treasure was crowned Older Horse. He won the Pegasus World Cup last year. He won the Met Mile, but he was really kind of a flawed winner of the category because nobody in the Older Horse division last year really stepped forward with any sort of big performances, White Abarrio included. So if his year is going to look like what we just saw, and if Locked is going to continue getting better with whatever the distances might be that he stays at, that makes it a lot more exciting for the Older Horse division on top of the good 3-year-olds like Sierra Leone, like Fierceness, who are coming back this year.
Yeah, we really spoke about that going into the end of last year, and wondering what Lafitte and Maggie thought as they are down there at Oaklawn Park. What do you guys think of the Pegasus, and how is that going to translate as we go into this 2025 with a lot of horses now potentially in that Older Horse division?
You said it, Chris, 2025, where a $3 million race could be a prep for a $20 million race. White Abarrio in the Saudi Cup, likely, where he laid an egg last year, did not lay an egg in this afternoon. That was Whitney version of White Abarrio. That was like Breeders' Cup Classic version we saw today of White Abarrio.
It was 23 version of White Abarrio, where it is miraculous that a horse that looked so good nearly 2 years ago completely bombed last year and now is resurrected himself. So that is something to, admire, I suppose. And we'll see, do they go back to the place where things didn't go well? Do they maybe just go to Maidan? It'll be interesting to see what his next step is, because obviously you need to strike when the iron's hot.
Yeah, as we get set for this 12th and final at Oaklawn, but Rick Dutrow, when he was still training White Abarrio before the Met Mile, was asked again, what happened in Riyadh? I have no idea. He said, I don't know. Irad Ortiz was asked about it as well. He said perfect trip. Nobody ever indicated it had anything to do with the track. A complete mystery and no-show from White Abarrio last time.
I wonder if he is more of a two-turn horse. I don't know, because I've always thought that he could handle one turn. Also, let's not forget that Rick Dutrow, when he did the Whitney Breeders' Cup, said, I want to train this horse. And that's a pretty big gap not to race. So wondering if they do give him more time after this Pegasus win.
It's really incredible because in his first start back with Saffie Joseph, Wadabario, had he not showed up in that allowance race, the alternative was retirement. That maybe he doesn't want to do this anymore. Maybe he doesn't have it anymore. He ran really well on that afternoon. The second place finish to a really nice horse in his last start, the Mr. Prospector. And then, like I said, Wadabario reaching back and finding the stuff that made him a runner-up, finalist, Horse of the Year, Champion Older Horse in 2023, if not Cody's Wish, behind Cody's Wish.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see. Obviously, the handicap division really lacking last year. We need a superstar. Will it be Wadabario? But Lafitte, we got to digress. We got to get to some Marquee Breds here.
12th and final. They give away $7 million a season now at Oaklawn Park with the Arkansas Bred program and these maidens sprinting 6 furlongs. There's the field. Updated odds. The 7, My Russian, would be a big surprise, Maggie. $2 Eddie, the 9-5 favorite. Who needs a favorite in the nightcap after 37 races at Oaklawn Park?
I know. You know what I find fascinating about this race, Lafitte, is that it's a maiden special weight, right? But usually at this time of year, we're not asking the technical 3-year-olds who aren't actually, many of them 3-year-olds yet, to run against older horses. So obviously with Arkansas Bred, you have a smaller foal crop, a smaller, population of these types of restricted horses to go into these races. But I truly feel like the 3-year-olds are at a total disadvantage in these spots.
$110,000 purse.
You got to run them for that.
Yeah, you do. You get these bigger fields. Towards the outside, you're looking at Time and Beyond, number 1. The bookend, number 13, Tiz Marcus, the first-time starter, live on the board.
I really like this horse. I was watching him walk over. He is a 4-year-old, obviously making his first start. So that's good when you're looking at this race. Really well developed. He looks fast, Lafitte. And as I always say, last one in, usually first one out, with that far outside post position and drawing into this race. And he has plenty of fast works and kind of a consistent work tab as well for Chris Hartman, doing what he can with the training that you have to overcome. Obviously, horses can do it. Speed King, example A, in taking down the Southwest, but he looked so ready. He was on his toes. He was strong, really well muscled, hindquarters to him as well. So this money is meaningful.
Chris Hartman, King Cotton winning trainer. Earlier today, Tejano Twist in his 3rd attempt. Mike Maker, Saddle to Stakes winner. He has Miracle Mac number 10. Solid debut with that race under his belt. Every reason to expect improvement.
And that was back in May as a 3-year-old. Lone start for Previous Connections. That was for 25, though. I still kind of struggle to gauge if it's a big of a disparity between the Arkansas Bred maiden special weights and the maiden claimers, like for instance it is in New York, where it's a huge difference.
These Arkansas Breds making their way behind the starting gate. Who did you wind up with?
I'm
One final
13.
selection.
I could not get over how well he looked. I thought his pedigree interesting, and Tamar Cruz with his first time starters, 2-year-olds or 3-year-olds and up, hits at 21%.
That'll work. That will get it done. One final time. Matt Dinneman standing by. Load and call post time for the 12th and final on this Southwest Saturday from Oaklawn Park on Fox Sports 2.
8 boat to post 3. Big Country Boy will be next up. And Little Randy. Miracle Mac walking up. $2 Eddie. Paramount Paycheck, second to last. Into the outside, Tiz Marcus to round out the field. They've loaded Lake of Fire. And Tiz Marcus to the outside. We're ready to go in the finale on Southwest Day 2025. And we're off. Lake of Fire missed the break, spotted the field about 6 or 7 lengths. $2 Eddie on the lead today as a narrow lead on Big Country Boy. Tiz Marcus strides in third on the outside, not far off as well. And now 3 runners are across the track with Boat right behind them in the 4th position. The top 3 in a single file line here across the track horizontally. Bote in the 4th position, 4 lengths off the lead now. Miracle Mac is right behind him approaching the forward turn run. Time and Beyond passed by 4:09 as they go into the turn. Then Paramount Paycheck, Little Randy dropping back already. My Russian is third last. The Gray Devils Fork second to last. And Lake of Fire after the slow start is last. Around the far turn, $2 Eddie leads them by 2. Tiz Marcus has come under a hard ride in the 2nd position. And $2 Eddie tries to give him the slip at the quarter pole. Has gone 3 ahead. Paramount Paycheck is rallying on nicely on the outside of the price. And here comes Paramount Paycheck at 28-1 to challenge $2 Eddie on the lead. Tiz Marcus is right behind them in third. Paramount Paycheck going to the front. $2 Eddie could not keep up, and Paramount Paycheck is pulling clear, is going to get a good paycheck today in this Arkansas bred maiden special weight for $110,000. Paramount Paycheck, a 3.5 length winner. $2 Eddie, the bridesmaid, against second. Tiz Marcus third. Time and Beyond fourth.
Authoritative win. Didn't look like a 28-1 shot. Paramount Paycheck with an upset to close out the Saturday, spectacular Saturday at Oaklawn Park.
Lafitte, they were rolling
Man.
up front. 3-horse Pastel. I mean, look, the 2 favorites were part of that in $2 Eddie and Tiz Marcus, and it set up beautifully for a horse to close from off of it. And actually, those 2 running second and third, I thought kind of valiant hanging in there. Granted, nobody else doing any running from behind.
Sometimes you see these long shots, and maybe there's 4 or 5 horses on the wire, and that did not look fluky.
No, he won with authority at 28-1 to close out this Southwest card.
A great program. The 6 stakes races, Maggie, it all just took place. It's all hazy. It all just went down. But as far as a lasting impression for you, what'll stick with you after this Saturday racing?
That there are a lot of bet backs in that Southwest that we saw. There were a lot of trips, but no doubt about it, I do think Speed King is a very nice horse who showed a maturation today, showed some authority in that victory on the front end. Job well done to Ron Moquette and his team for, as I've said, missing training and kind of dealing with the cards that they have been dealt for this winter and having this horse ready to go.
Great stuff with his owner pre and
Wasn't he
post race.
awesome?
As you mentioned, he was quietly confident, and rightfully so.
Yeah, Tad Bowman of Triton Stables. Character, I love that he's local, and his loyalty to trainer Ron Moquette definitely paying off.
Last year, Mystic Dan, Southwest Stakes winner, Kentucky Derby winner, Speed King, Southwest Stakes winner. We'll see moving forward either the Rebel or the Arkansas Derby, but as Ron Moquette said, we won't see him.
Big or.
Won't see him in both. Thanks so much for joining us on this terrific Saturday of racing from Oaklawn Park, and a big, big day of thoroughbred activity. And in the end, the 3-year-old was Speed King, 25 points total, 20 as a result of his victory earlier in the Southwest Stakes. Julian Leperoux on a 3-year-old filly on the ascend. On her way to the Kentucky Oaks, a big win in the Martha Washington. Who knows, maybe she can revisit Operation Secret Oath. And in the end, Speed King reaching for the wire, wires this field in the Southwest Stakes. The winner's share of $1 million purse at 20 points towards the Derby. Have a great night, everyone.
Prince of Monaco's too good for Moose, an impressive winner of the Best Pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
These New York bred foals represent many sires: War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at NYRA tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.